folks. It is January 27th, 2022. Today is a wonderful day to make fun of Beckett. A wonderful day to make fun of exorbitant card show things. And another episode of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And if that's not enough, tomorrow's the Royal Rumble. Eric, how's it going? Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I am just so pumped for the Rumble of the Royales for tomorrow.
That the Royal Rumble is the best pay per view, Eric. I don't care if I don't care if it's been years since I've watched WWE, and basically it has been years since I'll still watch the Royal Rumble because especially if I don't have to pay extra for it. Like if it's literally already because I have a streaming package through the cable conglomerate here that gives me a bunch of other programming with it, and it happens to include the WWE Network thing with it. I was
hmm
like, oh, okay, so I don't have to pay an extra. Oh, sure, great. Then I can put it on the screen, and that's fine. As long as you're not making me pay for it, then if I'm
I've
not
been
gonna pay for
hearing
it.
rumors that The Rock might be making a comeback or something.
That's
Is
why
it?
I'm kind of curious. Like, here's the thing: the Rumble match itself is fun. I like the Rumble match. The only thing that I'm curious about, and I don't know, is if they're going to. That's the rumor. Like, they could do The Rock. I kind of doubt it though. Like, the problem is The Rock's 50, or he's over 50 now, and he does the movies, and that would be very expensive if he got injured in some way, because then there's a movie he'd probably be doing right after that, and it's like that'd be problematic because otherwise they'd be setting him up for WrestleMania. So you're not going to do it unless it's a setup to take you to WrestleMania. So I'm like,
I
I don't know.
just figured he wants to promote something. Like, does he have a new movie coming out?
Promoting, sure, but the thing is, if they're going to bring him in, they're not going to bring him in to be like, yeah, promote your movie during the Royal Rumble. It's like, so you mean you're not going to be in the ring in a match? No,
Yeah,
no,
but
absolutely not.
if he just comes in, does his dialogue, la 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 la, and then just punches someone a couple of times and drops an elbow and gets up and walks out, everybody's happy.
Yeah, I think for the crowd that might work temporarily, but then afterwards they're like, wait, well, why aren't you doing a thing? You
Yeah,
came all this way.
yeah.
So that's why I say, like, I don't know. It's going to be a little. I have questions, but
hmm
usually they throw in a couple of surprises. We'll see. There's Justin. I'm feeling bullish. Good for you. Good evening. Paul says I'm feeling like making Eric pay with a like button. Facts. Baz. Good evening. Bobby says Paul, don't do it. Good evening, Bobby.
Why
Good
is
evening,
Bobby
Baz.
there and not here?
Mhm.
Bobby.
Mike Trout. Sure. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the Babe Ruth card with the George Brett auto? I've heard of it. I talked about it briefly in the last video. Don't care. I really don't. Like, it's don't buy Panini products. There you go.
What a farce. Oh my
No,
god.
sorry, that no, Tops has the license with baseball. So yeah, don't buy it. Don't buy that product. Don't do it.
Just completely ridiculous. I don't know how you could screw something like that up. It is such a big deal. It is it is history that you're not making anymore. There's no more Ruth autos being made. You had one job. Put this onto that. It's going to be the biggest hit of the year, and you screwed that up. I can't believe it.
Yeah, but the funny thing is like I understood the question, but because and I mentioned it in the video when I referenced that card. I said the reason I didn't make a video about it is because I understand that it's a big huge error, like big deal. I don't care though. So, so I'm like, eh, it's stupid, but at the same time, eh, does it change anything for me? Not really. Damn, I was in the market for that card, and now they've ruined it. This is terrible, awful.
If this is how I've always felt back in the beginning. I recall quite clearly when memorabilia first started going into cards, and I was it was new, and of course, as humans, we don't like anything new.
Are you
And they
saying
were
we fear change?
going to cut up either a Ruth. The first thing that they were going to do was either a jersey or a bat, and it could have been both. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. This was like the very first thing, and I remember being really upset by it, saying that's sacrilege. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be cutting this stuff up. It's historical. They're not making anymore. And obviously, over time, we've that's just become the norm. But if you're going to cut something up from, say, Babe Ruth, okay, we're not talking about that Trout guy, who's you could just get five, you know, 50 more of them next season.
And he sucks.
Yeah, and that he sucks.
Mhm.
There isn't any more. There is a very limited amount of Babe Ruth things left on the planet.
Did you
And
feel the same thing about the George Vezina pads? Because there are even less of those.
yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
irate when
Just-
they cut those up.
Just throwing it out there.
So if you're going to cut something like that up, which I have such a hard time with the idea of it still when I really think about the historical stuff from the past. If you're gonna do it right. Show it the respect that it deserves. Don't screw it up. Again, if you screw up a Griffey, a Trout, what who cares?
Hey, don't compare those two. Griffey's actually good at baseball.
Yes,
Let me
but
finish your thought.
Sign stuff.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. Let me read a couple of these comments, and we'll circle back on this idea. So, good evening, Jeff. Paul here says how I feel my buddies when they want to come over to the Rumble and play poker. Like, yeah, sure, we can watch WWE. Basically, yeah, it's not enthusiastic. Like, I like the Rumble. My Rumble's my favorite, but it hasn't been the same in a long time. The Rumble used to be ridiculous in the first year. The Rumble was always ridiculous. Maybe an attempt to push a wrestler over the top rope, but somebody would randomly run in and break that up. That still happens. That still totally happens. It happens in Battle Royals, too, for no reason. It's like, let him, throw him. The Rock isn't coming. The storyline with the Bloodline changed on Raw. WWE is weird where they can, there's always a possibility they could do it, and they could have him in for something else, but I doubt it. Like, honestly, I doubt it. Bob Jackson boos The Rock at the Rumble. Well, there you go. I like that. Eric said the show is Travis to the Angels. It's a tough comparison.
I'm useless? Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the biggest insult he could give you. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
How do you mess up that roof? Apparently you can. Bass here, what's up? Tonight's your night, bro. Coming on screen? Lol, maybe? Don't give people false hope. No. Not maybe. Eric is our fish man. Fish boy.
The compliments are just flowing in tonight.
They really are. They really are. The Rock is in better shape than 99% of people. This is true, but The Rock also hurt himself literally the last time he did it, and it's been years. He literally hurt himself the last time he did a run with WWE, and he was a younger man back then. He's not gotten younger. He's gotten older. Is he in shape? Yes. No question. But like that doesn't mean that he can actually get in the ring and not find 10 ways to hurt himself right now.
Yeah, there's different ways of being in shape. You can go to the gym every day and lift and run on the treadmill and be in incredible shape. But when you start taking bumps in the ring and, using different muscles and the flexibility that it takes, you're not in that kind of shape unless you're doing it all the time. And that's how people get hurt.
There you go. So let's scroll through here. Hobby Champs. I can see Hobby Champs is like randomly posting things. It's like, are you actually trying to ask for something, Hobby Champs? Tag, great coaster makers. Vezina pads being cut up for cars was a big deal way back when. It was. That's why I gave that reference. It was a big controversy when that product came out.
I was ripping when it happened.
Yeah, as someone who owns game used jerseys, keep doing Topps, Fanatic, and Panini. My price goes up every time you do it. Paul's a big into the game used jerseys thing. It's like,
I'm
keep
hoping
your jersey.
to get my first one soon.
Is it Boston Bruin or somebody else?
Reggie Lemlin.
There you go. On brand. Moving on. Tom Graham. It's one thing to cut an index card, another cut a document. That's fair. I get you. Thomas Carberg, good evening. Eric gets my vote for YouTube Hall of Fame. Love it.
Well,
he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but I like it.
I want to be sarcastic because I think the whole thing is silly, but thank you.
Perhaps. Hobby Champs here. So he puts AIH. That's why I asked the question. He goes, just messing with you, posting things you love. I do love Tag. They make great coasters. Hold on. Where'd I put my coaster? I'll find it later. I actually had it within arm's reach, and now I forgot. I shot a video, and I had to move it. This is what ruins everything. Eric enjoys fish? Probably. Not as much as chocolate sticks, but you never know.
No, I don't like anything more than that.
Do it, Eric. They're a different level of cool. Man, get a shirt. Get a jersey. Amazing. Now your game used Bobby Herbert jerseys, Paul. I'm the only one in the market for those. Sports Car Dad, Dustin, good evening. Folks, don't forget Eric is already in the Jabroni Hall of Fame in the Inner Circle. True. First ballot.
Bob, listen, we've only been on for 13 minutes. Can we just ease into this? You coming out of the gate hot tonight, my man. Let's just
He's
ease in.
already mid-season form, man. I like it.
Oh my god.
Now I'm annoyed that I don't have my coaster. This makes me mad. All right. If Tag had negative cards graded in the last week, does that mean nobody wants to use them, or they're simply looking to be acquired? Why not both? Why not both?
As much as I want to be supportive of that company because I like the whole idea behind it, which I've talked about hundreds of times, I really am desperate for an answer of how you can have negative numbers in your population count.
It does take a certain degree of talent, I must say.
I just can't wrap my head around that.
Now I'm going to be annoyed the rest of this live stream, wondering where the hell I put the stupid coaster. It's actually really annoying. Should be right on the desk right there, but I guess it's not there.
I have a kind of a cool new coaster, and check this out. Do you have any idea what this might be?
Piece of plexiglass.
It is. Do you know where it may have been used?
I assume it came from the Boston Garden.
The original Boston Garden.
That's kind of what I assumed. You're old, so I figured it was the original.
Yep. This is an actual piece of glass. From the original Boston Garden Bruins hockey rink.
Mm.
That's my coaster.
There you go. I like it. Timeless Cardboard, sweet hoodie. Thank you, sir. I cracked this one out because now I was actually going to wear the problem is it's really cold down here tonight. I'll be honest, like I've got my beer and tis the season where I didn't have to put it in the fridge. I just left it in the living room. And it was more than cold enough. In fact, putting it in the fridge might have made it warmer. I was better off just leaving it outside. Tis the season. So right now, so as a result of that, I'm going with the hoodie. Otherwise, I was going to wear my Brett Favre New York Jets jersey in honor of maybe the big rumors Aaron Rodgers getting traded to the Jets. Which, by the way, I'm in favor of. Number one, because it gets rid of Aaron Rodgers. Because for God's sake, this needs to end. But secondly, actually, I just kind of like that beautiful synergy of both times they trade the generational quarterback back to back to the Jets. Why always the Jets?
Yeah.
It was Favre to the Jets and then Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. I look forward to his following season in Minnesota.
Yeah, right.
If he's gonna do the whole Favre path, he may as well. But thank you, Timeless Cardboard. Appreciate it. Sorry, I collect good teams, Dustin, not the Aints. Harsh words. Maybe you're using the coaster to make your desk level. Like, dude, I'm serious. I legitimately had it here earlier. I shot a video. I thought I just put it to the side, and like I'm looking around. It's like I got to reorganize this desk. Is what I got to do. What it's telling me is I got to reorganize this desk. It should be very obvious where it is. Silly. I saw there was tag pins to put on a shirt. Seen it in a YouTube video. Stood out like one of those silly bow ties. Yeah. Their branding, I have questions. Is what I would put it. Even if I'm trying to be nice, the branding, I would still have questions. Even if I like the company and the people involved in it, I would still have questions. The people who scored your only goal in, Bob's on it. I'll pay $3.95 for the square plexiglass. Fair, DG. Fair. I'm semi-bullish on the hobby. Look at you. Eric, your Bruins collection should be profiled on Boston Bruins magazine website. I was going to say magazine, but website. Do they profile collections on the website? I think they all use generic NHL websites now, don't they? No, but here's a question. Seriously. Years ago, I thought they standardized all the NHL websites. Now they're basically the same template. Like they've all got effectively the same stuff. It's standardized now.
Yeah, pretty much.
See, Eric is moved by that.
Used to be the link to the NHL, but not anymore.
Yeah. I liked it when the teams could actually kind of design their own. I thought it was more interesting. Like maybe they'd have a different concept or design, but now they're all pretty much a cookie cutter template. They all use the same one, and they all link basically like this. I don't think you can get to like a team store now through the website. I think you have to like go to the team store directly. Everything else is basically through Fanatics anyway.
Right.
Good evening, Dave. I did actually order something from Fanatics. I ordered one of the all those reverse retros.
Yeah.
They got all those reverse retro jerseys. I actually ordered the reverse retro Dallas jersey because it has some nice styling compared to. That's the first jersey I bought in years. Damn things are still expensive.
Oh God, yeah.
It's ridiculous. I was able to. I actually found a coupon code, so I was able to knock some off. So I was like, all right, I think I took like $40 off.
Oh, very nice.
Pretty good. So I got the authentic for about $200, which isn't bad.
You get a name on it, name and number,
Nope,
or
just the blank.
okay.
I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it, but I don't think they had the option to personalize. And the thing is that with the discount code, I was like, okay, yeah, but it would come. You know what? I just want the jersey because it's been a while since I had one, and I do like the reverse retro. I actually like the design of the reverse retro. I'm like, it's a nice jersey, and I haven't had one in years, so I'm like, well, let me get one. Why not?
I don't know. I can't picture what the reverse one looks like. I just know that they're lime, electric green ones.
Yeah, the Rave. I didn't get the Rave one. No,
I'm
the
not
Rave
a
one.
fan.
I've never been a big fan of the Rave one.
I just think it's ridiculous. I also think the golden helmets in Vegas are dumb, and the silver helmets in LA are dumb, and those jerseys in Dallas are dumb.
Come on, Bougie Eric. It's all about the reverse retro, man. What are you talking about?
Just horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, the Rave ones are the ones that you're talking about. These are the ones. This is the reverse retro. So
Oh, yeah,
you basically got the black, you got the green on the shoulders, you got those stripes in the bottom, and then the logo is basically borrowing. Again, it's similar. It's an homage to kind of the original one they had,
Right.
I was a fan of because that basically was the last year in Minnesota and then the first year in Dallas. So
Right.
that's why I say like the crest is an homage to that. The black, I like the black jersey, but then they've got the piping with. I think it's a good look. I think it's a good combination of the old and the new. So I was like, I like that one. That one I'm a fan.
No, it's good. I like it.
Does anyone understand what tag changed in the grading scale? I read the email, but don't understand how you have a new scale. I heard about this, but I genuinely, I haven't looked into it. As much fun as I like making fun of tag, and Lord knows I do, this part is not actually meant to be insulting, but it may be the most insulting thing I'm ever going to say about tag. More insulting than the coaster thing. To me, right now, they are so irrelevant. It wasn't worth my time to look into it. I just don't think they're even like. There's not even worth discussing. I feel like I'm closer to announcing that they finally went bankrupt and the end is nigh. But like I heard like, oh, they changed the scale. If you say so, I honestly hadn't even given it a second thought or heard about it really, outside of a couple of people telling me that. So I was like, okay, so I guess I'll look at it here, see if I can figure it out while we're chatting. But what the hell would they have changed?
Yeah, I mean it's really early to be changing things. I guess I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on it, but
Well, look. Let's say you did. Okay, great. You changed the scale. Question. So you changed the scale. Does that mean that the current stuff is out of date and you have to resubmit it? Is that what it
right.
means?
And is it going to be Beckett-esque, and they're going to make you pay for it to resubmit it?
Like I don't know. Tag is accepted. So I'm just looking at their social media here. They're accepting manufacturer certified autograph cards. Congratulations. You can. What? Was that special? You're accepting manufacturer certified autograph cards? You're not certifying them. You're just putting a card on the slab. That's an announcement? Okay. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, you don't need to certify something that says on the back, "Congratulations, you just got a autograph card of so and so from the Upper Deck Company."
Well, that's the thing though. Like they're not doing autograph certification. So this is Tag is. I'm reading this verbatim. Tag is excited to announce that we will now be accepting manufacturer certified autograph cards, aka you are able to put them in the holder. You're not. It's a card. What's special? You just put it in the holder.
They're going to start grading the auto, like PSA and Beckett does.
I don't even know, man. Like it's like I said, at this point,
Yeah,
Carlos, I was taking a look at 90s baseball cards. They're so nice looking compared to other sports. Cards from 94 or 99. No, there's some excellent designs on those ones. Those Dallas jerseys are great. The black and neon green. Other things I agree with Eric, it seems. There you go. I still have the original jersey.
Bob a lot.
Yeah. I still have the original jersey of the Cleveland Barons, the Kansas City Scouts. Going old school,
cool.
Mark. Going old school. I like it. Good day, Global Sports Card Investor. Carlos, You hate Tag more than HGA. How come? HGA was never relevant, and they never tried to be relevant. Well, they tried,
Yeah.
but they were more entertaining. Let's put it this way: HGA was more entertaining because they came out. It was ridiculous, and then people were like in the virtual queue line. Tag came out with a 5-part miniseries, a 5-part infomercial. HGA did not come out with a 5-part infomercial. One comparison.
HGA lost me on that video they did on
Yeah,
YouTube.
but that was entertaining though. Like I enjoy. Like, look, it wasn't what they were intending. Both versions of the video I loved. Both versions
God.
because I got to laugh at both of them, and that was great. See, here's what Hockey Hawk's not getting. HGA entertained me.
Yeah.
Tag just annoys me, and the fact that Floating Head is involved with them, like that, even that, like at that point, it's verboten. But even if he wasn't involved, I would still be making fun of it. But they're not even entertaining to make fun of. They're just like, I just want you to go away. HGA, no, you can stay. You're stupid, but I kind of enjoyed you. HGA, at least I appreciated it. They also made coasters, but at least they were entertaining. Those videos were bad, but they were funny bad.
The ownership was bad. The
Everything. It was all
videos
terrible.
on YouTube were bad. The just everything was bad.
It was awful. The whole thing was absolutely just terrible. But fun, but it was funny. But like, you got to admit, there was some unintentional comedy in those videos. That was great. That was entertaining.
I did like their labels, and it was new, it was exciting, color matched. I liked them. Great idea, but the rest of your product sucked.
Pretty much. Blue Rock TV, good evening. Tag who? Tag you're it. Tag needs to start grading cards. Hey, that's a good idea. They should try that. But make sure you perfect the coasters first. Did they change their algorithm again? Allegedly? Apparently. No, like this is what I heard. Apparently they changed something about it. I can't say anything about it though. I've heard this, but my question then is if that's true, then why can't I see it? Should be kind of obvious, but I don't know. I'll see if I can find something about it. I'll try to look into it. Well, there's a negative number of graded cards. It doesn't seem like they need to be resubmitted. I guess not. Did you see the SCI ISA video? I did not. I did hear about it. I have to check it out. Tag slabs are greater than ISA slabs. That must mean ISA sucks real bad. It's not very good. We're just going to ask if talking about Jeff at ISA or GA. No.
I do want to see that video because I
The
heard,
ISA one? No, like I have it on the queue, but I just haven't gotten around to it. That's the only reason I haven't watched it.
from what I understand, I guess they really showed off a lot of their inner workings, which I just would find interesting anyway. So I do want to check it out.
Right. I think that's fair. Gary V hanging out? Yes. Yeah, he did an interview. I listened to the interview. It was a lot of nothing. Not surprising, but it was a lot of nothing. It was kind of what I expected, to be honest.
He was apologizing for V friends. I don't want to hear from him.
There'll be no apologies for V friends.
Then I don't want to hear from him.
Yep. Nobody knew Tag existed until Carlos brought the 5-part infomercial to our attention. You wish. Nope. People watched it. People watched the 5 parts, I assure you. Few people gave it the scrutiny that I did, but people watched it. Carlisle, I'm going to submit some 60s tops to HGA to get some landscape coasters. Love it. What's Photohand going to do if Tag goes away? Pretend it never happened. Look, you want the answer to that question? Like the serious answer to that question? Why don't you think about what happened to Floating Head with TradeSafe? We just don't speak of it again. We make one reference to I am no longer associated and then never speak of it again.
People I'm friendly with are still running that company, and
I understand, but TradeSafe still exists. Like just to be clear, they still exist.
I think it's going well, and I think the idea of it was pretty good. I thought so. I didn't get on board. Haven't used it. I haven't donated money to the cause or anything, but I thought it was a pretty good idea actually. If you and I do a deal on Facebook Marketplace, and you want me to send you, $500 through PayPal, and you're gonna promise me that you're gonna mail the card out as soon as you get it, that could go wrong. And if you go through TradeSafe, it will go right. And
Will it though?
And yeah, and I think it's a good idea.
Or you could just do it in one of the other vaulting and multitude of
You
other
could,
marketplaces
but
that literally already let you do it.
I've never been involved in any other vaulting. I I
Yeah.
I don't have.
I can put it to you this way. I literally did. It wasn't a trade, but it was a thing where Jay actually had a card that he offered to send over to me, and he had it on PWCC. I'm using PWCC as an example.
Sure.
Other ones do similar things, but this was an example. So what happened was I sent him a code that corresponded to my specific spot in the vault, so to speak. He punched it in. We had to figure it out because we had never done it before, but we had to figure it out. And I think it was like a nominal, like it was like $1, and it just transferred from one to another. And as soon as he did that, I could ship it to myself, and I did. I shipped the card to myself. So technically speaking, you could send two items to a vault like that, and then just do the exchange that way, and it's nearly instantaneous. And it was literally like a $1 fee, very nominal. So it can be done. I'm just saying there are other avenues that are available, and some of those vaults do allow you to do that. In the long run, I still think the eBay vault would probably be well served to offer a service like that. It would be very wise, and I think that would be a good value add, and they could charge a nominal fee to do exchanges between. Because then also you've got it under the eBay umbrella. You've got some other protections built into it. Like there's a couple of things that some potential advantages I'm just throwing out there. And I know that the TradeSafe guys did sponsor like a virtual card show thing where they basically are doing all the transactions through it, which gives them some extra money that way by forcing people to use the transaction through them.
Yeah,
Slabs
it's
look
called
pretty.
the monthly card show.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the virtual one. Yeah. Slabs look pretty cheap, to be honest. The rest seem like the usual startup. I'm assuming you're talking about the ISA. I'm not sure. Can't wait for Eric to release eFriends. Facts. The greatest trick Tag ever pulled was convincing the world the cards did not exist. And like that, poof, they're gone. I like a Usual Suspects reference. ISA is not a new grading company, been around for a decade or so. Coons bought them a few years ago. No idea why now they're a new grading company. No idea. No idea. Good old eFriends. Poopy Pony can be one of the first eFriends. Think about it. We already got the baseline already set up.
That's the first one.
Yep. Why would someone walk away from TradeSafe? It was a good idea. Wasn't useful to Canadians, though. I don't know. Ask Floating Heads. Something happened there. Remember, he's the one who came up with the name. He was in deep with them. He had equity in it.
And two of the founders are Canadian, so
No idea. Something. Look, if I was going to guess without any understanding of specifically what happened there, I feel like there was a falling out of some kind that we didn't hear about. Because if TradeSafe's still around and he had equity and he was involved and he was a partner and they did this whole thing and it was all enthusiasm and everything, great. And then for what undisclosed reason he suddenly was no longer involved. I'm assuming there was some kind of a falling out or some kind of a disagreement over something.
I'm not
Because
saying
otherwise you
that
just keep the equity.
everybody tells me. I'm not saying that everybody tells me every little detail of things, but I've heard nothing. No, I talk to the people of TradeSafe quite often, and I've heard no such rumors or innuendos about that. So everything seems fine, but I'm not involved.
Well, except for the part
business.
except for the part that no longer being associated doesn't make any sense then. If you still believe in the concept and they're still there and you're comfortable with that and you had equity in it, whether you're directly involved day to day or not, if there's no falling out, why don't you just keep the equity in? It would seem to make sense, no?
I couldn't tell you. I'm just telling you, I haven't heard any type of negativity. So other than that, I couldn't tell you.
Yep. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the grading competitions in 2023?
You're having a lag, Carlos. I'm kind of having a lag with you sometime every few minutes, and I'm wondering if it's me or if the chat notices that there's a lag on your end. So if anyone in the chat could tell us whether or not there's a lag going on with Carlos, that would be good.
Yeah, the thing is, I've been getting a lag with you, so I just assumed you were having a bit of a delay because your screen actually froze a couple of times, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts on the grading competition 2023? Is the gap closing at all? Not really. Not on my end. When I look at it, I'm still PSA is still the top one. I think there is a little bit of shifting between the other ones, but like I guess it depends on what you're talking about competition wise. Are you talking about market share? Or are you talking about like relative pricing? Relative pricing, maybe a little bit, but like I'm talking marginal. Market share wise, it's still pretty heavily PSA based. Really, the only one who's lost market share, really, out of the main ones, is Beckett. Relative market share, they've hurt themselves. CSG has solidified their pricing. They did that recently this past week. They solidified. The pricing is pretty attractive if you're looking for PC stuff. And again, I like their holders. The market, though, doesn't seem to appreciate them that degree, and that's hurt them. And SGC is solid right now. They're solidly right there. Like I said, the only one that really is hurting is Beckett. So I really don't see it gap closing right now. But if it is, it's marginal. It's one of those things where I guess it depends on the item you're looking at. It's got to be pretty close. Question: if you could fix one of the issues in our hobby, which one do you lads think is the main concern? If I was going to fix one issue, probably the value proposition of wax. Because right now you're basically wax has always been a gamble at all times. But the problem is that right now the value proposition's so bad. That's why breakers are so popular. Is that like it's just too expensive to buy the wax. Now that doesn't mean you make it like $5 like a lot of people want to make it. That's not going to happen. But right now the markup is so big, and that's the thing that you've got the manufacturer, then you've got the distributor, and then you've got the card shop, and then you've got yours, and everybody gets their hand in it, and then you keep marking up that price like 4 times. And by the time you get there, it's like, okay, I'm buying a $500 box because now I have to pay $500, and I'm lucky if I get $100 worth of stuff. I'm always going to lose. But if I buy a $150 box and I get $100 worth of stuff, I'm a lot less bothered by it than I am if I paid $500 for $100 worth of stuff. If that makes sense. I'm starting Let's Be Friends. Look at you. Look at you. Probably has equity in tag too. He does. Yeah. Floating Head has equity in tag. Anyone win anything this week in REA or Heritage? There you go. You don't tell me what to do, Justin. Settle down. Good evening, Orlando. No lag. Fine here. All right. Thank you all for the feedback. Someone will have to ask in the SCL chat what the deal is with TradeSafe. Yeah, you pretty much have to. All I know is that at one point, in one of the live streams, he said that they were no longer associated. Beyond that, I don't know anything. I just know they're no longer associated. Thank you, Dave. A lot of competition tonight. 2 other live streams going on. Yep, it happens. I laugh sometimes because sometimes I'll get asked about that, but it's like, it's YouTube. Nobody owns a time slot.
No.
You just kind of do your thing.
You're right.
Yeah. So much confidence. Fix number
and
one,
course,
card doctors. What's that?
When there were 1,000, sports card related YouTube channels 2 years ago, there was never not a show on. So there was constantly competition.
It's true. Well, that's the thing. Like
now there's only like 6 of us, so it's not as hard.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I was laughing because, like even going through here, I know Dakota's going to be doing his live stream later tonight, and I think I've seen at least 1 or 2 others, for sure. But it's like, and I laugh because, like I said, sometimes people ask, it's like, "Oh, what do you think about this?" Like, what do you want me to do about it?
No,
like, I'm not going to concern myself with it. I schedule it this way because it makes sense for me on Friday. I like hanging out, having my beer, and chatting about card stuff, and we do that. So for me, that's good. I already got my spot and my chair already set up. So let's go here. So Dave was saying here, fix number 1, card doctors. Number 2, shill bidders. You're not going to fix shill bidders. The only thing you could do, the platform would have to try to do that. But no, that's fair enough. I get what you're saying. I think those would probably be pretty good ones. I still think the pricing on the wax and the value factor on it is more critical to me, because you're always going to have card doctors. You're not fixing card doctors. But the problem is the 2 fixes that he's talking about, it's only if you have godlike power, because you're not fixing card doctors, you're not fixing shill bidders otherwise. The platforms would have to be committed for number 2 and number 1. If there's a value incentive, the only way you're fixing card doctors is if all our cards are worth 0. Because then there's no incentive to do it. And by the way, that would fix your shill bidder problem too. So all you got to do is crash the market so nothing's worth anything.
I think I just came up with the one thing I would change in the hobby if I could. I think I just thought of what mine would be.
Beckett or Bob Jackson?
Oh crap! Now I got three.
Yeah, so I was going to say, you're not thinking this through. Panini's releasing a product on their website at the same price as Breakers. I don't know that it'll be all hands passes through matters. Panini is cash grabbing. Yes, Panini is definitely cash grabbing. That's very true, Dakota. SCT has the Wolf Pack. BIC has the Lion Pack. There you go. Now there's some new ones. Yep, Dakota's a 9. Yep, I know, I'm Fooler. I am aware. That was always my fear, Dak. Great. True. I'm doing well. How are you? Heritage equals another offer. I've likely accepted that my 94 set will never get a green cob. When I went to bed, it was over 20K. Yeah, that's strong. 20K, what was the grade? Just out of curiosity. Or the sheep pack? Not sure. Lord knows, man. Y'all figure it out for yourselves. I try to schedule conscience. With Baby, I have limited availability now is all. Try to be schedule conscious. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
now
right.
I got you. Baby, I limited. Yeah. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Don't worry about it. But that's what I brought it up because, like I said, people do occasionally ask. It's like, no, man, yeah, do what you're gonna do. I'm good with whatever because at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do anyway. So Dave's saying, the way to stop them is prosecution. That's true, Dave, because Lord knows the criminal consequences prevents people from robbing banks and murder.
Yeah. Right.
As long as there's a value incentive, someone's gonna try. They'll weigh the risk versus the reward, and as long as they feel like they'll still try it. Card Doctors Kiss My Ass. There you go. Okay, so it was in a 3. Gotcha. Nice. Miss my childhood days when I got 15 cards in a pack for $1. True.
Yeah.
I remember those
I
times.
remember those. Those were good days.
Yeah, it's true. But I think it's one of those things where it was good and nostalgically it's good times. I'll be honest, I do like some of the products that are out today more than those ones. Like I said, I'm not a big base card guy. They were fine at the time because that's what it was. That's what we had. I do like some of the other options though. I do like that. And I don't think you'd ever get even if you replicated the exact product today and got rid of as much markup as you could, you wouldn't get the same product for the dollar because inflation. It would still cost you more today. But at the same time, and I'm not doing the set. So it's one of those things like the 15 cards for $1 wouldn't do anything for me today. But you're right. It is a nostalgic thought. But I thought it was a great card. Nice. 20 grand though is 20 grand, man. That's a lot of money. When player collecting, how does change of teams affect your buying? Good question. For me, it does not. From my perspective, because usually when I'm player collecting, I'm a fan of the player. So I'm okay with collecting them on other teams and stuff. I did that with Medano. He had 1 year in Detroit. So I was okay with that. No issues on that end. By the way, it does look like you've frozen quite a bit today. So I don't know if it's you guys let me know if you're catching it as well. But it feels like Eric has frozen a bunch of times on me. And usually if I get any kind of weird issue, I'll see like a little indicator for me. I haven't seen anything tonight, so I don't know. You guys will have to let me know. But yeah, for me, player collecting,
And that's what
it
I'm
doesn't
seeing.
change anything. Yeah. So we'll have to see. Like right now, I haven't seen any indicator there's anything weird. Everything seems to be operating okay otherwise, so I'm not sure. Y'all will have to let me know. I want to see a Friday Night Wars with the same intensity as the Monday Night Wars. Maybe if I do an extra live stream on Saturday, I'll do counter programming. I've done that before. That was fun.
Listen, I don't mind doing that, twice a year on Christmas and New Year's, but my days of starting a show at 10 p.m. Eastern, those are done.
There you go. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to get that because again, it's too difficult. I think it's like I said, in all seriousness, it is way too difficult to try to play that game. I would say that unless a bunch of folks making the channels and everything are coordinate, it's tough to find good time slots and do it. Obviously, the Saturday thing, I make the joke about it. Old Floating Head is doing his thing on Saturday. But the thing is, to be honest, even when he would do like he'd try to do that panel show on Friday. Magically on Friday is when he decided to do a panel show. It was kind of interesting. But it was so overt and so blatant that I was like, why would I care about that? But the thing is that the other show he does is an interview show. So it's a different type of show and a different audience. So it's one of those things where like there is some separation, there's some overlap, but audiences are different. So I don't think you're ever going to get that because some of the folks that want to watch one of the shows don't even like the other show, so they wouldn't watch it anyway. So you're not really siphoning off any viewers from anybody for the most part. Just waiting for Bobbles to jump on so we can find out if Jack Hughes is greater than Jason Robertson. I don't think he's going to make that pitch. I did send him a link, but I know he's doing a couple of things. So, but I don't think he's going to make that pitch. Going to run my lives Tuesdays at 7 a.m. I think that time slot you got to yourself. I feel strongly that if you do that time slot, it is all yours, Hobby Champs. Live the dream.
I agree.
My first pack of 1980 tops was 25 cents. There you go. I like it. Yep, and right now there is no fear. Persecute regularly, and that will change. It helped to clean up stamps. I will wager to you the card doctors will not even slow down. But Dave has more faith in the prosecution. Consistency is key for me. Knowing you're on every Friday night works. I appreciate that. That's why I try to keep the time slot the same. It's been pretty good having it on that consistently in that same time. And then I'll do the reminders on the videos and stuff. So I think that works out.
I'm also glad that we started at 8. The 9 o'clock was getting tough. Going from 9 to 2 in the morning was getting a little tough.
That helps. That helps. I thought so. I collect Parker, but only with the Pirates. Yeah, that's fair. I think as a player collector, you have to figure it out because if you're a fan of the team as well, and that's part of the big reason why you like the player, then if they move teams, I think you're going to have a tough time with it. He's frozen a few times, but he's okay. Yep. So in speaking to your feed, I can't believe we got Gary V last night. It was like 20 minutes. Well, it was, yeah. I watched it. Wasn't it like 15? It was like 15, 20 minutes. And I'll be honest, he didn't really say anything. Like I watched it, like it was Gary V. I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch. It's Gary V. Sure. Let me see what he has to say. If you guys want a synopsis, the synopsis was he said the usual stuff he always says, talked about V friends, talked about he still collects cards, he's still excited, and he's decided not to be public about it because people like latched on to what he was doing. So the thing you complained about that he was doing, that he was pumping up the market by showing stuff, he goes, okay, so I won't show cards. That way you guys don't blame me. But then you also say like, oh, Gary V left. And it's like, make up your goddamn minds. Do you want him to share stuff and it pumps up the value? Or do you want him to say nothing and then he's abandoned cards? But he's going to be at the National. Probably buying cards. It's possible.
Hey, Carlos,
go ahead.
Why don't you dump me really quick? Let me networks. So I got 3 or 4 different ones. And
no problem.
We'll see what happens. All right. All right.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so while he's doing that, I'll quickly read through a couple of these. Let me switch over this here. Okay, layouts. Perfect. I actually prefer it this way. I think it's a little bit better. Okay, let me scroll through. Why don't you consolidate your collection to level up? There are a couple of little subsections in my collection that I'm thinking about doing that for. But for the most part, most of my collection doesn't require it. For the sets and stuff, you're not going to consolidate that. That's not a leveling up process. For most of the player collections, the Medano one is broad, so leveling up, there is no leveling up. Something like the Juan Soto collection, sure. Yeah, probably something like that. I would probably do that. But for the most part, there's no value in me doing it for most of them. And also, I don't care about leveling up. Like I said, with the exception of the Soto one, where I have enough extra stuff that I could kind of trade up and consolidate some of that to get certain cards. Most of my collections, I just get the stuff I want anyway. So, and most of it's not that expensive. So it helps me. So Eric's still playing with this stuff there. I can see him. If at any point, Eric, you good? Played around with your network a little bit?
Yeah, let's give it a try. See what happens.
All right. Sounds good. Actually, let me pose this question to you. Why don't you consolidate your collection and buy that Bobby Orr rookie, and that's your entire collection?
The idea is, I thought about doing stuff like that, and I don't think I'd enjoy it as much.
Fair enough.
But the idea has crossed my mind.
There you go. I remember getting 3 cards out of a weird sticker tattoo card machine. Yeah. I've never seen Gary V give so little time during a card review. I'm leaving that be. Gary V wasn't doing anything different than what Nat Turner does in terms of showing cards. No, not really. But like I said, the hobby likes to blame one person for everything. So, but because I was sitting there when that was going on, it was like, who cares what Gary V's doing? Let him do his thing. Oh, but then if people want to blindly follow and just buy what he's buying just to mimic him is like, again, let them do their thing. Why does this concern you? I don't understand. And then he leaves, and now you're complaining about that. Like, I don't understand you people. Help me. 25,000 plus. I bet hits. Eric says, dump me for a bit. And no sarcastic comment by Carlos. There's always time. Not now. Plus, that's what the like button is for. Moving on. Brendan Rhyme, good evening. Gary is so woke, he's completely unaware of any negative vibes and dark forces. There are no negative vibes and dark forces. By the way, I honestly feel like...
I gotta try hard.
Obviously, very much so. The fun part is that I honestly, one of my things, if I could do something in the hobby, or life actually, is I would like someone, the moment someone says the word woke, I would like them to get electrocuted. It is the dumbest thing in the world. Quit whining. The irony is that people complain about people being woke, which is whining, and then they whine about the whining, which to me is more annoying than the original whining in the first place. It's worse. Eric has been dumped by worse. Probably true. Carlos, I find you're more diplomatic than your recorded videos versus live chat. Yes. It's by design. Yes. So you figured out there's a difference. I've said repeatedly there's a difference. Recorded Carlos has generally, so like, let me play off of this. Hockey. I like Hockey's question sometimes because sometimes I'm trying to decide if you're being intentionally dense or if you actually don't follow things. But I've literally said that the reason that there is a difference between the two is that when I'm recording a video, there's a direct message I want to convey, 100% that I need to get across. So I'll drop a lot of the extra because the goal isn't here. We'll bounce off the wall, have some fun. We'll go full nonsense. A lot of it is just like whatever. But yeah, just do it this way, because when I'm doing the video, I have a very set idea in my head of exactly the message I want to deliver. With this one, I usually will have but I'm also reacting to what you guys are coming up with. So I don't necessarily I might have a considered position, but not to the same degree. When I'm doing the video, it's a very considered position. In this case, it might be, you might come up with something a little bit different that I might have to play with it a little bit. So yeah, it just depends. That's why you record, easy to delete and repeat. It helps, but I usually, most of the videos, I'll be honest, I pretty much do in one take. It's rare that I have to spend much time adjusting. So that makes the editing process easy because I don't have to cut much. Ricardo Carlos consumes less beer. Not on some of those videos. You'd be surprised. That man Gary V loves his car.
What makes you think so?
Yeah. What's that?
I was just say, what makes them think that?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I literally cut to me switching. My beer's ready. The man Gary V loves his cards, as I do my friends. Yes, why not? I think he's trying to make a V Friends joke, but moving on. Was Dustin shout out about Gary V video some kind of peace offering? Maybe, I don't know. Listen. Oh, Dustin. Are you saying Dustin or Justin? Maybe Dustin. I don't know now. Now I'm not sure. Yeah, clarify your position on this. Dustin or Justin? Now I'm not sure. Carlos, what about collecting Bobby Smith or Mike Gardner cards? They were great North Stars. Don't care. The only reason I'm even involved with the Stars was because of Medano originally. So by the time I started following Medano, they weren't in Minnesota anymore. So North Stars are irrelevant.
I also forgot that both of them played for the North Stars.
Gardner, I remember. Bobby Smith. Bobby Smith is in the 79-80 set as a North Star, isn't he?
No, I don't think so. I think he was drafted by the Canadians, I thought, but
yeah, no, but I'm thinking 79-80 because I feel like I remember that card. I think I've seen that card before. I'll take a look. I'll find it.
I probably have it right near me.
Bobby Smith.
But
oh, I'm right.
You are.
I remember that card.
You.
I remember that card.
There he is.
Yep. Because I remember the image.
I just remember him as a Canadian and Gardner as a Capital.
No, for sure. There are other teams they were associated with, but I'm just saying I remember looking through that set because I was leafing through those sets a bunch of times over the years, and I remember that Bobby Smith card with him as a North Star.
Yeah.
The old North Star uniform I
And he
liked.
was rookie, and he beat out Gretzky for Rookie of the Year because Gretzky was deemed ineligible because he played in the WHA.
Yeah,
So Bobby Smith was Rookie of the Year over Wayne Gretzky.
yeah. And to your point, Gardner had a lot of success with the Capitals, but I do remember a brief stint with his in the North Stars.
Yes, he bounced around. He played in Arizona.
Yeah,
He played in um,
he played in New York.
the Rangers.
Yep,
Guy had 700 goals, and he played for like 5 teams.
mm-hmm. That's right. Justin, since you can't get in the screen, record some segments and send them around for us to view, but not until you've consumed at least 10 pints. Baz has his kinks.
Hey,
Dustin, the
whatever.
Retro Game Dad. Ooh, I like that you went with the Retro Game Dad one. The defunct channel. I like it. So now your question makes more sense to me. Was Dustin shout out? So he was talking Dustin. Was his shout out about the Gary Fee video some kind of peace offering? I don't know. Who is he? Now here's what I'm curious about. Who would he be asking peace for? I don't know. So I'm not sure. Good question, though. Smith was an 80-81. I'm pretty sure he'd be in the same as well. Dino Cicerelli was a good North Star. Absolutely. My bad. I remember Smith card in the Canadiens jersey. Got it wrong. Yeah. No, for sure. Like I said, I only remember that one because I specifically remember seeing that card. And that's one of those ones where I just remember the way the card looked like. So in my brain, I was like, that's a North Star card. I don't have that ability.
Right,
I will say that I don't have that recall anymore. Not like I used to. Because when I was originally collecting Medano and I started off.
Obviously, I don't either.
Yeah. I wouldn't keep a checklist. I actually would just be able to visually memorize which cards I had. So I'd know, yep, I need that one. I need that one. No, I got that one. I got that one. And I used to be bang on for years. Now at this point, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I got that one, but let me double check. Let me consult the checklist because it's like, he's got 5,800 cards and I have 2,400 of them. It's like the likelihood that I can visually remember with parallels and these different like tiny variants. I'm like, I can't depend on that anymore. It's not going to work. Can't do it. All right, so let's take a look here. I like that Eric was frozen looking like he was asleep. That was good. I like that one. That was a good post for you. Big fan.
Yeah, we're having all sorts of problems tonight. I wonder what's wrong.
I don't know. Is anybody in the house watching Netflix or something?
I don't know.
Yeah. What about Belfort Dallas Star cards? What about them? I think it's just
I'll
asking.
be back
like,
in a second. I'm gonna dump out of the whole thing and then try to come back.
You're trying to get Paul. You're trying to get Paul's bet. I'll drop you. Yeah. All right. So while he's trying to work on his own stuff there, we'll see if we can get him reset. Like it's worked, but but yeah, his internet usually isn't that bad. It's weird. But anyway, no, I like Ed Belfour. I was a big fan, but yeah, I've got a handful of projects already that I work on. Medano, and then for the Stars, I collect Jamie Benn. So, and that's enough. I'll occasionally grab cards from some of the younger guys. Like I have a Jason Robertson, but not a lot of them, just a handful. I grab a couple here and there, but most of the stuff I do is Jamie Benn. So if it's not Medano, it's Jamie Benn, and I got some of the other Stars players. This one's a nice one. So we'll see if Eric is able to come back on here. But there you go. That's the gold, seismic gold. Those are actually very fun. Those are nice. So let's see here. All right. Well, at least your picture looks a little clearer. We'll have to see if that works.
Yeah. Who knows? Sometimes technology just doesn't want to play.
Yeah. Eric, reboot your modem and router. Yep. It's a classic. Ed Belfour can kiss my St. Louis Blues ass. I like that. I like that. Yep. Good old dial-up.
Well, I had to disconnect the fax machine.
Really?
No.
I kind of feel like that'd be a thing that could happen over there. Are you sure you don't have a fax machine lying around somewhere?
No fax machines.
I'm a little suspicious. Let's see. Carlos, are you curious to go to the Blue Jays game after the Sky Dome renovation? No. I probably will, but am I curious? No. It's still the dome. They can improve it. There's certain things they can do, but there's some things that you can't fix. The dome is still a perfect square, a perfect circle, and a bunch of concrete. I'm sure they'll make it a lot homier. I'm sure they'll make it a lot nicer. I hope so anyway. But there's only so many things you can do. Like you could literally tear the whole inside out and do it, but you're not going to turn it into like a ballpark with any character or distinction. It was a cookie cutter design that was amazing for the time, technologically speaking, really
Sure,
amazing for the
nice.
time. And by the way, given Canadian weather, a retractable dome is like a requirement. Even if you had $1 trillion in land and everything you need, you must have a retractable roof. There is no other way. You have no choice. Mr. Bobbles, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. All right, I'll give him a chance here. Oh, he's good. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Well, Darth Bobbles
I'm
is in the
alright. How are you
house.
guys
He
doing?
is.
Hey, buddy.
Doing good, doing good. Eric is running his dial up. He's doing about as well as he can.
Hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Did you
Uh,
buy
you're-
all
you're-
those cards I sent you?
No, actually, I was out. Me and the missus were out, and my phone was almost dead. That's why I wasn't like responding and giving you more crap about that. Um, no, I kind of had a bittersweet evening, but it's all for the best. So
Gotcha. Gotcha. I was thinking it was the men defensive and the YouTube Hall of Fame guys. The Gary V thing? I don't think I'm following your line of thinking here, average Joe card collector. I understand the individual components of it, but I'm not sure how we arrived from A to B to C. I'm not really 100% on that one, but fair enough. Thermal paper fax machine 1994? Maybe. Speaking of non sequiturs, I'm trying to figure out this question. All right, work with me on this one.
All right.
Eric, that's you.
That is me.
What is the point of doing daily videos? You don't make videos, especially if what they mention, what they collect, question mark, and doesn't match the news they are covering about Panini.
I want to be cooperative, but I'm a little confused.
Bobbles, am I having a stroke right now? I'm trying to figure out if there's burnt toast. I'm a little confused. This sentence does not make sense to me in the sequence in which it was written.
Who's doing the daily videos? Is
I
it
don't
just
know.
a random
Like, I
question?
feel like I'm missing half of this statement.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure I fully understand.
Reboot.
It's the news they are covering about.
It's like reboot your commenting machine.
Yeah, that was an AI generated comment.
Yep. I wanted to read it because I was entertained by it, and it was like, yeah. And Justin writes Bobbles. Yes, that is Bobbles.
That'd be me.
Yes, it is. Collects baseball cards, for example, but covers the latest news on ultra modern Panini basketball cards. Who does though? Still missing half the equation.
I want to play this game, but I don't know what the rules are.
You should have just said Poopy Pony and just gone with it. See how Chat GPT will answer it? I think that's probably wise. That's probably what you should do. When I joined GE Capital in Toronto in 1994 out of university, we financed the second AstroTurf they installed in the Sky Dome. And that's right. Call it the Sky Dome. It should always be the Sky Dome. I had a copy of the Jays
Absolutely.
financial statements, which clubs rarely showed. Nice. I like it. Yeah. All right. I'll come back to it. I know Hockey's got another couple going on there. Mr. Bobbles, so a question for you. Obviously, we were just chatting a little bit. We were chatting a little bit earlier. There was a question earlier on. Let me start you off on this one. There was a question a little earlier on about thoughts about the current landscape of the grading segment. My opinion is that there is movement, but it's slight. Right now, everything is just moving a little bit here and there. Obviously, you got the SGC thing going on. I'm a big fan of CSG's current setup. I think some of the new stuff they're doing, like I didn't feel like a standalone video was warranted, but I still thought it was good. I think $12 bulk is nice. I think some of the other options right there at that lower price point, the $15 one I thought was good. Even the $20 one, I think there's value to it as well. I'm actually a big fan of it. And any kind of thoughts on your end in general on that?
So in terms of the CSG stuff, I kind of knew that an announcement was coming, but I didn't know pricing because, again, it's no secret. I've been approved as an authorized dealer for CSG, or actually all of Certified Collectible Group's grading stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I actually reached out. Many people may know her, but Sue's Yanks chick
Mhm.
she's really responsive on Instagram, and she's been in very different elements of the hobby. You know, I believe she worked for Tops and several other places, but now
And
she's
Golden,
in
and
with
she was a Golden for a bit.
right. She was with Golden as well, and now she's with Certified Collectible Group. She's
Mhm.
actually part of CSG's marketing team, I guess. But anyway, I reached out to her because I think one of the issues, and she gave me a guy's name to reach out to and everything. We know, you know, obviously Brad's a group submitter for PSA. I do SGC. You know, there's, I don't know how many group submitters now for SGC.
Mhm.
I think one thing that drives volume for the companies is the bulk submitter, and it not only helps drive volume, but it also helps the process because you're getting a group of cards, one group of cards rather than, you know, lots of little ones. The
Yeah.
issue with CSG though is it's hard to offer bulk subs because the margin is so small and similar to the
Mhm.
membership rate that it's hard to tell people, hey, you know, don't sign up for this membership and get 10% off yourself. You know, I can offer it to you without you needing the membership, but you got to pay, you know, the listed price. And I was even you know, I've been trying to do math in my head, and even with charging website price with the dealer you know, the dealer margin, it's so small, it would really be difficult to even do
Mhm.
because there's a lot of time goes into that. I mean, Brad and what's his wife's name, Sherry. I'm
Mhm.
sure they've told you like how much time goes into submissions, and so like for very very lean margins it's difficult to do. So she said to reach out to one of the reps there, um and I think if they could get the volume up, I mean, volume's going to help resell when
Mhm.
more people see the slabs out there, when they're in more dealers display cases at shows, when there's more comps in the system constantly flowing, things will creep up because more transactions will be made. So I think that's the one thing they need to do is figure out how to get more volume.
Mhm.
Um, their grading is damn good. Their slabs are awesome,
Yeah.
and right now I think they're the cheapest.
They are, like, right
Um,
now for the bulk rate, they are the cheapest.
yeah, so
That's the reason why. That's the reason why. Like, look, I'm rooting for them. The reason why I say
yeah,
this is that I'm rooting again, and you guys all know, I do the thing with Brad Cherry, and I do the thing on PSA Canada, and I root for them. But people forget PSA Canada is not PSA. I root for Brad and Cherry, and I want them to
right.
succeed, and I want them to do well, and I'm there to help them. My job is to help them. My job is not to help collectors, but in terms the two are connected, you know, they're working together. But at the end of the day, my job is to help them. I want them to succeed. But I like the CSG. I like the CSG slab. I'm a fan of a lot of
Yep.
elements of it. I know. I know. Eric only cares about Beckett, but the point is that I want them to succeed, and I have uses for PSA, and I've always been very transparent about it. I can use the service because it does work for me. There are a lot of things that I enjoy with it. That's great, and at the same time, I can still root for CSG to do well because I think in the long run that's good for everybody. And there's nothing wrong with SGC doing well because that's still good for everybody. And and I will
Right.
still tease SGC because it's fun for me. But I can still root for them to do well. I can root for CSG to do well, and I can root for Brad and Sherry and those guys to do well, and I will happily give them my business because they make my life easy and it works.
Yep. And there's room for multiple companies out there as long as they're doing things, you know, the right way, and we don't get back into this 18-month, you know, turnaround and all the other stuff. Um, you know, I personally, you know, I like SGC, I love them. And when CSG came in and they changed that label and everything, you know, I sent them an order. I sent them, you know, a bunch of Griffies for my collection. I like the way the slab looks. And, you know, it's okay to like multiple companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, um, you know, there's plenty of people that probably have a Ford and a Chevy in their driveway. You don't have to be one company. So,
Oh, except for Eric, he's pretty much got to be Beckett for life, forever, forever.
It's all about the profit margins, baby.
Well, look, my big revelation from the last PSA Canada episode was that both Brad and Luke both told me that Beckett was number two, and I was flabbergasted. I was aghast. I didn't know what to do with myself.
The
Uh,
that
numbers,
was a
the numbers don't show that.
that was my point. I was like, it was like I was just staring at them like they had two heads. I didn't know what bobbles. I didn't know what to do. I was just sitting there like,
That's why,
should I leave now? Like, should I just go?
that's why I chimed in, and I didn't want it to sound like I was just pushing SGC. That's why I was glad a few other folks chimed in with, well, the SGC 10 sold for this, guys. And then when I threw out the BGS 9.5, I don't know if you caught it, but I made sure to put it was a Gem Plus. It wasn't even just a True Gem; it was a Gem Plus,
Right.
and it was still like several hundred behind. Now, granted, SGC was quite a bit behind the PSA. It's no secret, but BGS is damn sure not two anymore.
Well, but here's the thing though. Like, look, here's what I thought was interesting. Like, can I be serious for a moment here? I thought something was very interesting about this because there is still like this segment of folks that are like nostalgically attached to that Beckett brand to the point that in their brains they still treat it as if it's right there at the top. Because remember, there was a stretch of time where Beckett was at the top of the heat when they came out.
Well, they were number one.
Yeah, with the brand recognition, with everything they had going on. PSA was there before them. SGC was there, I think, before Beckett as well. So I think they were both in place. But SGC for a long time was the vintage one. And then Beckett had this stranglehold on modern. They were strong in that modern. Now in Canada, the point was made, and it's a valid point. I want to acknowledge it because it is true. Hockey still does okay with Beckett. There's still like a segment of it. But part of that is because we had the distributor Grosvenor here who would do BGS. But they're the ones that I submitted my cards with, and I had my wonderful experience. Now, I thought about making that my villain arc, but I decided I just wouldn't do business with them again, and that'd be the end of it for me. But the point was, you could submit with them with a flat rate, and they would do all that stuff. They were like a bulk submitter for Beckett. The service was miserable. It sucked. But the point is, you could do it. So I think that helped because that gave a lot of people a direct accessibility to be able to submit. But at the same time, like I said, I found the service, this is maybe 12 years ago. It sucked back then. So why would I want to do that? But other people obviously liked it. So
I'll tell you, so obviously, again, being still new to hockey, but I have sold hockey cards because either duplicates or slimming down a massive amount I was accumulating. I think the key with hockey collectors, specifically in Canada, they're not tied to a single company. If they want a graded hockey card, you can get a strong value in SGC, PSA, M&T, and KSA probably sell decent. I don't know.
It's not bad. They do sell at a discount, but not at the kind of discount that you would think, given just actually how shitty they are. Like KSA really sucks. Like it sucks real bad.
It seems to be the one sport where the collector base is open. As long as it's a legitimate company and they trust the grading, it's the one sport where the collector base, like it's not in a bubble for one particular company. They're accepting of all slabs. So.
So I just wanted to include Baz's comment here. Baubles, turncoat, diversifying away from SEC, as Yannick says, sacrilege. Hockey,
technically, hold on. I want to go technical on this because technically speaking of the whole certified collectibles group, that's where SGC originally came from.
I agree.
So I'm actually going back to the roots.
Facts. Now, this is the pertinent question here. Baubles, would you consider being a tag bulk submitter? Would you offer luxury coasters?
No. No.
I would just leave it at that. That's a great answer. Wonderful answer.
I mean, from the last I heard, they allegedly have 35,000 cards sitting there, and I'm seeing 3 weeks in a row where they're at negative numbers. I'm not putting myself through the headache of where are my cards. No.
But why don't you want to? Why don't you want to be a bulk submitter so you can pay them to do nothing?
Nah.
I think it's great.
Again, like, never mind. Just no. I'm leaving it at no.
I told you could have stopped it. No, I offered the option. Unless I'm wrong, CSG grading as many slabs as you see now. They're grading quite a bit. Now, remember, you got to count when you're doing the gem rate, they're doing the CGC and CSG combined. If you combine the two, then it's a very robust number. It's a very strong, very strong numbers.
if you combine in the CGC numbers with CSG, then yes, they have a higher number. That's another reason why SGC is trying to push, because they do not do a lot of the TCG stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, I mean, y'all were talking about it last night with PSA Canada. Pokemon is no joke. Like,
Oh no, it's strong, huge.
it's growing heavily. So, combining those, SGC has a small margin there with TCG. They're trying to grow in that space. Comparing CSG to SGC Sports, though, SGC is definitely, they're the number 2 in sports grading.
Mm-hmm.
So CSG isn't at the level with SGC on sports.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I agree with that. But I'm just saying, I included the qualifiers, so it's understood that
Yeah.
when you combine the two, as a company overall, very strong. Like they're they're slabbing a lot of cards, and they're doing a great job with that. But I would, like I said, for me, competition wise, I would love to see CSG do better and be stronger, because I think that'd be awesome. Because, like I said, I appreciate and enjoy what they're doing with the slabs and everything. I like them. I would have no hesitation to have PC cards in those slabs if I could arrange it in the right way that would make sense. I'd love to. There's some great cards that I think would look fantastic in that slab.
From what I've understood, and again, I don't, I have a collection that I built, but I'm not going to sit here and toss out numbers. But from what I've understood, CGC has pretty much became the secondary go-to for the Pokemon and stuff, and the numbers for resale is very strong with them. I had mentioned it before. Beckett, I think, will still hang around because, especially people with the Japanese Pokemon, they'll send those to Beckett because of that chance at that black label. But if the CGC Pristine, or whatever they call it, for the Pokemon card starts creeping up in that level, that could literally crush Beckett, in general. So
Yep.
something to keep eyes on.
Now, since you brought it up, I'm going to pivot into one of the topics that I wanted to talk about. So we'll spend a couple of minutes talking about that, because we'll have a little fun with our good friends at Beckett, because we must. We're contractually obligated to have a little fun with them, because when they give me something, I'll take it. Okay, so real quick, Baz here says, agreed. Beckett is ingrained in many folks' mind as a stronger memory than reality. Very true. Bobbles needs to get into 80s hockey, per Justin, who needs to sell his 80s cards. Baz here says, has a video been made by Tag explaining their new grading? Like, here's the thing. I heard about this. I still don't know anything about it. Like, can I find it posted somewhere? I don't, their website was updated like 5 years ago. They never update their stupid website. Their social media doesn't tell me crap. I have heard of this. People have told me about it. I don't know what the new grading scale is. Like, what is it? I don't actually know. And I'm not even sure where to look right now. So I have no idea. Seems the hockey market is weathered the storm of the great fall of 2020, probably because their prices didn't get too out of hand. Yeah, because the prices didn't get too far out of whack early on. That helped. It helped stabilize it that way. If you don't have a too crazy run up, it means you're still going to remain fairly stable.
Well,
I think the biggest.
So crazy.
Go ahead.
But I thought I think some modern hockey definitely got a little nuts.
Sure, yeah. But in relative terms, though, we're talking like in relative terms.
Of course.
Okay.
I think Alexis Lafreniere was likely the biggest downturn one, because he came out so hyped up.
Yes.
And he hasn't lived up to any of it. People were paying big money for him.
Yeah.
And he's just not became the player as expected. So
yeah. The thing though is he's still very young.
Right. I'm just
knows,
saying,
yeah.
From what he was at to what he's at
Agreed.
today term, he probably suffered pretty good in the ultra modern area.
Gotcha. So Tom here says, a blow off form has a thread on it. Okay, so I'll go see if I can I'll go see if I can track it down. I'm not going to do it during the stream, because I would have a little trouble reading and listening and keeping tabs on it. But I'll look into it and see what I can find out. That way, at least I can give an informed opinion. But right now, I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Okay, so let me just quickly touch on my favorite. I did have fun with this. I did make a video about it, because it amused me. And the best part about it is that I made a video on it basically explaining how pointless it was. So Beckett did a thing, and literally my video was basically titled that. And the thing they did was do a whole video. By the way, credit to them for their videos. Like, they're doing videos where they're doing dramatic reenactments and showing people throwing out labels and all this stuff. Is and Beckett has made a change. And it's that they threw out the labels they already had and ordered more silver ones.
Why don't you do YouTube, Eric? I didn't know you had that in you to do those videos like that, man.
The production cost was too much. I'm not doing it anymore.
They, Bobbles, they filmed vignettes to show people throwing out labels so that they could promote that, hey guys, we got rid of the white labels and the blue labels, and now they're all going to be silver until you get to the gold and the black label, blah, blah, blah. All they did was order more. The big change was they ordered more of the labels they already use. That's it. That's all they did. And they didn't change the design of the printing on the label. They didn't change the print. They didn't change the font. They didn't change the positioning. They didn't add a QR code. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
No.
And I was just, and I literally, and even on the PSA Canada one guy goes, it's like, well, that's better. Sure. Yes, it's better than the white label. I agree. But that literally did nothing. The announcement was, we did nothing.
Yeah. I talked about it. Did we talk about it Monday? I think we talked about it Monday with Eric.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys. I was listening, but I'm not sure if you guys specific about it. Look, my righteous indignation is not even from the bougie Eric anger back. Eric, my anger comes from the ludicrousness of literally doing an announcement to say we did nothing.
Well, my thing was, so over the summer at the National, they caused this hellstorm.
Yep.
With having this big display, and it couldn't be missed.
Yep.
With 10-foot freaking pictures of these new slabs, and they created the new logo with the new B with the star in it, and changed the color to that little tealish color, and talked about they were redesigning the slabs and the labels.
Which, by the way, is now their logo. Like the Beckett has that new color scheme, and like the branding is clearly happening. Like we can see it on the website. The B
but
and all that is everywhere.
Have it?
No.
So my point when we discussed it Monday was, what the hell are you doing trying to rebrand everything, causing that uproar at the National in 2022? Because guess what? We're closer to the 2023 National now than we are away from the 2022 one.
Yeah.
And, you'll put all this out there, but you made this change to then what? Like, if people send their cards back to get the silver label instead of the white label, how long now are you going to be until you go to your new design, which should have already been done?
Yeah. Hey, Brad, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up, eh?
It just doesn't make any sense. You made a change that was irrelevant when you were supposed to be making another change. So
hold on. I'm going to do this just to make Eric feel better.
Yeah.
There you go. I got to make him feel better, Help him out.
I know. Hi, Bubbles. Hi, Eric.
What's up, Brad?
Just getting home from picking up my daughter from theater school, and we had our big trade night tonight. So now I'm getting ready for a big show tomorrow.
You said theater school?
Yeah. She's 16 and she's does musical theater.
Did Eric, is he paying to have her in the videos that he's recording now that we're watching?
Is Eric doing some videos?
Well, that's what I was talking about a minute ago. I was talking about that Beckett did on their social media, their new label thing. And Beckett being the Beckett employee du jour here, we wanted to make sure it was acknowledged properly. But so you missed the tail end of my thing, Brad, is that I was having almost a bougie Eric meltdown moment because I was just so frustrated that they went through the trouble of announcing that they were ordering more of the same labels they already have. Instead of actually, and now I'm going to add the second part of it. The second part of the reason why I was beside myself with it is that, and I showed a clip of Jeremy from Beckett talking about and acknowledging an issue of counterfeit slabs 2 years ago. By the way, and I went and I checked just to be on the safe side, just to be fair. I went and I literally, on the Discord that I've mentioned before in reference, I said, am I crazy? Or has Beckett not changed anything about the slab whatsoever? Label, design, anything. Have they done anything that could be construed as a security feature since then? And everybody's like, no, not that I'm aware of. Just making sure. Thank you.
I said the only thing that's changed is less have been going out the door.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. This is my point. My point is you identified and acknowledged on your own social media. This was on a Beckett live show. That's why I clipped it. I clipped it from a Beckett live show with Jeremy from Beckett being interviewed by a guy who works for Beckett. And that's 2 years ago. And to date, nothing has been. You could literally have just redesigned the logos, the font or something on the label to make it more counterfeit proof. Would that have fixed everything? Lord, no. No, probably not. But at least change something.
The interesting thing was the design and the images at the National, and you've seen them, Brad. It was you could tell, like, obviously it wasn't a 3D image, but you could tell it was going to be a sleeker slab, slimmer, and it was going to have it looked like frosted plastic around it, but there was no sleeve. And so it looked like it was going to be more of the more common slabs out on the market. And with their new coloring and logo scheme and all that, it was just the label. Here's their issue with labels, though. And I don't know if you caught this. I took pictures of a couple of them because there was multiple different colors of labels, and they were like inverted color schemes on some of them, and it made absolutely zero sense. Outside of the fact that they were kind of ugly, they made no sense because there was multiple, just like they have now, but some of them were inverted with the way the colors were.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah. I'm just, but I think my overarching thought on it, Worley, what came down to is this is the one that the Brad Hartlands of the world thinks is number 2. These morons, these cretins, these fools.
I stand by.
I'm not convinced they're ahead of MNT at this point. I might put MNT ahead of them now. I'm thinking like, Bougier, are you sure you can't start a rando grading company? I might put it ahead of it. Sure, KSA is ahead of them too.
Is M&T connected with Beckett? Because their slabs look so similar.
They got a similar style, but no, they're not.
Okay, I've always wondered about. I've never held an M&T slab, but they look so close. So I wasn't sure if they were affiliated somehow.
Yeah,
they get no money in the marketplace.
Yeah, none.
Like you just have a raw card, and I think they do a good job.
They're also very expensive. Like the grading actually is very expensive. Like in relative terms to what it is, it's expensive.
It's $30 Canadian a card.
Yeah, and that's like the cheap one. That's like the
cheap option. Yeah, the cheap option is $30. So what's that? $22 American.
Yeah,
that's their cheap option. Yeah. Like,
and if you actually want it to be a decent speed,
it's like it's in the
40s. It's something like in the 40s.
Are they affiliated?
Sorry,
I said I think that's how much tag is. Are they affiliated with M&T?
At Baubles, have you done the tag? I don't know if you guys talked about this. Have you done the tag numbers lately? Like, are they increasing their capacity now, or
you mean bigger negatives?
So here's what happened, Brad. 3 weeks ago, I ran the numbers, and for the week, the number was negative. And then the week after that, it went up like 50 or something like that. And then this past week, when I ran it, I run them on Monday. That way I keep it consistent. So I run them every Monday. The past week, it went negative again. So over the course of 3 weeks, they have a negative number change in their pop report. I do not know how that's possible. I have not gotten a chance to reach out and ask questions yet. But over the last 3 weeks, their numbers are actually in reverse. So
I think it sounds to me like a bunch of people are like, Carlos is right. What have I done?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I can pull it up real quick.
While you're doing that, I'll finish reading a couple of these real quick. Brad, why doesn't your daughter take dramatic lessons from Bubbles?
Bubble, absolutely, she is. Bubbles is lining her up with one of his good friends to do an original song because she's a singer as well. So that's
Okay.
going to be over the course of the next year. So
Wow, look at that. Nice,
That's
nice.
nice. That's great.
yeah,
Okay, says, was trade night a success? Wasn't able to make it this evening, hoping to go to the next. You should come with the Hockey 99 name tag.
I love it. That's awesome. Yeah, it was absolutely packed, and I didn't know what to expect with the show tomorrow. But I mean, again, for us, we have a 3,000 square foot store. I'm going to say there was somewhere between 60 and 100 people.
Nice.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was out in the mall, and there was kids. We easily had 30. I'd say 30 kids as well. Like when I say kids, from like 8 to that 12 range.
Okay.
All doing deals, all making things. We give every kid that comes gets a free pack of Pokemon cards. That's part of our deal.
Mm.
And then we give away prizing too, and we always give away an autograph skate from Hit Parade. Well, we've done it the last 2 weeks, last 2 trade nights.
Right.
First night was a Marchand, which was cool. I like that. And tonight the guy got a Logan Couture autograph skate. It's pretty cool.
All right. Nice. I like
Wow.
it. I like it.
And Eric, I thought you'd be happy with me, like me supporting your company and saying it's number 2. Like,
Yeah,
You and Luke both. Like Brad, not even a joke. I'm extremely good at doing these live streams. I'm very good at doing like reacting to whatever's going on, all that. When you and Luke came up with that, I was gobsmacked. I was sitting there like I don't even know what to do with my hands. I'm trying to figure out like if this is Friday, I know exactly what to do, but I'm trying to be nice.
absolutely.
And I was like, "You're killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me."
I was
like-
more concerned about baubles because I didn't mean it in any slight towards SGC. My whole point is if I had to choose a card, and I looked at all the other slabs out there besides PSA, and they were all the same grade, I would choose a Beckett. And maybe I am a little bit of old school mentality, but I would just choose Beckett over, especially in the market in hockey that I deal with. Right? It's just that's what I want, and I hope SGC keeps on killing it.
Brad,
It doesn't sell here.
No reason to be apologetic. No
Yeah.
reason. I didn't take it as slight.
No, I want you to apologize, Brad. You apologize to me. I couldn't say the horrible things that I wanted to say to both you and Luke in that moment.
Carlos, the man just recognizes a good discount. That's all it is. He's picking the cheapest one on the table. He knows it. He likes saving money, and I can't blame him for it.
Look, I made a joke. I made a joke in the hockey section of the Discord bubbles, and I don't know if you saw it. Wes was asking a question about a card that he had graded. I think it was an Ottinger card. And he got it PSA graded, and it came up. And then he said, but he goes, I kind of wonder what it would look like in a tux. And my joke was like a 40% off. That was what it looked like. So Brad,
I meant to. I've been so damn busy this week. I wanted to see because I can't remember if it was a Star Ruby's Ottinger.
Yeah, it was a Star Ruby's Ottinger. It's a beautiful card,
yeah,
like a really nice looking card.
The prospects. I can't remember if I have one of those from that set in an SGC slab. But honestly, those have kind of a darker foil to them.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it would clash. Just being honest,
Yeah.
I think it actually probably would look better with the PSA red.
Yeah.
I think it might be too dark for the black insert.
Yeah. And aesthetic is aesthetic, but it was a fun shot to take.
Yeah.
And, I just had some fun with it. But when it comes to that, it's like with Brad, it's like I wonder what it would look like in a Beckett slab. Yeah, like it should be Bird with Fire. Like just end it. just move on. See, Eric, I have to carry the load on this one because I was just morally offended. I just couldn't. I couldn't even do it. Like it's not shtick. It's like I will buy cards in the damn slab if it's the right card and the right whatever. But it's like, no, if I just had the opportunity, it's like I'm cracking out of this piece of garbage. Look, I bought a Joe Carter Flair Showcase. The Flair Showcase cards are beautiful. I bought a Legacy Collection Joe Carter because it was in a PWCC auction and the price was good. And I used to collect Joe Carter cards, and I was like, oh, this is pretty sweet. This is late in his career. This is when he played that brief run in Baltimore. He had, I think, a season in Baltimore. But I just love the Flair Showcase, and the fact that it was the Flair Showcase Legacy Collection. I was like, that's awesome. I like that. and the price I thought was reasonable. I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't even collect Joe Carter really anymore, but I'm like, that's a sweet card though. I love that set and I love that. So I was like, okay, I'll buy it. So I bought it, and it was in a Beckett slab. And as soon as it came to me, the stupid label was about to fall off, and I had to like do the tapping thing to put it back in place. And by the way, it still tries to fall out. Like the stupid piece of garbage can't even hold the stupid label in place. And it has the gold label, by the way, good subgrades and everything. But the piece of trash can't even hold the stupid label in place. Worthless piece of garbage slab that they have.
It's so bad. I sold a buddy of mine a Sidney Crosby framed jersey from Framesworth, with I think is, they're an awesome company for framing. But when I sold it to him for Christmas, I said, it's in the box. You don't even got to look at it. And he took it home, and the nameplate, like in the side, was completely sideways. And I'm just like, that might be one of the biggest pain in the butts. Like, so now to get that fixed, the jersey with the nameplate, I got to take it to Toronto, give it to them guys, get them to take the back off, get them to refix it, and bring it back. I was so irritated.
Yep.
Did we lose Eric?
Yeah. Eric's been having a connection issue all night. It's one of those things where, like, I don't know. Finally, his dial-up gave up on him. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out.
I bought a cool card today.
There you go.
Yeah. I bought a Kyle Lowry autograph 2013 gold prism.
Oh, that's the gold. Yeah. I can tell. Like, yeah. Those are nice though. I like that.
Yeah, I was super happy with that.
It's a sticker auto, I assume, though, right? It's a sticker auto.
It is, and that's where I was a little bit torn. And then, like, guy came into the store with these, and that's a Marshawn Lynch.
That's a cool card. I like that. Yep.
Yeah. How do I tilt? I gotta figure.
Man, I'm not even gonna lie. I forgot that Beast Mode played for the Bills.
Yeah.
I forgot that was his early years. Man.
Yeah.
That's a cool looking card though.
He's so
the refractor. Whenever you got silver, like around his picture, whenever you got silver, the refractor that really lets the shine pop through.
It's a big so fan gorgeous. Like, and it's funny. Like, you never know what to expect. Like here in Halifax, like someone shouldn't come in with this card in a PSA slab. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not something that kicks around here. Like, I got a black refractor Marshawn Lynch PSA 9. I was like, that's pretty damn
nice
cool.
card. It's a nice card, man. It's a nice card. I think a lot of people, especially with a lot of those cards, they're like, oh, 9. It's like, trust me, that's still a good card. Like, that's still a good card. And you can probably get it for a good price because it's like that. Now, I saw, Bubbles, that you were sharing. You had this. Do you want me to share kind of your numbers here?
I was just going to let Brad see what I was talking about because he asked.
So I got it here. Yep, go ahead.
So, obviously, if you don't know how I do it, I copy
I'll be back
down
in 1 second.
all the genres here. Sports, non-sports that they have in their pop report that they had data added into. This column right here would be last week's final numbers. Okay, so I copied this row and pasted here, and that's where my starting point is because that was the previous week's numbers. Okay, You see here I did this. I dated here. I did it on January 9th, and this was their new pop report numbers. So for some reason, baseball dropped 62 on the pop report. Basketball went up 6. Football went up 3. Everything else had zeros. So it was a decrease of 53 on their pop report. And I add it all up. And at that point, they were at 4409. So this was the following week, the 16th. And you can see here, this is how I do it. 1296, 563. 1069 just to show right here, right? So copy, that was last week's ending. Here's the beginning. So this week, you can see it was back positives, but it was only 66 cards for the week. And I pulled that on January 16th. So that was weird. They're normally around 2 to 250 is what I've noticed. But anyway, then this on the 23rd, I did it again, and baseball dropped 61, basketball dropped 2. Pokemon, which their number hadn't changed since like early November, it dropped 2. Star Wars dropped by 1, and boxing dropped by 1 to give them a negative 67. So this week they went up 66 and then back down 67. So across 3 weeks, they're actually in the negative. I have no idea why. What
doesn't make sense to me is, again, and I truly do wish every one that goes into business, I wish them success. That's my nature. That's who I am. But what doesn't make sense to me is they know that, Bubbles, you're doing this each week. You've had the founder on the show. If to me, there's some sort of a miscalculation in their data, because they have to be grading cards to be in business. So I would say you'd think if
Well,
it was
they haven't graded cards. They spent 10 years not grading cards, and theoretically they were in business.
right, but if it was me,
maybe they don't need
Bubbles.
to grade cards. Maybe
Right.
it's like, maybe it's just to showcase the technology.
But wouldn't you reach out? I'd reach out and say, hey, Bubbles, I know you're doing the weekly thing, but our data reports aren't accurate right now. Something's backfiring, and we'll let you know when they're up to date. You know, like at least that initial, you've had the founder on the show. Like that's what I would do. I'd say, Bubbles, your numbers aren't accurate.
But the thing is, during the discussion, if you remember, when originally Bobbles had him on and was talking to him, he basically just went with, yep, the population report, yep, that's probably about right. Like I don't remember. I'm paraphrasing, but I feel like he didn't really dispute the numbers, given that they're his numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and this is all like, if anybody ever wants to see my, like, what my current number is at, feel free to hit me up and I'll snip it and send it to you, and you can freely go on their pop report and look at it for yourself. This isn't me blowing smoke up anybody's butt, making numbers up. It's taken straight from their pop report.
Yeah. So Dave here's,
but I can't explain it, and we discussed it. Maybe they're maybe with the redesign of the grade chart.
Yeah, well, that's what Dave here is suggesting. That's what Dave here is suggesting. Maybe with the changing of the scale. Like I said, I don't know the nature of the change in the scale, but look, I'll put it to you this way. Let's pretend. Look. I'm going to do something I normally don't do. I will be as generous about this as I can. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's assume this is an issue that is a result of changing of the scale. Okay, fine. So that means, though, that they plan this rollout and it's being reflected in that number as negatives or whatever, doing whatever adjustment you want to do. But at the same time, that means at least it's affected 3 weeks worth of reports in the system. That's a bad rollout. Like I'm going to give you a quick example. Okay, different thing. I understand it's not as urgent, but in the business that I operate in, I talk about, I work at the banks, and that's kind of my job, is to do technology in certain aspects of it. When we do a system upgrade, okay, so we do upgrade of the system, it is a whole ordeal. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, a lot of testing, a lot of things that have to happen. But when it comes time to do the implementation and do it, we're basically doing it overnight. If you guys remember, I think when I did it, I moved it over to Saturday because I was basically dedicated. I had to be online all night on a Friday. So I had to do it. That night was a restless night. It was a long night for me because I had to be. But the thing is, we had to get it done because the branches would be using the system in the morning. We don't have the luxury of having weeks of downtime. We can't have days of downtime. We don't even have a day of downtime. And if something goes wrong, we got to be able to flip the switch and put it back. You're changing this. If you're changing the scale, theoretically, you have the ability to plan for that. You have a way of implementing it and doing it. It shouldn't take you weeks. Because in this sense, when you're doing this, you're a technology company. You should be able to flip the switch pretty quick once you plan it out, flip the switch, and then move on. And then go to grading in the new scale or adjusting whatever you need. It's automated. The whole point is it's supposed to be faster and more efficient, no? Like, am I losing my mind here?
I don't know, again, because we didn't get all of the details, and there's some stuff it makes sense. They don't want to discuss.
Sure, yeah.
But you would think, as a grading company, and especially if they want volume, that they would have more than one computer or machine or whatever that's doing the grading process. At that point, you would think that they could have set, like, say they have 4 of them. They could have set 2 up to continue pushing through newly graded on the new scale while the other 2 weren't calibrated yet, kind of thing.
Or just say it, like,
rolled out.
Right? Like, put what you're doing. Be transparent.
Yeah,
you want it, like, just say, hey guys, we're adjusting this.
Are you asking the transparent grading company to be transparent, Brad Hartland? How dare you, sir?
No, but like, that's
by the way, bad marketing choice, Eric. Bad marketing choice, saying that we're the transparent company when we don't know what the hell you're doing.
Again,
in fairness, and like you said, to be, kind of optimistic, and
I'm trying to be as nice as I can. Eric knows I'm being as nice as I'm capable of right now.
That's why
So far.
I did a video when the first week that the number went negative like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I stopped doing a video every week because I was like, okay, they're doing about 200 a week. That's not too exciting.
Mhm.
I was hoping they would have ramped up, and then could have shared, hey, look what they're doing, guys.
Mhm.
But going on, oh, they did 200 more cards. That wasn't really appealing.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't going to sit here, oh, well, they're down again, because I also don't want it to look like that I'm just taking a crap on them. I was literally, when it first went negative, that was a surprise. So I shared that. And this last time I just let it go.
Yeah.
I can't explain it, but
Yep.
hopefully they get it figured out. I'll let
Yeah.
y'all know. Well, in a couple of days, I'll pull it again.
I was gonna say, this can be part of your live stream. You may as well. It's on
Yeah.
Monday, right?
Well,
Like, it
that's
can-
why me and Eric talked about it Monday.
Yeah, it can be a segment on the live stream. It makes total sense to include it.
But
So
Bubbles, you have
Bobby's
the
point.
contact too. What if you just hey, quick little message or note and say, "Hey, this is the 4th week in a row. Just wondering, is something going on?"
Right, and Eric mentioned that too. See if
reach
he
out.
will give me any information, and
Yeah.
and hell, I'm again. I the question was asked if I would bulk submit for him. The answer is no, but I'm also not here just to crap all over them. And if they have a realistic reason for why it's all going on and an explanation, and they would like that shared, I would be perfectly fine sharing it. People have came and like you just asked, hey, are you still doing numbers? Obviously, people realize that I've been doing it, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind sharing it.
Our
for
long
them if
national
they want,
nightmare is
but-
over. I was getting pissed off. It was making me mad. It filled me with between that and the Becca thing, just full of rage. You know what? My coaster's fucking back. All right, it's back. Bobby's great. The only transparent is the holder. But great coaster, phenomenal. Wow. My own opinion is the owner is too
as
smart by
much as
happens.
I want to defend because I've said 100 times, I really would like this to take off and in the future be the next thing and the next evolution of this, because not much has changed in the 20 years plus that grading cards has been a thing. I can't argue with anybody who wants to point out the flaws in this situation. And I think it would be wrong to be like, oh no, nothing to see here, everything's fine. It doesn't seem to be. You're only grading 200 cards a week, and you end up in negative numbers somehow. And after less than a year of having this product out, you're saying we're changing the way we grade things, our grading scale.
I think doing that now, honestly, so as Carlos mentioned on the scale thing, what they basically did is, and I may be a little off on this, so forgive me, folks, but I think 0 to 100 is a 1, 100 to 200 is a 2, 200 to 300 is a 3, so on and so on. But then it's like 990 to 1000 is the pristine.
Yeah,
So
or something like that. Yeah.
I actually, when they first, I think it was Carlos that originally showed me the initial grading scale.
Yeah, the chart.
And
yeah.
before I seen it, I was like, oh, well, it's when he showed me a card, and it was like I don't know, let's call it an 867. And I was like, oh, so that must be like an 8.5 or something like that. And it just didn't correlate with the scale they had. And I was like, this is stupid.
Okay, I found it. Now I finally found the stupid thing. Okay, I can actually give us this information. Hold on. Like I said, I was trying to scan it while we were talking, but at the same time it was a little tricky. Okay, so here's your tag grading scale deal. Table indicates blah blah blah. Note, any tag card graded prior to January 12th, 2023 is currently eligible for a $5 credit as well as free reslabbing to conform with tag's recent grading scale conversion. So learn about this going here, and I'll take a look and read over it. But this is apparently it right here. Tag has not changed its grading standards or algorithms, merely responded to Mark Hobby's suggestion that our 3-digit tag grade should intuitively reflect the 1 to 10 industry standard grade. So now 875
so
now equals
bumping an
900.
870. What? The 875.
Yep. Well, tag grades are 1,100 prior to will now convert to the more intuitive scale. Tags corresponding industry standard grade will not change. So the made up 1,000 scale will now be continuously made up and rounded up. Good to know. You can redeem a $5 credit.
So if you can buy a tag slab for $4 right now, you can make some money.
Yeah, we apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. In recognition thereof, for any tag cards graded prior, is free reslabbing of the cards, including cost of shipping. For any card reslab, you receive a $5 credit. Apply to your next submission. Card it is applicable to any quantity of slabs. You may drop off your tag slabs in purpose if you're attending the Burbank show, February 9th to the 12th. Awesome.
So they're not going to adjust the cards to the original 1,000 points that they were graded at. They're just going to bump them in the 10-point scale up to meet the new standard.
Well, no, the 10-point scale is going to stay the same. It's the 1,000-point scale that gets adjusted.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So that would have to be a recalibration of the actual grading system in the computer to designate the 1,000-point scale, because then you're just transferring the 1,000 into the 10-point. That's humanly done. And if they're adjusting the entire way, like if a 925 is going to a 950, they had to adjust the standards in the computers. That's probably what the hell all this is. That's, now, to what Eric's point was, if they're going for the long haul, it's best to do it now while they only have 4,000 cards graded, rather than doing it when they had 400,000 cards graded, because this is much more manageable. And hell, some of those 4,000 might already be cracked out and sent other places. Who knows? But that's weird.
But this is also, I mean, you're 100% right about doing it now while the numbers are low. But as a starting company, look at if every single person who has a tag card sends it in to get regraded for free, that's still a lot of time and money that this brand new company just flushed down the toilet.
Can I pose a question, though, of a further implication, though, down the road here? So effectively, remember, the way this was phrased when I read it earlier, the hobby has suggested we make our grading scale more intuitive. More intuitive. And we listen. And then they made this adjustment, whatever it is. The thing is that going forward, does that change the point deductions that are happening in the algorithm? They're saying they're not changing the algorithm. But if you're basically rounding it up to make it more intuitive, well,
It has to
it's
be
the
an
same card.
algorithm change.
It's the same card.
Yeah,
You have it's the same flaws. So in order to
Yep.
make the number go up, you have to adjust it somehow. And then going forward, for consistency's sake, the next card that has identical flaws should score the same on the 1,000-point scale. So it means you have to adjust the algorithm.
Yep.
And like, am I losing my
That's
mind here? Like, you have to.
Well, of course.
That's what I was
Otherwise,
saying,
it wouldn't be consistent. It wouldn't remain consistent. It would actually be two different scales. By the way, remember the long-term implication we talked about in the past? What if they get industry feedback in another 6 months to make some other adjustment? That means that someone that does not send it back will have a tag slab that is under one standard. Then somebody else who sent it back will have it under another standard. And if in 6 months you do it again, it has a third standard.
And this is really where getting cute and creative with that 1,000-point scale can actually bite them in the ass more, because it would be much easier to just go with the 1 through 10 and let the machine or algorithm, whatever, deduct, or judge based off of defect. And it can give you, a score inside the company, but that shouldn't be placed out there where it's all over the slabs and everything, because that yeah, I don't know how you're changing like a 925 and now saying it's a 950, because and then you're saying you're not changing it.
Yeah, I don't want to
Um,
get into the super minutia because at the end of the day, to everybody's point, it's proprietary. We don't know the inner workings of it. However, all I'm saying is that in effect, they just confirmed what I said during my original critique was always in play. The idea was, oh, the machine will be more consistent. It's like, well, what if people have to program the machine? What if you change the idea and change it? In this case, you're being told that it's been modified. But again, if they get feedback down the road, they go, by the way, you're being too harsh on this, or you're being too light on this, or whatever, and you adjust it, you can't retroactively fix everything again. Like, you've done it once, relatively early in the proceedings. Fine. What happens if down the road you find you need to make some other adjustment? You're not going to be able to do this every time.
I still would like to know if all cards are scored equally, or
In
if
theory,
things are
they're
taken.
supposed to be. In theory, they're supposed to be. That's the whole idea. That's the point. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. So Carlisle was saying the algorithm just maps the scores different. That's the point, though. As soon as you change the mapping, you've still changed something. It's not the same. What you were doing before, you put the card through, you got a score. Now you're saying you put the card through and it gets a different score. Yes, it's mapped differently. You made an adjustment. And hopefully, going forward, it'll be consistent. But the thing is, you have changed something. You've literally acknowledged you've changed something. Because that 1,000-point scale was part of it too. That was the original idea. You had it programmed a certain way. Now you've programmed it a different way. But that was the point, is that you could always reprogram it. You can reprogram it 100 more times if you want to. That's not consistent. That's the opposite of consistency. But now you've built it into a program instead of a person being inconsistent.
And who's making the decisions? Because that's another argument that we've came in with the whole AI thing, is it's humans dictating the algorithm in the computer system.
Yep. So Michael Ham here, good evening. I've been trying to get me a tag coaster, but they are expensive. They can be, my man. They can be. Have faith. Have faith. I like the 1 to 5 scale. Mint, near mint, very good, good, and poor. Going old school on us. I like it. I like it. But like I said,
I've always said this method is the way to go. Keep it simple, stupid.
well, you don't like changing the algorithm like 10 times? Come on, Eric. Come on.
I don't like 1,000 points. I don't like 1,000 point scale. That's for sure.
Well, apparently now they did tag because they changed it. They didn't agree with the
That
first
goes
one, so
against
now they
this
modified it.
method. It's too complicated. You know, it's too much.
I don't know,
Keep it
man.
simple.
I don't know, man.
I've said all along, I don't like half grades. I think 7.5s are stupid. They should just be solid numbers. Because what's the difference between a 7.5 and an 8? A 7.75.
Do you want to know the honest truth
So
with
why don't we have 7.75s?
You know the honest
just-
truth with most of the companies on the half
It's
point.
ridiculous.
The half point is given for eye appeal.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how many of them are judged.
So, when you think of the difference, think so 7.5 52 tops mantle, which I used to own, it will probably sell in today's market for $700K, like US and around that.
Mhm.
But an eight is 2 million. You know what I mean? Like you really put that in perspective, right? It's like a 7.
That's a ridiculous jump.
Isn't it crazy? It blows your
Yeah,
mind.
but how
There's
many
a
of
few
those are in eights?
700,000 to 2 million over a half a point is the dumbest thing I've heard yet.
Yeah.
It's all minutia, and it's like it is a subjective thing. It's very small, very tiny.
I took that card for a guy back to PSA at the National this year for a review. And just to say, like, is it worthwhile to spend $500 to get them to review it and try to bump it, for an extra cool 1.3 million? You know what I mean? It didn't work.
Shocking.
It's a failure. But hey, you know what? I might offer to do it again for the guy.
There you go. So actually, I was checking as well. No, Michael Ham's right. I was trying to see if there's a good deal on a coaster. No, man. Right now they're kind of expensive at the moment. I was able to get a real good deal on this one.
Like I said, Carlos, the only thing that you need though, it should have been trout.
They didn't have one, man. Beggars can't be choosers. I had to work with what I got. Zach Wilson will have to do for now. Zach Wilson.
Is that what it is?
It's a Zach. Yeah, it's a Zach Wilson. It's a Zach Wilson 6.5. Yeah, buddy. And not only that, it's the
That's pretty
Green
bad.
Prism. Green Prism. Come on. Yeah. It's great.
That's pretty bad.
Excuse me.
It's the perfect card for a tag coaster.
Boys, I got to take off. I got the 6 a.m. card show tomorrow. So, and then I'm coming to Toronto, Carlos, Sunday.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Well, if you're going to Toronto, that's great. I'm going to the card show in Mississauga.
Well, it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing to me. Come on now.
It's like, trust me, you go to Toronto, you'll be in a different country.
I'm going to Mississauga.
All right.
I'm going to Pearson, and then I'm going. So.
All right. If that's the case, I'll try to make sure I can come around. I'll even deal with the mornings for you.
So what I'm going to do too is I will give you white glove service and personally deliver your PSA card.
Now I got to get up on a goddamn Sunday morning. Goddamn.
Well, I'm going to stay till 6. I think I'm going to get the late flight. I'll probably get the 9 o'clock flight out. So I'll fly in early and then fly out Sunday night. So
all right, then I guess we're gonna have to go. I did buy a ticket I did buy the admission ticket, so I'm gonna have to go to the CSC Collectible show and see Eric's personal friend Brad Hartland to collect my cards. We'll take a picture in your honor, Eric.
It's awesome. Well, Bobbles, have a great night. Eric, I want you to have a great night as well.
Oh, see, he's being
Thanks,
magnanimous,
buddy.
unlike
Have
you,
a safe
you
flight.
ungrateful jerk.
A heartfelt good
Yeah, I
night to
know.
you, Eric.
Take it easy, Brad. We'll catch you
See you,
later.
Carlos. Thanks,
Have a good
guys.
night.
See you.
Have a good night. All right, so Carlisle here. The score is a reflection of the grading. You can map the grading different scales very easily as long as you have the raw grading. It's exactly what we do when we exchange scores. No, I get what you're saying. But my concern is how this will reflect on the subsequent cards. As long as the adjustments are made accordingly. Like I said, the branding of the company is the transparency thing. The problem is, the reality is we have no transparency because you've got the grading report, but you can see the scales and sections of it, but all you're doing is these numbers that do not necessarily combine or correspond to the end result. And then that end result is supposed to translate into your 1 to 10 score. So the problem you run into is you can see, oh, it's got 5 scratches and a dent and this and that, and it's like, okay, cool. How many points did that deduct for you? That scratch is worse than that scratch. In theory, the deduction should be more. The problem is you can't figure that out. The computer's job is to figure that out, add it all up, and put it together. But when you do this, you've adjusted the scale. Like I said, it's supposed to be more intuitive. The idea being they've acknowledged that some people look at the 1,000 scale and they get confused, even though you've got that big old number there that's supposed to be the out of 10, that's supposed to be the significant one, right? A 9 is a 9, except this is a nicer 9. This is a worse 9, and whatever. But then the feedback they got was basically like the 1,000-point scale confused us, which is supposed to be your whole little selling point. That was the whole point.
Well, is the 1,000-point scale the selling point, or is the computer doing it and it being consistent on every grade, unlike humans? Because I see that as the positive about this company is the consistency of every single card that's graded. No one's tired. No one had a bad day. No one's hungry. No one's saying, I'm out of here in 10 minutes. I got to bang out these last 5 cards and I don't really care. No one has sore eyes, etc., etc. Okay. That is what I like about this company. And I hope it catches on, it becomes successful. I hope that PSA, for example, kind of rebrands. You have like a BC and an AD. You have your BC slab cards, but starting in 2024, it's going to be, we're moving to this. And, the labels are going to be black instead of red. So you'll know the difference.
PSA would never make that distinction because you didn't validate the previous stuff. It would never work that way. But to 2 things. Number one, they still haven't proven they're consistent. There is no evidence to suggest they're consistent. And number 2, if that was true, there would be no reason to make this adjustment at all.
it's just it's a hope of mine that the
I
future
understand.
is consistency. And if this is the first step in the long road to getting that consistency and getting it out of humans' opinions, I am all for it. There is a reason I have never submitted one card to a grading company.
Let me
I
ask you
just
something real quick.
don't
If
buy
you
into it.
were, if you were to have, if you were to submit 80 cards, actually the total number on the example I have that was pretty substantial was 87 cards. Okay. You submitted them in, they came back. You yourself cracked all 87 of them out. Now, we're humans, mistakes happen, right? So something could have happened when you cracked, whatever, right? You sent all 87 of them back in. Realistically, and remember that Steve said that the tag grade will not be the exact same grade. You could run the card, put it in again, and it could be different. He said it, what is it, 8 points plus or minus, I think, is what he said. But if you sent 87 cards, cracked them, and sent them back in, what do you think that by human grading, the consistency would have been on those 87 cards? In your mind, what do you think they would have been? Not what you hope, but what do you think?
No. All right, no, honestly, 70%.
70%?
Yeah.
So all but two, every single card but two were within 0.5 of what they had gotten the original time, and those two had only changed by 1 grade, 1 point. Again, me cracking them, something could have happened. Shit happens. But 85 of the 87 cards were within 0.5, and over 50% of that was spot on what they were before. I honestly was very surprised at it. So to tell you, when people say that the humans aren't consistent, if they're not all cases are going to be, but if a human is trained properly and working in a company that values quality and all of that, and the individual that the employee values quality and everything, it is doable. There are going to be instances where stuff happens. Every job world out there, we know that. But I think for the most part, the human grading is pretty consistent. So
Well,
that's
my
just my two
argument.
cents.
Okay, yeah, and obviously, I have a lot of respect for you and your opinions and the information you just gave. If you say it, I consider it factual. My other, but my counter argument is, why do people crack cards consistently and consistently send them back to the same companies? It isn't like, hey, I bought this Beckett one. I don't like Beckett. I'm going to crack this card and I'm going to send it to PSA. Okay, that's different. If I get this card back from PSA and it's an 8, and I go, no, my eyes tell me that's better, and it's going to be like Brad was just saying, a PSA, rep or whatever you want to call Brad, just saying, he's trying to go back and say, hey, PSA, you want to grade this again, and hopefully you'll bump me up a number and make me $2 million. That's what I'm talking about. If it wasn't such a hit or miss, nobody would crack cards and send them back to the exact same company that they just got the mail delivered the day before. The hope is in the future, I send this card back to Tag PSA in 20 years. They run it through the computer 100 times, and at 100 times, it comes back the exact same number.
That's not going to happen. And I
It's not going to
cannot
happen with humans. I know that.
I cannot remember, and Carlos, I don't know if you remember it or not. There is an interview out there, unless it's been removed, that Nat Turner did, that he did state that older PSA grading was more lenient than the new system. I don't know. I cannot remember. I wanted to find it because people have argued that he didn't say it, and he did say it in an interview shortly after he took over his role within PSA.
Yeah, I
that
don't remember a specific one, but probably. Be honest, I listened to a bunch of his interviews right afterwards, and that jives with me with something I probably heard. I couldn't tell you which one, honestly.
yeah, I can't
There
remember
were a
what
lot of them
interview
at the
it was.
time. There were a lot. I'll read a couple of these comments because it'll kind of play into this conversation a little bit as well. So Hobby Champ saying, selling point to me is no subjective grading sub to sub. You're not going to get different graders having different opinions. I like that. The fluctuations of human grading is severely flawed. Totally get you. But to this point, none of these companies that have offered machine grading or AI grading or whatever you want to call it have actually proven that they've done that. Just to be clear, HGA literally said they did this, and they did not.
No, that
Tag
was
is saying they're
HGA.
doing this, and
Yeah.
I have no evidence they've done it. I don't care what they say. My answer is literally, I don't care what you say. I need an independent evaluation, not you, someone who is not you, who isn't employed by you, running that test. I'm not the one to do the test, but if someone ever does, I would like to see their findings if they do it in a scientific way. That is what I would like to see. That is interesting to me. Your words are irrelevant.
I want to clarify in my example because I see some people and also
Well, I want to
touch on
read it. I
Eric's-
want to read the
Yeah.
the pieces we go here. So, well, at a minimum, none of the cards should have a higher grade if they're graded. Cracking should create new flaws occasionally, but none of the cards should improve. The problem is, so. Look, we're talking about two things here. If you had legitimately, machine, the problem is even the machine grading. Even if I take Tag at their word, they've already acknowledged in the discussion that there is variance. The point is the variance is supposed to be small enough to be insignificant. However, there is still variance, and that's with the machine doing it. Now, here's the problem that I presented at the time that we discussed this. What if your card is right on that line, and that variance is enough to knock you from one grade to the other? Then you have an inconsistency that you talked about, and the machine still did it, and it didn't change the fact. That's why I say, you got to understand there is no perfect system, and again, you're hoping that they can deliver on what they're saying that they're doing.
Yeah, can we just make sure everyone I know you hear me.
Yeah.
I'm saying I am hoping that this works.
Yes.
And I'm looking to the future when this gets better. I am not saying everything Tag is saying is 100% accurate and everyone should go grade with them because they're perfect. That is not coming out of my mouth. It is
Hell, the
I hope
reason-
they can back
Yeah, the
up
only
what they're
perfect
saying.
grader is Beckett. We all
Well,
acknowledge
yes,
that.
of course.
We acknowledge
Of
that.
course.
Noted.
I mean, that's truthfully, that's the whole reason I've said I do the numbers. It's not to sit here and crap on them. It's because I've been curious, like, what is their capacity? How
Yeah.
much can they do with the automated technical side of the grading?
Yeah.
Um,
And besides
and what
Bubbles,
I
that's
wanted-
my job. And besides, just to be clear, crapping on them is my job.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
literally
and-
what I
and
do.
I share information with you to
Which
let you
gives
unravel
fuel
the
to,
toilet
gives fuel
paper
to
more and do more crapping. But in terms of why I just wanted to make clear why I cracked those slabs that I mentioned. Those were for Mason Forelli, and when I
Yeah.
sent them in, someone disregarded the paperwork that I had included,
Right.
and his name didn't get put on the label. So I agreed, so they didn't have to crack them all back out. They agreed to redo them. I agreed that I would crack them and send them back in to get them corrected. So it wasn't a thing to try to get better grades or I disagreed with grades. It was an issue with the label for Mason Forelli that I wanted to get corrected. So
No, for sure. Yeah, I get it.
But the
Let me-
information is what you said is still accurate. And I
Yeah,
think
it was still basically a
good
test.
information.
Yeah, it was a
yeah,
test.
it gave me a good volume number there because it wasn't like 5 cards. It was literally, I think it was 87 if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
SGC that did that. So
Yeah.
I think that's good on them. But and I believe every word you say. I just look at the fact that people crack cards constantly and send them back to the same grader that they just got their mail delivered from. And
Do your
'cause they
hands
don't
ever
like the
hurt?
numbers. And that just proves, in my mind, proves my point.
I'll read
Do
a
your
couple.
hands ever hurt, Eric?
Well, I got the arthritis because I'm old.
And the Beckett slab, those are a bit more difficult to crack and send back
They are. I use my teeth.
Just saying. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. Dave says, perhaps we end up with people evaluating the authentication provided in the grade pen, and folks just use their eyes and decide what they're willing to pay. Stop fantasizing, Dave. Stop with the fantasies. The thing is that, and Dave knows this, the reason third party grading ended up the way it was, all third party grading started off as authentication. All of them. And why did numbers and grading suddenly come in? Money. People like money. What if you could have the perfect company that does authentication and they're actually really good at it to the point like they nail it. They catch all the counterfeits. They catch all whatever. And they're like, here you go, guys. But what's the grade? But we can confirm it's authentic. Yeah. But if I have the grade, I can also make more money. So put a number on it. And that's why they did it. There's more money. It's a financial incentive like everything else. Now, Dave here says, I think this is slowly happening more and more in pre-war. This is anecdotal evidence. This is you hoping that what you're visualizing is coming to fruition. And then I go check with some other collectors. They're like, I upgraded this one. Oh, so you care about the grade. It wasn't just the authentication. You wanted the higher grade. And you paid more for that. I see.
Think autographs.
Yeah.
Really, the only thing an autograph should be is authenticated, but then there's autograph.
There's an
grading
autograph
now,
grade.
which
Yeah, 100%.
particularly, I think is one of the silliest things in sports card grading or grading in general.
But does that not prove the point, though, Bubbles? Does that not literally prove the point?
Yep,
An autograph,
that's why I
to your
mentioned
point,
it.
autograph makes way more sense. Like, authenticate, real, fake. Like,
Yep.
it should be binary, real, fake. That's all I really should care about here. That should make my life easier. Nope. We still got autograph grades.
Yep.
Still got it.
And it's the silliest thing.
I understand, but I'm saying like that's a beautiful illustration of the point. That's a beautiful illustration of the point. So this was disagreeing about the test. Remember, whenever we talk about these, I can give you anecdotal evidence of this one nailed it, and this one was way off, and a bunch got bumped, and a bunch of got downgraded, and whatever. Anecdotal evidences are terrible because they're small sample sizes. The amount of cards you sent in was a very good one on a single independent activity. However, if we tried another 87 cards, maybe we get different results. And that's the problem, is that you never know with 100% current certainty, but it worked out. And it was fairly consistent. In the example you gave, it was very consistent on a decent quantity of cards. But somebody will be like, okay, but try it on 1,000 cards. Okay, well, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, like... That's the thing. Like, the problem is in order to get the numbers that would really give us like a scientifically comfortable number, like that's a lot of cards. It would require a big sample size. PSA grades were negotiated for several years. If you're a PSA author ideal, I know I'm trying. I've tried to get Brad to give me PSA 12s. So far no good. Still working on it though.
Yeah,
Someday.
Jerk.
I still hold on. The dream lives. The dream lives, Dave. Bad Trash is luck for 1.3 million. He doesn't firmly believe it will change. Better odds than the lotto. It is true. As my vision deteriorates, my cards seem to have less flaws. In a few years, my entire collection will seem gem mint. That, my friend, is a positive can-do attitude.
There you go. And
That's right, Carlisle.
I used to back up one with Brad and trying to get that jumped up a half a point, right?
Yes.
So the reason that probably won't happen is because the company knows, or on that card, one of the most famous cards that come through their door, they know everything about it. And they know if that jumps up a half a point, that's a $2 million card. And they aren't just going to do that. So I believe that on these very famous high price cards, they grade them differently. And they don't grade them all by how the card looks. I think they grade them by how much this thing is worth. They look at it and say, okay, it's got this flaw, that flaw, and we know what the market is. And if I give this an 8, it's worth $2 million. And if I give it a 7.5, it's worth 700,000.
But I got a question for that.
I just think on that very specific card that's so popular in our hobby, it's definitely one of the the golden goose cards, and I think they factor in how much that thing would be worth if they put a certain number on it.
Go ahead, ask your question.
So if that's your theory, then why wouldn't they bump it? Because a $2 million card would have a hell of a lot more in grading fees.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
His point
But-
is that there's an incentive to bump it.
Right.
And I hear that, but I think that the range is bigger. Okay. And they know that for something to be a $2 million card, it has to be X good. And this isn't quite going to be that. But we're only, on a regular card, maybe that's an 8, but this has a little ding corner in it. And I just think they grade them differently because of the giant leaps of value that comes with every half point on those things. I just think they grade them completely different, and they won't cross. I take a common out of a pack right now. They're going to grade it one way, and if I put that mantle in front of them, they're going to grade it another. And I've always argued that's bullshit. You put the card down; it doesn't matter whose face is on it. You grade the corners, you grade the sides, you grade the centering, you grade the scratches, you grade the face, you grade.
But
the
is your
back.
argument that they grade it
Oh,
harder?
done.
Your argument though is that they grade it harder.
No, I think they.
That's literally what you're saying though. We're talking about a bump. We're talking about we're talking about the mana. We're talking about the more expensive card. You're talking about them being more, scrutinizing it more and not bumping it. You're saying they're grading it harder.
Okay.
Because otherwise they would bump it.
I can see why that is what is coming across. What I'm saying is they're not grading it the same way you would that common card out of a pack. They're looking at it in a different range, whether it be, from 6 to 7.5. They know that it can fall anywhere in there and be worth 700,000. But if it goes to 8 to 9, it's going to be worth 2 million. And they're grading them by range instead of by half points, because they don't want to cross a certain threshold and be told this one has this ding in the corner. Even though if I had a common card and it had that ding, it would still be an 8.
We've seen so many examples of people like literally pointing to the card and going, "That's not a 10." That hasn't been an issue in the
Right.
past. Like that hasn't been an issue. I understand your point. We'll come back to it in a
but I
second. We'll
think-
come back to it in a second.
On
Let me
these
read a couple of
bigger
these.
cards, I think they grade them different.
Yes, they do. I agree with that. The only thing is you are literally saying they're grading them harder, not easier. Bobbles, like, am I misreading it? What I'm hearing is they're grading. Yes, we agree they grade them differently. In theory, they should be grading them easier. That's always been the argument, is they grade them easier, not more difficult.
So basically, on the bigger cards, it would benefit them more if they
To grade it
them
easier.
to
Yeah.
an extent, because they earn more on the grading fees. But then
Yes.
they also know if the pop gets too high, the card is devalued. So that's where the pop control enthusiasts come in.
Yeah.
Think about it this way, though, Eric. Use something else. If you have something that's $2 million and you have something that's $20, are you going to treat it the same way if you are responsible if something happened to that $2 million versus that something that happens at $20? Would you treat those items the same?
Well, I think as a human, no. But
They're
shouldn't
responsible
they
for
be
those
graded
cards.
right, but shouldn't they be graded the same? Yes, you might be wearing the special gloves and you're in the clean room with the mantle, but with the basic pull player X out of whatever sport base card, you're at a lunch table with 50 other people just banging these things out all day.
Look, Eric, we're not talking about how you do work at Beckett. Like, calm down for a second. Calm down. Settle down. Like,
Like
it's like
Beckett has
what?
a clean room.
Is that, no,
Are
I
you
was talking about the
a-
latter portion of it. I was talking about the latter portion of it where you're hanging out at the lunch table. It's like, why does
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Is
Well,
that a
that's-
chocolate
that's-
stain? That is a chocolate stick stain, sir. That is
Yes,
a chocolate
that's
stick stain.
Beckett. Yeah, Beckett doesn't have a clean room. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let me finish reading these damn comments. Hang on. Let me read these comments. I was going to say also for this one, I read the comment already, but I wanted to mention that any of you, Carlisle does have a YouTube channel. I've had the chance to watch some of the stuff recently. There's some really good videos on it. So congrats to you, Carlisle. I've been enjoying checking out some of the collection videos that he's done with some of the pickups. I also like the way he formats them. So kudos to you, sir. I wanted to make sure I shouted that out while I was continuing through these comments. Hobby Champ here says, agreed. The auto grader's dumb, at least on certified autos. Fair enough. DG here says, an autograph collector, there is an element of eye appeal to signatures. I agree. But there's also an element of eye appeal to the cards too. So that's kind of what we talked about with the half grades and certain things like that. That's important, just to bear that in mind. But I agree with you. I understand the set registry had a field of fire. Absolutely. You pretty much need to have a PSA 10 to send in with the raw card. That's better to leave them no choice. Exactly. Very, very fair, Michael Ham. Very fair. It doesn't cost PSA 1.3. Yeah, Greater gets the same wage. We're not bumping down and save 400K that way. That's what that we're having a debate about. We all agree they grade the bigger cards differently. However, what we're agreeing and disagreeing is the push and pull of the incentive for greater fees versus pop control. So it's like it's a bit of a push and pull. It's two different factors that are pushing the thing in two different directions, and that's what we're kind of debating at the moment. Dave says, hey, the SGC Rosen mantle has had a stain. The grade was obviously negotiated prior to grading. Like I said, Dave, I'm trying to get PSA 12s. I want to negotiate. Look, corruption is not only my birthright, I'm in favor of it.
To speak on that real quick, so I've heard people talk that, oh, there's a stain on it. But how many people have said how beautiful that SGC 95 mantle was? And Peter has not hidden behind statements. He has came right out and said they don't just grade cards on corners, edges, surface, and centering. They actually take the eye appeal and other elements into account, the registration, all of that stuff. They take it into account when they are grading the card. So how many people have said it's a beautiful copy and it was centered and okay, it had a small little stain on it or whatever? I don't know what else to say. I mean,
well, what you just said,
it's noted as the nicest copy.
More opinion. There's even more opinion added because everything's opinion, but now there's even more of a person's opinion. Well, this one looks nice. I'm not sending it into you to tell me it looks nice.
You actually are. The thing is, in vintage, eye appeal is a big part of the value.
Listen, I agree, but I want every single card graded the same. I want the base card graded the same, and I want the mantle graded the same. It's the same thing. That's your job. Is it centered? How much is it centered? What's the percentage? What do the corners look like? Is there a stain? Is there not a stain?
I think people
grade them all the freaking same.
I think people actually over exaggerate the difficulty in grading cards. It's a pretty simple process. The reason they treat these bigger cards or a 52 mantle differently than the others is the responsibility that is added to that card. You screw that card up, you've got a much larger issue on your hand than screwing up a common card.
Oh, your company's ruined.
Exactly. So they have to take that in a different light. Outside of that, the process of grading cards isn't difficult. I mean,
that's why they do it. It takes 30 seconds. 30 seconds to grade a card.
Yeah, but I'm sure they take longer than 30 seconds on a mantle.
And I don't know. Are they?
Can I have a little fun with this one based on what you said, Bubbles? I want to have a little fun with this because it's been a while since I cracked one of these out. I went to my shelf to go grab something. So this is a book that's the ANA grading standards. So the American Numismatic Association. So this is for coins. The grading standard is over 300 pages. And it's by issue, by type, by everything, broken down by pictures and different categories. Like, there's written explanations all over. This is a complicated grading standard. This is, like I said, 300 pages. And by the way, this is only for American coins. There are international ones that have a whole different kind of nuances that aren't even playing into this. This is a complicated grading standard. You literally can take courses on this. By comparison, sports cards are kind of easy. That's what makes it kind of fun. That's why I say it's kind of fun to have other hobbies and categories where you kind of see it by contrast. Now imagine if this was what we were debating and discussing on. Here you go, Tag. Try this one on for size. Give that one a go. Good luck. By the way, eye appeal also plays into this, and that is subjective too.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why in this genre, their version of Mike Baker Authenticated, the CAC, actually has been doing booming business for a decade because high eye appeal actually does have a premium value. It does matter. The difference is there is a nuanced difference with it. But like I said, cards are a little bit different. They are simpler in some ways. They are even more prone to subjectivity in a certain way. And there's a lot of different manufacturing elements of it that play into it. But a lot of the stuff, like what Dave is talking about here in the negotiating grades and all that. Look, man, corruption in this hobby ain't new, and we've talked about it at the show ad nauseum. And like we'll have this discussion as many times as you guys want, but I always kind of like, okay, so what do you want to do about it?
Want me to get the rules out?
Yeah, like go get the rules.
Okay.
Crack out rule number 1. I think we'll handle this one for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's really all we need on this one. There's also the
Eric
corruption
needs a
one.
scroll.
Yeah,
He
like
needs a scroll.
maybe that's the next logical step here. So let's do rule number 1 and do the one about corruption.
Okay. Rule number 1, of course, is people are stupid. And of course, you have to go to rule number 2 after rule number 1, which is rule number 2, of course, for Because I'm Carlos rules is see rule number 1. And then 3 is the other one that we need to discuss, and that is corruption is rife in the hobby.
Bubbles, I got to be honest with you. I feel like my rules are awesome. I feel like, and they cover so much ground. They're so applicable in so many areas.
Yes.
So this isn't getting off topic, but I'm going to tie in something outside of sports cards and where I came up with the you need the scroll thing. I don't know if you guys watch Good Mythical Morning or have ever heard of it, but they're a pretty big and popular YouTube channel. And when they do some of their little games, they actually have rules, and that kind of reminds me of that. And they have a huge scroll that they keep in a drawer, and they're always adding and editing the rules to change it to specific things that happen in the games. We need that. We need Eric to have a big scroll that he like drags out from under that table behind him or something, and then has to. Yeah, we need a scroll, Eric.
Bubbles,
Well,
I think
you at least get to 10 because the 10 commandments. But after.
Oh, so
10,
you're Moses now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I am. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I
think what's interesting is that look, don't threaten me, Bubbles, with a good time. I'm willing to expand the lore and like, look, we Lord knows we've got fucking props. All right, I'm not above having props. This is not a problem for me. We can go there. We'll get there. Average Joe Card Collector says Eric explaining grading finally explains the abuse he gets from you all.
See, I don't think that's very nice.
I think it's an accurate statement.
I don't think that's very nice.
Dave
And
says,
I-
it's
And I think you're a big stupid head.
see.
Rule number 1: people are stupid.
You know what the best way to get him back, Average Joe Card Collector, if you haven't already done it? It's been a while since I've reminded people. And now is a good time. Don't you think now is a good time? I think now is a good time.
Not a good time.
I think hitting the like button is the best way to get him back.
Nope.
Because we charge Eric for every single one of those likes. He does need to pay. We thank you for your
I
consideration.
disagree.
Like I said, hit the like button. I sent him an invoice. The man pays because Lord knows he needs to pay. Just think about it. All right, moving on. Let me go back here and get the scrolling ticker going again. Okay, where was I? Yes. Yeah, Dave says, yeah, it's beautiful. By its own, by their own standards, it isn't a 9.5. It was negotiated. I like it. I only hope to negotiate it up to a 10 next time.
How do you
I've got
negotiate? I pay you shitloads of money and you give me the grade I need?
Well, yeah,
How do
basically.
you negotiate a grade for a card? It's called bribing. There is no negotiating. It's I will give you a
Bribing
large
is such a
percentage
dirty
of this
word.
and I sell it.
Bribing is such a dirty word. I prefer doing business.
It's called bribing.
Again, such a dirty word. Why do you have to make things ugly, Eric?
That's what I do.
These are beautiful. There's a beautiful art. There's a beautiful art to doing business.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make it ugly.
Negotiate. They negotiated. No, they bribed you and said, I'm going to sell it for 10 million and I'll give you 2 if you put the stupid number on it that I need.
But here's the other side to it. The people that are spending the money on a 9.5 mantle like that obviously don't really care.
No, they don't care
You
at
know.
all. Like,
Yeah,
look, okay,
they-
can I make a serious point about this real quick? Can I make a serious point about this? And I touched on this a little bit with the conversation I had with Wade Boxfam when we were chatting about it. I looked at it from as a collector. I look at it from the perspective that there is a point in your collecting that there are going to be maybe cards that you want to have for your collection. I've always looked at it from the perspective of I don't want to have cards that are just like showpieces, cards that basically exist in my collection just to check off a box. That I've never been into that. That doesn't excite me. I really have to. I actually want it. I want to be able to like be happy to display it prominently in my in my shelf or whatever the case is going to be, or look at it all the time and be happy to see it and all that. If I'm just getting stuff that's showpieces or stuff that is like, yeah, okay, I got one. It's a checkbox. I'm not thrilled with that. Somebody who's paying for a Mantle 9.5 is doing it as a status symbol. They don't give a crap about the individual minutia. Because if you just want a mantle and you want a nice mantle, let's being serious.
Plenty out there.
Yeah, there's tons. And like, look, be honest with me. That 9.5 is a very nice card, Bubbles. It's a very beautiful card. But let me tell you this. If you have the money, and money's no object, how nice a 7 could you get?
You could
You could
probably
get an amazing 7.
You could probably get a couple of them.
Yeah, but it would cost. But my point is, it would cost you a fraction, and you would get an outstanding example, a crisp, beautiful example that would be great.
Yep.
It's not about having a nice, crisp example. It's about the prestige of having one of the highest graded ones, and arguably one of the nicest ones, because again, you can make the pitch, stain or not. Is it nicer than the PSA 10s? You could probably make a pitch for it, right? And if that's the case, then you can kind of lord it over the guys with the PSA. Yeah, but you got the PSA 10, but this was nicer than that one. It could be a 10 if we crossed it. And you could still play that game. But this is rich guys basically, poking at each other. Most people are like, you're splitting hairs here, bro. You really are splitting hairs.
So you're right. So we don't care about the rich guys and blowing their money. That's their business.
Yeah, that is their business.
And whatever company, slab grading company X. How do we feel about the reputation, whether it be true or not, of slab company X, knowingly and almost admittingly being bribed to give people high grades on these super rare multi-million-dollar cards? Does that make you trust slab company X, or does that make you say, I don't want to do business with them?
The issue is it's not just Slab Company X. It's X, Y, Z, L, M, N, O, P,
Yeah,
Q.
like okay, look,
It happens across all of them.
and Dave can testify to this because
There's
Dave
more
is very
reasons
happy.
why
to do
I
so.
don't submit cards.
I will remind once again. PSA card number 1
Oh yeah,
is a trimmed card. 1, the Honus Wagner is a trimmed card. That has been known for years. Not for like last 10 minutes. It's been known for years at this point. Like it's out there, There is a PSA 8 Honus Wagner out there. It is a trim card. SGC had a bunch of murkiness in its history. A lot of it. I think it's Dave Foreman, who's the owner of it, has had a lot of shady business and a lot of shady. He still owns the company. Now, they've done a tremendous job. Peter from SGC has done a tremendous job building up that company. But I would be naive to pretend that under the right circumstances, if the owner waltzes in and one of his buddies has a card that they couldn't get a card slabbed up in whatever the hell he wants. If he wants to do that. He has a history where if I said that and I was able to provide even the modicum of evidence, there's enough history to be like, are you capable of that? Well, you are kind of capable of that. Huh. Interesting. So, but and these are 2 of the more reputable third-party graders, right? These are 2 of them. We were I was giving Beckett the gears earlier tonight about the fact that they're one of the other ones that are considered one of the reputable graders that have had a lot of history. Well, they've had counterfeit cards in their slabs. They have counterfeit slabs that they're not resolving. Like, that's another problem. Like, they're not fixing
the owner of that company is an upstanding citizen.
In prison, yes.
Well, we do.
In federal prison, yeah, he's in federal prison.
The
Wait,
point is,
they let you get on?
there are no saints in this. There are no saints in this. Is the point that I'm making. That's all I'm saying about this. and the ethos of the show has always been like, look, I'm not pretending it's sunshines and rainbows out here. I'm just saying for the most part I don't care. Why don't I care? Because I'm only concerned with what pertains to me. That 9.5 could be a total ripoff as a 9.5. Maybe it's not a 9.5 at all. Cool. I'm not in the market for it. I don't give a crap.
If
Make it a
somebody
10.5.
felt it was,
Make it a 10.5. I don't give a shit.
somebody
It's not
felt
my
it
issue.
was, and they paid the money for it. So
Correct.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but like, the point I'm making is that, and I will reiterate this until everybody's blue in the face, myself included. The companies are there as a tool in a toolbox for whatever purposes you see fit. For some people, it's a fancy holder. For some people, it's a status symbol if it's got the right number on the label. That's fine. For some people, they don't need it, it's neither. And if you don't need it, don't use it. That would be my recommendation. If you don't need it, don't use it. I will submit cards for grading because I have my purposes. The only thing I care about is, do I get the results and and what I need out of it? If the answer is yes, then it is fine. The rest of it, I don't care. But I'm aware of the rest, but I don't care because I'm only concerned with my use case. That's it.
you know one reason why most of my nicer vintage cards are A's or mostly ones and A's is because at that point I can enjoy the card I have without having to worry about, was it graded properly. If the border's cut off and it got an A, then hell yeah, it was graded properly. If there's a pinhole in it and it got a 1, but it looks really nice, then yes, it was graded properly. I don't have to worry about, oh, but is this actually a 7 or an 8? No. I have the card. It looks nice. There's no disputing whether it was graded properly.
Yeah, it's less complications. It's less complications,
Exactly.
less things to concern yourself with. Absolutely. Let me
Exactly.
read a couple of these. I'll get caught up. Dave says, well, in the late 80s, the coin grading corruption was persecuted by the feds. They're about 20 years late on cards. They still mess with coins today. But yes, you're right. They did do a bunch of things in the 80s, and they prosecuted people and fined people. They fined Barry Halpern a lot for issues pertaining to that. Barry Halpern still owns Heritage. So, yep, totally got the corruption out of it. Totally fixed it. Moving on. What you're saying is there are some suckers that don't care. There are some suckers that don't care because they are suckers with money. So why not take advantage of them? Yes. Take advantage of the rich. Fools. I don't care. Doesn't make any difference to me. How are we doing tonight? Doing well, Big Scott.
I was
Good
doing
evening.
fine till you showed up and started saying, "Pay up."
It's true. Like I skipped ahead. I skipped ahead a
Yeah,
little.
I was doing fine till you showed up. Thanks for coming,
Yeah.
jerk.
If we want to talk about the early days of PSA or Dave Foreman buying the SGC, it'll take hours. Yes. Let's face it, PSA moved on from Joe Orlando when the company was bought because of past actions. It could be. That could be a factor in it. It's tough to say, but I understand your point. And this was the comment that I highlighted from earlier. Like button hit, pay up E. Appreciate it. Thank you, Big Scott. Hey, Carlos and everyone. Late to the party. Did you already discuss your NFL prediction for the weekend game? I have not, but I do have it in my itinerary and in my agenda. But good timing on mentioning that 357. We'll get to that in a second. Getting Big Scott. Yes. Can I give my PayPal out? About to finalize my Hall of Fame nomination. Play the field, buddy. Play the field. Good evening, gentlemen. I thought I might find you three discussing scholarly topics tonight. We have been known to do this from time to time, Andy. We've known to do this from time to time. Indeed, indeed. Appreciate you popping in. All caught up on the comments. All right, let's talk about the NFL one. Oh, and by the way, Andy, Scott, and anybody else that I know that I have contacts to, if you want to hop on and say hey and chat for a little bit, let me know. I can always shoot you a link. You're welcome to it. And by the way, topics you can put in the chat. I wanted to make sure we were caught back up. All right, NFL predictions. We're to the AFC and the NFC Championship. We're down to the Final Four. We're getting close. And as Bougie Eric likes to mention, his record right now, have you missed one yet, or are you pretty much still bang on?
I'm at 100%.
Yeah, and he hasn't bet a dime on it because he's a sucker.
Nope.
Well,
now
he's
I
also
have
Brock Purdy super collector.
true. Brock Purdy Super Collector is true. Now I will say this. Speaking of a gamble that you shouldn't do, Brock Purdy. No, don't do it.
Purdy.
Yeah, no. We can do Jason Robertson pump. We're not doing the Brock Purdy one. Okay, so we're down to the Final Four. We're down to the final here, and we're gonna have the doubleheader on Sunday, so that should be interesting. By the way, that's probably the reason the Royal Rumble is on Saturday. They didn't want to compete with the NFL games. Probably wise, probably smart.
Very.
Good call. Good call by them. All right, I got the two of them in front of me. Let's do them in order. All right, so let's start with the Brock Purdy party taking on Andy, not Cheap Blind Refractors, but rather sports card investigators. Philadelphia Eagles, also Ed Westergriff's Eagles, so the Philadelphia folks represented. All right, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and I also have the betting lines. So like I said, I was prepared for this. I did in fact have it in my other tab here. All right, I'm going to give you the lines, and then I want your thoughts on who's going to win and the line if you want. In this case, though, the lines are close enough that you're basically picking the winner. Just letting you know. All right, San Francisco, Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Eagles are favored by 2.5 points. So for them to win the line, you want a field goal. You can go straight bet or you can go the line. Bougie Eric, so far you're perfect. Who's winning? Who's going to the Super Bowl? San Francisco with the Brock Purdy party or the Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm going to stick with 49ers. I've continued to pick them. They've done really well. They keep looking stronger and stronger. I just read something earlier today. They haven't lost in like 2 months, some ridiculous thing like that. I don't know. I mean, they've won like 8 games in a row. Yeah, I mean, they are a machine right now. And if they continue to keep this kid calm and say, your job is to not make us lose. Your job isn't to make us win. Your job is to not make us lose. They're going to win.
Game manager time. I like it. Bubbles. San Francisco, Philadelphia. The line or the straight win? Who are you feeling?
I think San Francisco's got a good defense. They got McCaffrey. They got Debo. But I am going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Philly. They were the last team to lose, and with Jalen Hurts at quarterback, they've been strong all season. That offense clicks when he's in there. They're at home. Philadelphia doesn't, they haven't had a ton of success in their football history with Super Bowls and stuff. They just had the Phillies in the World Series. Let's go with the trends. I mean, hell, Tampa Bay, the Rays were in the World Series. The Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. The Lightning won the Stanley Cup. Going Philadelphia.
Bold move. Bold move. So Andy also has Philadelphia here. All right. Saying too easy. And Eagles and Chiefs. That's what Dave's got. All right. So that covers that. I did struggle with this, only because I could foresee the scenarios. Like I honestly could. I'm going with the Purdy thing. I'm feeling like the San Francisco one could be interesting. I know Rick's going for. Like I see where he's going with it. It's subtle. It's subtle, but I gathered where Rick Vintage Oddball Cards stood on this issue. I'm gonna go.
Have the Prism 101 or something?
No, like listen, he's got everything. He's got the National Treasures RPA that doesn't exist yet. He's got that. Like they haven't even issued it yet. He's already got it. He's had it directly shot over to his house. I'm gonna go with San Francisco. Now, my interesting thing again, like I said, I also had the lines. So for me, it's a field goal. We're literally talking about a field goal here. But San Francisco technically the dog, so I like the plus 2.5. I like that. So honestly, I like that either way. It could be close. Like I don't know, but I'm gonna go with San Francisco. I'll go with San Fran on that one. That'll be my pick. Now the other one is even closer. The line is literally 1.5. Literally 1.5. Like it's tight. You're basically almost getting a pick 'em at this point. All right. So for the AFC, the later afternoon game, the primetime game, so to speak, we got the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, 2 things. Hobby implications. The first game, really, it's pretty much Brock Purdy at this point. Although I guess Jalen Hurts under the right circumstances. Like if he balls out and they get, well, obviously that'll help. But Brock Purdy's the one who's been getting the shine. He's been getting the love. On the other side, though, I think the other side is more interesting and more compelling from a hobby perspective because we got Patrick Mahomes potentially adding another piece to his resume. This is, I think, his 5th AFC Championship appearance now.
He's never not made the AFC Championship.
It's huge, which is fantastic. That's really good. Getting to another Super Bowl would be big for him though, because that'd be his third Super Bowl appearance, which is strong. That's really strong. But we got Joe Burrow on the other side, who's been playing really well and like getting to back Super Bowls. That would be really strong. So either way, that's very interesting, very compelling. All right, this time I'll start with Bobbles. Thoughts: Cincinnati, Kansas City.
So last year, I said when Cincinnati made the Super Bowl that they were going to be a tough team for years to come. Obviously, I'm a Ravens fan. They're in our division. But you match up Burrow with Jamar Chase and Higgins and that wide receiver core. They're dangerous. They have a pretty solid defense. I'm going to also toss out Mahomes, had that ankle injury or what have you. And Burrow has not lost against Mahomes. They're literally calling Arrowhead now Burrowhead Stadium. So I'm going with Cincinnati. I mean, they looked sluggish against Baltimore, both back-to-back games, but they were coming out of that whole Bills thing. But then they kind of handedly took the Bills out, who was pretty much the AFC darlings and kind of the favorite there. So
And sentimental favorites here. Like I
Absolutely.
want Buffalo people to have nice things. Like I'm trying to wish good upon them, and like it's just
And
not
Buffalo
happening.
was at home in the snow. I mean, they had everything going for them.
Yep.
It was a shame.
I mean,
Because-
Hamlin's up in the booth making his hearts, and
Yeah.
I mean, they had everything
And-
going for them.
And it was pretty convincing. It was a convincing win. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
it was strong.
Cincy
It was a strong victory. It was a very strong victory.
I'm going Cincy and Philly heading to the Super Bowl.
All right. So, Mr. Bougie Eric, like I said, you can pick just a straight game. You can pick the line. You can do both. What are you feeling?
I would have picked Kansas City, but two reasons why I'm going to pick Cincinnati. The injury to Mahomes is number one. His whole aura of greatness is his mobility and the throws he can make on the run and screw up the defense. Because is he going to run? Is he going to throw? Or he's going to do both? That's why he's incredible. He can't do that this week. The second part is before he got hurt, in my opinion, he was not having a strong game. I don't think he was playing his best when it mattered before he got hurt. So, with those two things in mind, I think Cincinnati is going to be able to pressure him in the pocket. He's not going to be able to play the way he's used to. When they get a chance to hit him, they're going to hit him. They're going to hit him low. They're going to try to break that ankle. All right. Football's a dirty, nasty, mean sport. They don't care about a 15-yard penalty. If they get an opportunity to bang that ankle up, they're going to do it early and often. So I think Cincinnati is going to blow them out.
Oh, he's going for the blowout. Look at this guy.
I think it's going to be multiple touchdowns.
Dang. All right. I like where he went, Bobbles. I like where he went with that. He went to multiple touchdowns. Now I'm going over to the extended lines. Like you go multiple touchdowns. I like that. Yeah, it would be very interesting. We'll have to see how that one. That's a very interesting. That's a different angle. All right, I've struggled with this one because, in all honesty, the actual condition of that injury concerns me. I would legitimately love to know what the real status is, and the problem is they're never going to tell you what the real status is. I like Cincinnati. I like what they're doing. But with both of you guys going Cincinnati, I feel like it would be more interesting if one of us goes the other way. Because Lord knows, it is the NFL and weird stuff happens. Now, the NFL, and this is one of the fun things that I like to tease Dakota about. Problem is, like, he tries to poo poo professional wrestling, and I go, you watch a fake sport too. It's a rig league. I think I could very easily see all of a sudden Joe Burrow's driving the thing down the line. All of a sudden, steel chair to the back. He's been betrayed. This could totally happen. It's the NFL.
Let's not forget, me and Eric are sitting here taking the Bengals to go to the Super Bowl. When if it wasn't for some stupid fumble at the goal line that got returned for a touchdown against Baltimore, they wouldn't have even advanced in the playoffs. So, I mean,
Like I'm just saying, I'm feeling the contrarian pick on this one, and I think it'd be very interesting if it comes to pass this way. I'm gonna go Kansas City. I'm gonna go Kansas City just because we'll see. And if that's the case, I'm going with Kansas City, San Francisco in the Super Bowl, which could be interesting, because then it's the Purdy party taking on Mahomie. Someone's cards will suffer. That's where Big Scar was posing the point here. Mahomes wins the Super Bowl, the cards go down. You're damn right. He loses, the cards go down. He wins, the cards go down, because they're too damn high. But they go down by more if he loses. We'll see. I guess it really comes down to what the next one is going to be. So that's going to be interesting from that one.
if it winds up being Bengals Niners, that would be so damn crazy though, because it would be it would be the Bengals' fourth appearance in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And 3 of the 4 would be against the 49ers.
Yeah. Well,
last year was the first time they didn't play the 49ers in the Super Bowl. So that would be wild.
I agree. No, I'm with you on that. Big Gus says I put money on postseason surgery. Have a good weekend, Dave. Take her easy. Yeah. So Big Scott was asking here, over under in the 2 games. So I do have that. Oh, by the way, the 2 touchdown thing is almost like 5-1 on that one. So if you believe in Bougie Eric, you're getting almost 5-1 odds on that one if you want to play that game. That's the minus 13.5. So he's saying 2 touchdowns, 13.5. That would cover.
I think Kansas City's offense is going to be stagnant.
Interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised that in the fourth quarter you see the backup come in.
This is a bold take. Bougie Eric he's had a good run in this playoff, and now all of a sudden he's feeling himself. He's like he's going big. He's picking a blowout. He's already picking like, oh, maybe the backup will come in. Jeez, all right.
In the conference championship.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I almost feel like, can I wager on overtime? Let's go closer. All right, over under. So I got San Francisco, Philadelphia. I got over under 46.5. 46.5 is the number I got. Now this is one side of many. This is on FanDuel here, the Canadian FanDuel. So that's what we got there. So 46.5 is the over under. Thoughts from the chat or thoughts from anybody here? You feeling the over? Or you feeling the under? Feel like you're getting some points? This is the lower scoring of the 2, but not by much. So San Francisco, Philadelphia, over under 46.5.
I'm going to say over.
He's going over. Interesting.
You said 46.5?
46.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go under that. I don't think they'll have that. I don't think the score will be that high.
I'd lean towards under. I'm feeling the under. I feel like the 2 teams could lock down for a bit, maybe score a little bit late, but I feel like they'll come out of the blocks a little slow.
That defense, that San Francisco defense isn't going to allow tons of points.
So the spread was 2.5, right?
The spread on that one was 2.5 in favor of the Eagles. Yes.
27-24, 51 points. The over, Philly, and they're covering their point spread.
Look at this guy. He's going for it. All right. The 357 says under. Big Scott says under. I'm in favor of the under. Bougie Eric's in favor of the under. Gotcha. All right. The other one is a higher scoring one in terms of the over-under. The other one is 48. They got 48 on that one. Now, Bougie Eric has, Cincinnati winning by 2 touchdowns. So we can guarantee they'll score a minimum of 14 points. They have to score at least 14 points. So over-under. That's a much higher score. I feel like that's an under.
I still say under because I just don't think Kansas City's going to be able to put the points up.
So I was looking last week at Mahomes' stats,
Mhm.
and he finished the game 22 for 30
Mhm.
with 2 touchdowns, and the Chiefs did put up 27 points. Now, granted, that was the Jaguars' defense,
Mhm.
but the Bengals put up 27 against the Bills, who have a decent defense. I'm going to go over. I'll go against the grain. I'm going over on that one too. I think you're going to get an entertaining conference championship weekend. There's going to be some stories that play out with the teams going into the Super Bowl. They're going to want to push it up. Over. I'm going over on both. There we go.
Wow. I'd love to see that. An over means an entertaining game. An over means we get some scoring. We get to see Joe Burrow and Mahomes go, tit for tat, get a couple of scores going on there. I would enjoy that. I'm going under just because I genuinely don't know what the state of Mahomes' injury is going to be, if that's how much that's going to affect his thing. And Kansas City is one of those things where they have tons of firepower, obviously, and they're a good team. And Andy Reid is a very good coach, but it's in the big moments. Andy Reid always worries me. The fact that they won one was great for him, but I was like, you frighten me every time you do anything. You scare me because I'm waiting for you to do something disastrous and make some weird, random, bad decision in the worst possible moment. But like I said, it's not like Cincinnati's been playing very well. They're a very good team, but they're not a flawless team. None of these teams, all of these teams have flaws.
Sure.
So the question is, whose flaws get exposed and really become apparent at that moment? That's the question we're asking. So I feel like under. I feel comfortable with an under, and that's especially at 48. That's where I would feel very.
I also think that Mahomes is going to throw 2 interceptions and have at least 1 fumble.
You really are just feeling yourself. You're just going for it.
That's what I think.
Bubbles, this guy's lost. This guy's now all of a sudden, picking savant over here. He's going to the props. He's going to guys, let me tell you.
Hey,
You already got a bougie Eric parlay out there if you want one. You can build a whole parlay out of this stuff.
So last year, the Cincy Kansas City game was 27-24, but it was in overtime, and Cincy took the victory. So just throwing that out there too.
There you go.
and that
357 has
was a healthy Mahomes.
yep. 357 is 27-17. Bengals over Chiefs, and that would be 44 points. Yes, 44 points. Good evening, Bob Lewis. Not bad score there. My alma mater repeated as national champions. This is irrelevant to this discussion, but my alma mater repeated as national champions. Good to know. Mahomes stat line is the new July 1st. True. True.
Oh, Bob, you're too much.
Big Scott here says, what's the number on tomorrow night's Powerball?
7.
Have a good night, Baz. Take her easy. I like it. I like it, folks. I like it. Now, I enjoy, like I said, what's funny is, like I said, I do collect some football, and I did pick up a shiny new Favre this week. Got that from ComC. So I can pick that up. But yeah, the majority of it, I don't collect too much football, but I do enjoy watching it, especially playoff football when we get down, especially when we get down to conference games. We're getting down to championship games. I'm into it. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, we got a mix. We got a blend. We got a little of everything here. So that's good. So that'll be part of the mail day. I've got the video recorded, and it'll be up on the channel in the morning. So I did get a ComC mail day, and I'll show one more card here. So this is for the Jamie Benn collection. So we got that one. Little Team Canada patch action.
Oh, nice.
Dang,
Yeah,
that's a
pretty
young Jamie Benn.
Yeah. This is early on in his career. Now, by the way, my favorite part, and I'm going to make my screen bigger for this one. You got to check this one out, though. For the picture on the card, check out his face and pay attention to his eyes. Okay? On the picture. Okay? Maybe a little tough to see, but if you can make it out.
Is it like The Undertaker?
Yeah, it looks like his eyes are rolling to the back of his head. I actually on the pickup video, if you watch the pickup video, I took it on the iPhone camera, but I set it to like 4K. It's a little higher resolution. I think I put it through in the higher res. Check it out though. Like it literally looks like he's rolling his eyes in the picture. Like to the back of his head, and it looks I did make the Undertaker.
Somebody
reference.
went a little too far on the airbrushing.
I
They
the
were
thing
like,
is,
take out his pupils.
no, the thing is, you can see his pupils. They're like at the top. It looks like he's
Yeah.
literally rolling his eyes.
He
Like you can actually see it.
just got a concussion.
I guess so. But I'm saying like that picture made me laugh, and I did zoom in on it in the pickup video so you could see it. I actually got a kick out of it. I was very amused by it. So I noticed that and I thought it was funny, so I kind of focused in on it a little bit in the video. Oh, and by the way, another thing, if you do check out the video, my audio randomly cut out about halfway through, so I switched over to voiceover, and a new character on the channel may have made a reappearance. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. Don't want to give you any hints, but somebody may have come back on the channel. Anyway, moving on. Good evening, Ty. Yeah, I like that card though. I thought that was a nice patch card. And this, I got this dirt cheap. I think it was like $6. And this one's numbered to 35, which tells you that the Renaissance baubles, it doesn't cost a lot. The Renaissance is dirt
No.
cheap. You can get some nice cards. Like this is a patch card. This is game used, by the way. This is a Jamie Benn game used hockey memorabilia. Certified as having been used in official Team Canada game.
I don't mean to interrupt. I just got word that that Bob Lewis wants to follow me on Instagram. So
Ooh.
I am going to hit that immediately.
Eric just seriously upped the bougie level.
I
Yeah,
know,
that's
right?
right.
He's flexing on Bob Lewis.
Whoop, whoop. That's right.
That's
got
a YouTube Sports Card Hall of
follow
Famer.
me on Instagram. Yeah, that's right.
I'm
Dallas
deeply.
is they're 2 minutes away from going to freaking overtime again. I do not know what's up with this team, but we cannot.
That team lacks timely scoring, Bobbles. It lacks timely scoring.
Do you think Bob Lewis would give me a like? Oh my god!
might.
You imagine? Can you imagine?
If you sponsor it and pay for it,
you think he'll like? You think he'll like my Instagram? Oh my god! I can't even. That'd be awesome. Oh my god!
wait, which account though?
This was the. I think it was the Bruins rookie goalie account.
There you go. This is a factual statement.
Damn right.
Now the problem, Bobbles,
I'm
and
gonna
as
go
you
from
will.
1 follower to like 3 now.
No, he said your credibility. It's not followers. It's your credibility. Now the problem, Bobbles, is as we well know from math class, if you multiply anything you like by 0, we still wind up in the same place. Is all I'm saying. Just throwing it out there. Just thought I'd let you know.
I'm just saying, Bob, if you wanted to like something that you saw, that would be okay. I would, if you want to make a sad man feel good about it,
Oh, a sad man is right.
okay? You know, do a little charity.
Oh, it's charity. You better believe it's charity.
Just, all you gotta do is just hit the button.
All right, I'll show 1 or 2 more cards real quick, just so we're here. So Bobbles, here's a good one. You like the seismic golds?
Yeah, though.
There's
I
your bro.
submitted a Cale Makar of those his rookie year's autograph.
Yep.
Those I like the designs that O-Pee-Chee Platinum does on a lot of them. So
Sounds good.
I kind
All
of almost
All right,
wish
all
I
right,
had bought
all right.
the green.
My phone
auto.
is blowing up.
Yeah. All right. While your phone is blowing up, let me do this. All right, Scott, if you're
Yes.
good, give me a thumbs up.
Baubles and ball cards. Whoop, whoop.
I just alternated Bob Lewis giving you credibility to then balanced it back out.
Ridiculous.
Now I have like 2 followers. Yeah.
You do. That's right. All right, Scott, how's it going?
All right. Did you already go over the big news of the week earlier tonight? I was working, so.
All right, pick which news you were talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about, but go ahead.
The one I did, I don't know if y'all caught the little rant video I did, but
Oh, I did. Yeah.
yeah, because you must be having a lot of tech. You need to get some extra batteries or something if your phone keeps cutting out, and because you had to change phones or whatever during that video, didn't you? Didn't you? Is that the video you had to use a camera then back to a phone?
Oh, you're talking about the video I did? The video
Yeah.
I did. No, it's I use my regular I use this camera.
Okay.
This camera though, I had used it for some other videos and I forgot to charge it. I got 20 minutes out of the 30 on this thing anyway. I actually used it right to the end of it, but then I was like, fine. I'll
But
use
then
the
you're telling another story where you're doing it again, and you just said, "I'm just going to go audio." So that's what I'm just wondering.
Oh no, the one that for the pickup video, the
Right.
video worked. It's just the audio literally cut off for whatever reason. The phone stopped recording the audio, and I actually have to check what's going on with it. But
Right.
no, the phone was what I used to finish that video. But in this case, when I do a pickup video, I use the phone for the whole thing. But for whatever reason, like it was recording perfectly, and then at about 5 minutes, it just stopped recording audio. I was like, but the video was playing, and the rest of it was recording like normal. I'm like,
Right.
normally that's if I get a call or a message or something, it would switch it
Yeah.
off. But it's like, no, it just stopped. And I was like, that's weird. I don't know. I have to take a look into it.
Right.
But I figured I'd finish it. I just recorded a voiceover and did it that way.
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all already talked about that or skipped over it.
Oh no, we hadn't. We
Oh,
had.
you haven't talked about it?
I did a 30-minute video on it. And if somebody had brought it up, I would have talked about it more. I can. Obviously,
Right.
I can't speak.
I really,
to it.
because I really enjoyed your video on that. That was, you know, it took me I took down my first one just to make, I like it like that, Carl. I like it backwards. It makes me, makes everybody wonder which way I'm going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just, that was my second video. That was my nicer of the two. That's why I did one for myself, and then I did one to be nice.
Yep. No, and like I said in mine, obviously I'm not coming to it as passionately placed. What's funny is that Jake actually replied on the video a couple of times, and I was chatting with him a little bit on it.
Yeah.
Like, but because I have the luxury of being able to do it, I have a good 50,000 foot view for the whole thing, because I know Dustin a little bit as well, and so does Bobbles, and I also obviously know you guys, but I also have more of an understanding of it, so I can kind of take it from the perspective of, look, I've said it once, I've said it a million times, the whole thing is stupid,
Yes.
but it's okay because we embrace the stupid. We have Eric here. We embrace it. It's fine. It's fine. My thing is like, look, I'm not going to rain on y'all's parade. Have a good time. Have fun. It's great.
Yeah.
Whatever. And so like, that's what I say. Like I can say, but and I joke with a couple of folks. I was saying to Wade Boggs fan when we were chatting about it. I go, I have earned the right to make fun of this.
That's right.
I'm around, so I can make fun of it. I'm allowed. So,
And you
but
get a lot more respect doing it that way than you do any other way, and then taking it down later when you find.
well, that's
out
exactly it. And
you didn't do any research whatsoever when you made the.
yeah. Well, that's why I say like my position is a bit unique in the sense that I have the ability to do that. Then I can talk to you guys, and like, look, if y'all want to talk to me about any of it, I am reachable. I'm not that hard to find. You can reach me. But I can also then give him a hard ass time. And Bobbles knows I kill Dustin all the time.
Yeah.
And like I have no mercy. Like I have no mercy in any venue.
He seems like a very nice guy. That's what I said in my video. I think we live pretty close to each other, from my understanding.
Yeah, he is he's close to Wake Forest, which I know that area, obviously. You're close to Wake Forest.
I live 5 minutes from Wake Forest.
Yeah, y'all are in the same area.
Yeah, and then
I don't know if he knows about Scoremore or not, because I've never heard him mention Scoremore.
Yeah.
Right. I know he doesn't know anything about me.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think
Jake lives right down the road.
to kind of answer your question, Scott, I know him a little bit aside because obviously I've had him on the channel, I've been on his channel, and I've chatted with him a little bit here and there. But my answer is always this: I never talk about whether somebody's a good guy or not good guy, whatever. I can only assess a little bit because you only know so much interacting with people in that sense. If you meet them in person, like complete. Oh my god! But the point is that. You can only assess a little bit of that. So I never pretend like, oh, I know this. No, I'm not going to pretend I know these people that much. But it doesn't matter. Right? There's judgment and not judgment. My point that I made in my video was like, it's like, even if you think it's dumb, if you're not really involved, it doesn't really affect you. There's no reason to make the video. Unless, and this is where I kind of throw my caveat, unless the point is to be Mangini bait, as I like to dub it, to basically, oh, it's Mangini bait. It's basically like, I'm going to say the thing that is going to get Mangini and folks like him that are very passionate about these things angry.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that they respond, so that I get a bunch of attention, and then I can pull it down and apologize and look good either way.
Right. And some of
It's
that
pretty
makes sense to me when you say it like that, right? And you've made a lot. You believe it or not, you're like more personal oracle sometimes when you put things in that perspective. But for me, I didn't even take it as a Hall of Fame thing. I took it as like a smack against the smaller channels that are out here just, we're in our own little corner, just having a good time, having fun. And it's like, we don't matter because we don't have a million clicks or whatever, so.
Well, I often say that Dustin looks down upon you peasants all the time. and during the whole sequence of this, it's like, Dustin, just tell the peasants to know the role. Tell the peasants to know the role. Come on.
That's right. I would have had more fun with that video.
Well, that's why I say, like, look, I'm not really telling tales out of school. Anybody who watches this channel knows kind of my approach and the way I do it is like, look, if you want to do it and say the thing, and I've said it in my video, if you have somebody that you clearly have a problem with,
Right.
then don't take a broad shot because you're going to hit a bunch of people along the way.
Right.
Just pick on the person you want to pick on. When I
Just
want to make
name
fun of
it.
Floating Head, I make fun of fucking Floating Head.
Right.
And everybody knows who I'm talking about. And Eric knows who I'm talking about because look at his face.
I know who you're talking about.
Exactly.
You
Look,
messaged me and Bobbles to take him out.
That was
Allegedly.
international.
allegedly.
No.
Yeah, we deleted it. I didn't see anything. But
Yeah.
me and Bobbles lived together for 4 days, so I think we got to know each other kind of a little bit. So
Yeah. But the thing is that when I have an issue with a thing or individuals or whatever, it's like, just say who it is. If you have a specific issue, then address a specific issue.
Right.
Don't do this like murky whatever because it never works.
I don't like Brad.
We know this. The point is that and I don't understand what your problem with Brad 8671 is because you're a jerk. The point is that when you have a specific issue, then address it with the specific issue, and then you can move on. But kind of the point that I made when I was making, so like I said, I make fun publicly and I also make fun privately. And when I'm making fun privately, I was like, look, if you had an issue with this, what was the point of even making that video? It was ill-advised anyway. And that was kind of my point. Is I go, what possible thing could you have gained from this? Unless the point was to get attention, which it did. And then you can, like I said, remove it and put the other one in, and you still get attention. And that's why I kind of poked fun at the other part of it. The video wasn't deleted; it was unlisted. Quick point of order for folks on YouTube: when you unlist a video, it means you get to keep the views and the engagement, and you get all the benefits, and it never goes away.
Well, here's my question with that too, because I'm still learning some of the technical stuff with YouTube, and I've been on here for going on 5 years now.
Yeah.
So he unlisted it,
Yes.
but it's still in my watch history. I can still watch it.
That's what unlisted is. Unlisted just means that it's not available if you search for it in the search bar.
Oh, okay.
But it mean the video, the link is still
Right.
valid. You can go back and watch it.
That's what I was wondering, because when he said he took it off, I went and I go, here, I have it in my history. I'm not taking it off of there because I watched it 2 or 3 times to make sure I wasn't portraying something, because I didn't understand. I've had a couple of people ask me about because I kind of feel like
I don't know what you're talking about. This video is deleted. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah. That I get caught up in between these different communities. Like you said, we don't have one community.
There is no one community. And,
right.
And that's why I said when I was talking to Wade Boggs fan, when I was talking to John, I said my fun part, and I told you this when I was talking to you and Nats, man. I go like, I'm around, but
Right.
I'm like, but it's like, don't tell me I'm part of your community. It's like, oh, that actually annoys me. That makes me like, hold on, it makes me recoil.
Right.
I like just doing my thing. I will pop around. I'll be around.
I call it the high school cafeteria. When you walk into the cafeteria, you got all your little groups sitting together. And when I was in high school, I liked to sit with the nerdy guys when I ate, but I popped around to all the tables to say hi or talk or whatever. because I played the sports too. So, I hung out with all the sports guys, but I was dumb as a box of rocks. So at least I rubbed elbows with smart guys for a little bit. So I like to put as many hats on. Because I didn't realize until Bobbles made a video. I think, didn't you make a video a while back about us having separate? We're not just one community type of deal. Am I wrong on that? Am I remembering this wrong? I could be.
I said
90s
something
was a
on
hell of a
Monday.
decade.
I said something on Monday during the live, and
Right.
let me rephrase to what and explain a bit more what that was. So, the national experience, got to hang out with you. Obviously, you met James, who James is like family to me now. I love every Chantilly he comes down. Went to the hangout. There was lots of folks there that I got to meet. Like, I met Bob Lewis at the show. He was one of the people that came up to me during the national, and I didn't even know he knew who the hell I was. Andy, she blinded me with refractors. Another one came up. There was several folks that were you felt included, right?
Right.
And they knew who you were. I knew who they were. We had never met, but it was like you were, friends, right? Could talk and never had met each other. Same with you, first time we met. But there were some, and I guess this could be where your analogy of the cafeteria, there was some where you feel like you're not part of the community, even though it's like a mixed community. It's like there's pieces of it too that are still outliers, and if you're not part of that group, you're not good enough to join that group. So that, and I don't like how that felt, because and I told Carlos this, and I have mentioned this in the past. I think the term "the hobby,"
that's what I meant. The hobby.
Yeah, the hobby is too overused and too broad, because as sports card hobby, there is many people in here doing many different things, whether it's different sports or vintage or pre-war, ultra modern, graded, raw. There's so many different elements to it that to just call it as the hobby, it's a bit too broad.
Right. Well, yeah, and in this, the one thing I have learned in all of this, and with you talking about that in Carlos's video, is it has opened my eyes, because I felt like we were all one community. If you could, if y'all watch my video, I am hurt. I had trouble sleeping the night before, believe it or not, because I kept running. Like, why would somebody? This guy doesn't know me. I know he didn't name me and didn't think of me when he was doing it, but like you say, he took this broad stroke, and I got hit in the shrapnel and all that. So that's kind of how I felt with that.
Yeah. Well,
that's why I thought I had to air it out to get off my chest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the same day I watched Snoop's live stream, and like I said, my sensibility is like I laugh, because one of the funny things is that, like, it's really hard to hurt my feelings. Being a professional troll means that I better be willing to take the reaction, because I'm going to say stuff that's going to get a reaction out of things. But at the same time, it's that a lot of it doesn't require that level of seriousness. There is the element of, that's why I gave that example of Ziri. This is somebody who has been very successful in what they've done, but a lot of people don't know who they are, but a lot of people do. And they actually have a bigger subscriber and follower base than most channels in this niche. But at the same time, to my knowledge, they don't really collaborate with anybody. They don't really do it. They kind of, and I think from what the impression that I get from this person, given that they don't really show themselves, is that they very much want to kind of be able to exist privately for the most part. And they interact a little bit with their commenters, their followers, and whatever. And that's
he's highly entertaining.
Yeah, but like I said, he's developed his whole shtick. He's got his whole thing. But the point is that his community is literally just his followers, and that's it. So, like I said, when Dustin, and I look at it I try to take a constructive critique of it. I will make fun of Dustin because at least I know Dustin a little bit. I'll give him a hard time but I also try in the course of giving him a hard time to be like, I'm trying to teach something here, and hopefully you're getting the message. I don't know if it is getting through or if it's in one ear and out the other. Most of the time I get that sense it's in one ear and out the other. because folks get into this little bubble. They get people to like agree with them. It's like, no, you're wrong. Settle down. But at the same time, my video was also, you guys who are getting really worked up about this, you're wrong. Settle down. Relax. It's not that critical. It's also not that precious. But at the same time, you're not actually accomplishing. Like Snoop's live stream, I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it. It's very clear the passion was there. But I'm sitting there like, that is a lot of energy being used on nothing.
Right.
Like, it's not going to change anything.
He texted me later because he knew I wanted to get in touch with Jake. I watched a lot of it with him, and Aaron the whole time's like, "Man, why are you letting this guy get this out of you?
Yeah,
you're letting him win, basically."
Well, until it got to until they were talking about the shorts and some of the other stuff, and then he got worked up about it a little bit too, I want you to envision this. I'm sitting in my chair. It's like lunchtime when this is happening. I'm sitting in my chair eating my lunch, and I'm cackling, like I'm dying of laughter. I enjoy. But the thing is, I understand.
He messaged me and I turned it on.
Yeah, but like I understand though. The point is, I do understand. I can sympathize it. I can sympathize with it, but I'm like, it's not necessary. Because it goes back to I used the example of the addiction video. Like,
yeah, that
and I was like, I had this discussion when we did the live stream. I discussed it during the addiction video. I'm like, look. There is an element of get attention, get a response. And both those videos are very much, again, look at the thumbnail. Look at the way the title is phrased. Go ahead, Bobbles.
Don't bring up the thumbnails because
I'm going to bring up the thumbnail.
I just have fun with.
There are individuals who remain nameless who will shamelessly use thumbnails for attention. Just heinous, absolutely absurd. Ridiculous.
And I know
shamelessly.
He's from y'all's group at y'all Discord. And he got all that information from do that stuff.
It's bad, man. It's bad, man. But the thing is, like I said,
with you, Bobbles.
The thing is, the Keir Scott. That's how you know. It's like, it's a Scott. I got information. I know things.
Right.
I know things.
Well, while we're discussing this, I want to ask while you're here and on here. When you typed the message back earlier, did you mistype it? Or did you mean when you put thanks again and y'all are great people, just not in the hobby?
No, I said not just, it should have put just not in the hobby. You're all great people outside of hobby as well.
Okay.
Bobbles, what did I say?
Yeah, because I even asked Carlos, I was like, I don't know what the hell Scott means because he's someone that I truly consider as a friend. And he's like, read it and he was like,
might have been Mrs. sending me that message because a lot of times she takes care of that side of it.
It was. That was her. That was her. And she asked me, she was like, what did he? That's why she put agree to disagree with the laughing face.
Yeah, I was like, well, maybe they misunderstood. I was like, I'll just talk to Bob later about it.
Well, because it said just not in the hobby, and we were like, but we are in the hobby. What the hell does he mean?
Not only in the hobby. Y'all are great in and out.
Okay, that makes more sense, and that's what I told her.
What this was to make sure I had a spot at Chicago. And if y'all don't know Chicago, there might be a tent city outside the building the way it looks like right now for people going to the show. So if you ain't got a place to stay, good luck.
I already had my hotel booked a while ago. Scott. I'm not a peasant.
She's
I'll be watching, drinking my. I'll be the one drinking my. I'll be the one drinking my coffee, looking out at the tent city. Hey, how you all doing? Good? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm going with somebody else. Another small group that I hang out with too. So.
Yeah, she thought that you had said that, but she wanted to make sure because
you
know how it was last year when it booked up. If there was availability, we offered it. hey, anybody else, interested. So that's why we wanted to see where everybody was at. So
don't worry, I'll be talking about y'all tomorrow.
There you go.
That's all right. Don't
make your wallet out. Let me just say, I do have my list here. So that's what I was getting ready to do is make my video.
Nice. Let me read a couple of these. By the way, Bubbles, what did I say?
Yeah, that's why I didn't get all worked up about it. I green stuff, and I was like,
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty
I
sure those
consider
words are
Scott a
flipped.
really
I'm
good
pretty sure those
friend in
words are
this hobby.
flipped.
I was like,
I'm
what
sure-
the hell does he mean by this?
I'm pretty sure those words. Bobbles sent it over to me, and I was like, "Are you sure the words just aren't flipped?" Like,
And then when he
What
said that, I
time
was like, that
today?
makes
What
more
time
sense.
was that
So,
today? Bobbles, you remember?
it was like 5 hours ago or something like that.
Okay, yeah, I was at work, so
Yeah.
you're lucky. Whatever.
9
It was in
hours
English?
ago.
all right,
Yeah, it was like
let me
9
read a couple of
hours
these.
ago.
Let me read a couple of these comments here. So this is Bob Lewis here. That's why I respect you, Carlos. You don't beat around the bush to feel who's the most impeachable YouTube Hall of Famer. Exactly. By the way, impeach Bob Lewis. Just throwing it out there. Usually eat lunch with Carl the janitor in the boiler room. Facts.
Do we need to know? Do we need a doll to ask where he touched you?
Perhaps.
No. I need to talk to Carl, the janitor, to see where Bob touched him.
And he's
It's
just
all-
talking about that's what he did. That's where he ate today. He's not talking about when he was in high school.
No, that's the thing. It's like that wasn't talking about that was recent. That's not a while ago. We have a bunch of fraternities out on good days sometimes. This is Eric trying to be like, listen, the Bobs are going to collude, man. You're not gonna fix this. I'm sorry.
Hey, you can't blame me for trying.
And Bob Jackson may now make you pay for this. That was a transgression right there. Just throwing it out there. Should mention the Bob code, which involves an inability for me to go against another Bob. Interesting. Yes. So real quick, so I'll kind of continue from where we were talking about there. Yeah. No, the reality is, like I said, once I had kind of let you all have your moment, you be all emo, and I cackled, and after I picked myself off the floor after cackling, I would have given it a dramatic reenactment. It's kind of hard to visualize. Maybe it's something like this. Yes. So basically, I did that. It took me some time.
Yeah.
I needed to catch my breath though. Like that takes a lot out of you, man. That's a lot of cackling.
Yeah.
So I needed some rest, and then afterwards I was able to sit down, and I was so tired even the battery on the camera ran out. That's how tired we were.
Right.
But then I was able to record, a short, brief 31-minute video explaining to y'all why you're all idiots. As you do.
I understood. I knew I was an idiot while I was responding. I was like, I shouldn't even give a minute of my time, but it just felt like
on Monday, Bobbles had me on the show Monday night, and we talked about this for a bit. And I'll just kind of reiterate what I said then. Anybody who takes this YouTube Hall of Fame seriously is not someone I want to meet. This is supposed to be fun. This is a hobby in which grown men spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on pieces of cardboard with pictures of other men on them. Anyone who takes this seriously is not someone I want to meet in life.
And dentists, goddammit, and dentists.
I was going to say, hey, wait.
Show some goddamn respect,
I
Bougie.
will. And dentists. It is for anybody to take this seriously enough where aggressive things are said or feelings are hurt or what, that is complete. And I keep seeing this word buffoonery. It is complete.
Yeah, but the buffoonery is in reference to you. Yes, correct.
Yes, but also anyone who takes the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame seriously is a complete buffoon.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be tongue in cheek. It is supposed to be fun, and that's it.
I don't know if it's supposed to be 100% tongue in cheek.
Then I don't want to meet the.
I don't think. Look,
it.
we can have a quick discussion on this. I don't think
Yeah,
Scott. We'll have a quick discussion on this. By the way, my favorite piece of feedback was from someone who may be in the chat, who was in the chat earlier tonight, and I will quote. Just watched your video. Damn you for taking a common sense approach to this cardboard apocalypse. LOL. And that's Andy Sheblind with Refractors. We were just chatting about that after. That was afterwards, earlier. Because like Andy gets it, and a lot of I was hoping that in making the video, like I said, but that goes back to my point I said earlier. I have earned enough street cred that I can critique, and it's a critique. I offered suggestions. I pointed out where I think the original flaw was in this whole master plan, where I think the problem came. Because like I said, the concept was high concept, but it's one of those things you should have workshopped it a little more, because I could see
Right.
the inherent problem right away. Like,
I think when it was started, it was trying to project exactly what it is, the Hall
Yeah.
of Fame of those. I really do think so.
yeah, but that was
But
never going
now-
to work.
Right. But when you make the criteria so, I don't know, you really, you're, and the people that got in, like even Andy said, he doesn't even hardly make videos anymore. So do you take it away from him? Did you take an early retirement? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just, I got two people on my list that I'm talking to right now. Sorry, Eric, but so, I just, that's just the way it is. And then like I said, I'll go over my reasons tomorrow. I didn't vote last year,
Mhm.
and I didn't make a video on why I didn't vote. I just didn't do it. I talked to Natsman and a couple other people why I didn't.
Dave
So-
Archer should get a Hall of Fame induction simply on his video of his voting on the Hall of Fame, because
You were
that's
really
how-
very appreciative of that one. weren't you?
that
Who
is
was
how
that?
serious it should be taken. It was brilliant. I have a whole new level of respect for Dave.
A couple of years ago, I did You're on the List with Jericho. I really want to do one now with the click tomorrow.
Can you do it where you spell click correctly? Because that one killed me. Like I was sitting there like, here's the thing. And by the way, for the record, this isn't me being a grammar Nazi. No. The word literally has a different meaning when you spell it that way. When you spell it that way, it is a sound. It is a sound effect.
Right.
It is the clicker, remote control.
Right.
That is a click. No, a click is basically a borderline French word
Right.
that means group. That means
Nope.
these little, secret club, the society. It is literally a different word.
And this is the hand sign for it.
Yeah, it's a different word. Totally different word.
It's like the Young Guns French variation.
Yeah, it's a different thing, man. It's a different, like, it was killing me, man. I was dying. I was sitting there like, if you're going to use this word, in this case, I need you to spell it correctly, because you're proving to me you don't even know what the word means.
It was did he use that word to define his second video? Is that what he did?
No. The reason why I'm referencing it is that a lot of folks
Okay.
that were in the comments, and like one of the guys, because a lot of people say, oh, it's just these clicks. It's like, look, you're right, because there are
Yeah.
groups that like that's life. Congratulations, welcome to life.
Yeah. Me and Bobbles had that discussion after the get together last year. It's just the later the night goes, the more you see the little separations start happening more and more. It's kind of funny, but it's still a fun time.
Yeah, I like Rick's comments here. It's the greatest tool of my life to be inducted into YouTube Hall of Fame. Don't ruin it for me. We would
All
never
right.
even dream of it. We've never even dream of it, Rick.
All right, my bad.
Yep, you're still in the Bob Jackson YouTube Hall of Fame. Prestigious indeed. Thank you, Bob Jackson.
Yeah, I can't imagine I made the cut.
No, God, Lord knows there is no Hall
He
of
was
Fame that will have
talking to
you
you
as a member.
three.
Yeah, there's no Hall of Fame that will have you as a member. You
No.
might be in the Hall of Fame of your supermarket. Like, did you remember that idiot? Couldn't even figure out the chicken thing. Like, you couldn't figure out the chicken thing? No, I couldn't figure out the chicken thing. It was crazy. Like I said, you'll have a display in your honor.
It was
It'll be
turkey,
fantastic.
but either way, I couldn't figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Except for him. That's right. Yep, called it. Well played, Bob. But my favorite was that, like I said, Jake actually responded to it, and Jake responded to it in the exact way that I was hoping. Reasonable
awesome.
feedback. Yeah, reasonable feedback. If you ask me, my intention is to take over and talking about positive impact. Totally with it. And then I responded to him. I just said, for what it's worth, I think you've done well. And I just said, even though I'm not necessarily the man, I'll play along. And he basically said, I appreciate you playing along. Because, like I said, because it was only after a couple of people like voted for the channel where I said, all right, whatever. Because otherwise, screw that. Like,
Right.
I need that like I need a hole in the head. But it's like, but if they're going to take the time to do that, no, the least I can do, I'll play along, because my point was, what's the harm? Does it disrupt anything I'm doing in any way? No. Does it change anything in what I'm doing? No. So I'm like, all right, it's harmless. I don't care. Great. Sounds good. Have fun.
Here's
Have a
a
good time.
good way to take it too. And I just thought of this here. So the YouTube Hall of Fame thing is more about people who are passionate about collecting and making friends and just straight up having fun. But what about those same people on YouTube that have fun and do YouTube, and talk about sports cards and everything? I guarantee you none of them were nominated in the Luca Tigers bronze or whatever the hell it was.
Oh, their awards?
Yeah, like I found it funny that I have been, one of the longest SGC bulk winners out there, and I didn't even get a sniff on the damn ballot, and I was like, oh, whatever. I didn't care. But it was just like funny to me because again, that's where
Kind of feels like you did.
No, I thought it was funny because it was like some of the people on the ballot I had never even heard of. And the what's his name, J-Mac, he brought up a funny point that I actually laughed at because he was doing like 10 channels to watch or something like that, and then told people to comment below, and then he did a follow-up video on that, and he mentions my channel because people had commented in his comments, and he was like, well, I've seen Bobbles around, but I didn't even know he had his own channel. And I was like, see, people know, but sometimes they don't even recognize that you have a channel or whatever. So it's funny sometimes how it all works out.
Well, just like Carlos said, and I touched on it too. In the grand scheme of YouTube, we are not even the flea on the dog. We're on whatever's on the flea on the dog. So, I mean, and then you break it down even further. I mean, when YouTube doesn't even give out their first, they don't even recognize you until you get to, 10,000 is the first mark of.
Oh, you're talking about the plaque?
Yeah.
100,000. 100K.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they don't even acknowledge you until that point. You're not even significant to them. So I know I'm so small I can play music and stuff on my channel. So.
I learned my lesson on that though. My views tanked. I don't know if they're like burying my videos now, but when I did the one where I had like Ray Lewis talking and there was Ray Lewis clips, I did that because I wanted to have fun and share Ray Lewis cards. And I didn't even like monetize that video or nothing, but it got copyright struck. And ever since then, they're like pounding my channel, like, no, nobody's watching your stuff. And I was like, well, that sucks. But I just was doing it to have fun.
That probably
I thought it'd be a cool way to do the
with
cards.
You keep letting me on your show.
That's probably true.
That could have been part of it, but I don't care. You're
I
fine.
like to think, and that's very fortunate. I like to think that the live stream has taken on its own thing. And what made me laugh is that a lot of the folks that did nominate they all mentioned the live stream, which is perfect because the live stream is the flagship. I mentioned in a year in review a couple of years ago, I said, no, to me, the live stream is the flagship. That's the weekly thing that I do, that I get that fun because one of the guys here who's always commenting was saying like, oh, Carlos, you take a completely different tone in your videos than your live stream. You're damn right. In the live stream, I'm just screwing around. Yeah. I'm sitting here pouring my beer and having it, and I'm like, I'm gonna denounce all you fools.
Yeah,
it's like, this is what I do.
My live stream is for fun. I mean, that's just what it is. It gets to know everybody a little bit better. The one thing I do like about the Hall of Fame, just to touch on this, and hopefully we'll stop talking about it, is when you watch somebody pick what channels they pick, you learn a little bit about that person, about what they watch. If you choose to watch those 10 when you're not doing videos, then I kind of know what type of videos you're into and kind of the way you collect. So that's the only way that's one.
You can't see what I watch, can you?
Okay,
you don't have some kind of special YouTube powers to see what I watch, do you?
No, I don't even. No, I think you're on.
Bobbles, I think he's on to us.
I think he's on
I
another.
think he knows about the server.
I think
Don't
he's
tell him
in
about the server.
Another tube. I think you're on another
He's
tube.
looking in the
Eric.
wrong direction. The camera's behind him.
You do have reflections off the Bruins things back there. So.
I don't like this at all.
Stuke says, "How do they calculate WAR for YouTube content creators?" Man, let me tell you, for some of the shit that I've pulled off on this live stream, okay, just for the $1 Million Man memes, my WAR has to be like over 9,000. That's all I'm saying. Like, this nonsense. That's why I was. That's why I like. That's like I said. That's part of the reason I like poking fun at it, because at the end of the day, it is a popularity contest. It's the nature of and I've talked about it before, because he used to be in the chat a little bit. John, you know what I'm talking about, John. The name escapes me. I have to look it up. But he's got like, yeah, he's got like 6,000 subscribers. He's got himself a pretty decent sized channel and everything. And it's not bad stuff. But I remember I had Bob on here one time, and this was probably last year during the whole Hall of Fame thing. And he was questioning, like, well, why Bob's in it? You know, my channel's got this and this and this. And Bob said the one thing. And Bob, Bob, you know, Bob always takes his time with a lot of responses. But in that one, he goes, maybe just not a lot of people like your channel, John. And I was like, oh man, Bob Lewis, shots fired. I loved it. It was great. I loved it.
Well, you know, when it comes down to it, it's not about the people voting are not the ones that watch the channels. It's the other creators. So it's 100% who's in your friend clique is doing the voting.
Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly.
Hold on.
You know, if 1 year or two years, they did let voters that watch the videos, and then that kind of went away. But whatever. It just, you know, it's a good time.
Is it this one? Because it's funny you mentioned him.
Yeah, John Sports Garden Collectible. Yeah, that's one. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, but
this explains this.
This is the reason. Look, this is the reason I'm making this point. Like, just to explain the concept here, and that's the reason. Part of the reason I did the video the way that I did it is because I was actually see the difference, Scott. I was intentionally shooting with a very broad brush to hit a lot of folks.
Right.
My intention was to hit a lot of folks, because I'm like, you're all being ridiculous, you're all being idiots, for different reasons, but you're all being idiots because this is not serious.
Right.
And John is an example. And I have no issue with John, because, like I say, he's been in the chat, he's asked questions and stuff, and it's fine. And I'm happy to have him by, and he can participate as much as he likes. I have no issue with anything he's doing. But I'm like, the video, and that's why I gave the Zero example. Just because you have a lot of subscribers does not mean you really have a lot of connection to one of the multitude of communities. There is no the community, but there are certainly a number of them. What has helped me over time doing a lot of this stuff is that I have a passport and I can walk in and out of different communities. I can walk around, and while I don't spend all my time in one place, I can walk in any of them and I walk in and I go, oh, hey, Carlos, how's it going? They know who I am because I'm around. So I'll make the rounds. I'll come around here and there. So I'll chat. Wade Boggs fan. We'll have Bob Lewis on here. We'll have Bobbles on here. We'll have a variety. Andy, she blind me refractors. I'll give Mike a hard time when he says something that amuses me and I'm worthy of giving a hard time. But he nominates me. And he chuckles before he does it, which makes me laugh, and then I include it in the clip. It's great.
Almost the same chuckle he gave when he had to read your name off because you were on the
Hobbypalooza.
Hobbypalooza.
I know. And that's my point. That's why I say my joy is that I get to be like, I'm just hanging around the periphery of the quote-unquote community. I get to just operate. That's what I like. I get to kind of operate independently. I don't have to worry about pissing anybody off. I don't care. It's great. Bob Gentile, Bob Lewis has a negative YouTube war, but somehow snuck in a hall. Facts, Michael.
No.
Facts.
He just sacrificed Bunnet all the time.
That's right. I thought Bob Lewis was Veteran Committee Hall of Famer. Yes. A question people will wrestle with for all of time. How is Bob Lewis a YouTube Hall of Famer? Like I said, my theory, and none of y'all have proven me wrong, I don't think Bob Lewis has videos. I think he's literally got one video that's on permanent loop, and I think it's an optical illusion. He's fooled us all.
I can tell you one thing. The first time I met Bob Lewis was at Chicago, and he probably doesn't even remember me that year, but that was the year of Harold Baines getting in the Hall of Fame, and
I don't think Bob Lewis remembers being there either. So to be fair, it's a different problem. Please
he
continue.
was wearing that shirt, Harold Baines, the goat
Yes.
shirt.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I mean, that to me just clarifies who he is. Just that one moment in that T-shirt, I was just like, "That's Bob Lewis."
Yep.
that
But
was
I think key point in the next couple of comments, and two of them I'll kind of hit on the point that I was making there, is that because of the way that I approach it, it allows me to come on here, do this. I got you on, I got Bobbles on, and all the folks that I just mentioned earlier, Andy as well, and of course. But then you've got mutual associations, you got mutual friends, and you've also got ones that, like I said, I'm not shy about making fun of, poking fun at people if they say something or do something that I don't like, whatever
Right.
it is. Yeah. Oh, no doubt, no question. But even beyond Eric himself, Eric is like a perfect example of this, though. I make fun of old floating head all the time, and Eric is cool with floating head, so it's like all the time, no issue. I poke fun at Mike Baseball Collector when he does something I don't like. If he doesn't say anything that's an idiot, my statement is, if you don't want me to poke fun at you, don't be an idiot. Don't say something stupid that'll make me make fun of you, and then there won't be an issue. That's it.
I know when you publicly make fun of me, that's when I know I made it as a YouTuber. So
Keep working at it, Scott. Your day may come. Your day may come. Don't worry.
and I love Eric because
I'm
he
the best
doesn't know
YouTuber in
me
the
from
world.
Adam, but I come on and can make fun of him too. And it's out of love, Eric. It's out of love. You're a great punch bag.
He really is. He really is.
Yeah,
well,
and it's fun.
Andy
You
can
make
go
it
screw
fun,
himself.
man.
Hmm.
And then here I come. He's trying to be straight man on Bobble's show, and here I come. Hey, I'm putting in the like button.
Exactly. Look, the high water mark of Bobble's show was when I got to sit there and everybody turned Bougie Eric back into Bougie Eric mode when he's trying to be serious. And I got to sit there being like, I have nothing to do with this. I have done nothing. I was just sitting here being cool. It was fine.
Like, oh yes,
But like, I don't mind being evil mastermind, but at the same time, it's like, I didn't do this. None of y'all can pin this one on me.
No,
Not a one of you.
Eric,
It's
you're
true.
coming
He
to
was-
the national, right?
he was on his best behavior that night, and he couldn't be blamed for any of it.
Jeez, Eric,
Yeah.
are
I'm
you
pretty
coming to the
sure
national?
Eric's not coming
That
to
was
national.
my-
Eric's
No,
not
I
coming to national.
refused. I don't want to. I don't like any of you people.
I
That's
think
valid reason.
You
You
all
might be
suck.
hoisted up on shoulders and carried around there.
He can't. He saves up for the expo. That's the big one that he gears up for.
I thought you were
That's
coming to be
plan.
my cameraman.
Hopefully, I can.
Or if you get Eric their bobbles, he can carry your bags. He can carry you into the building, like whatever you need, man. He can feed you grapes, like whatever you need. It's fine.
Bob,
Whatever you
I
need.
you got
wanted to
your,
get one of the old school, big shoulder mounted VHS tape recorders
Hmm.
and let Eric be the cameraman. You got to have a camera crew if you're at the national.
Facts. If you're gonna
You
please,
down,
at
Eric?
least Thursday, Friday.
If you can find one, I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll show up because that sounds hysterical.
You do know I've been going to estate sales and like Goodwill and thrifting and stuff, don't you?
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say don't play.
Challenge accepted.
Don't. I was
Challenge
gonna
has
say
a
Eric, Bougie Eric, don't trifle with those forces. Don't do that.
Timestamp that. Eric, it's officially announced. Eric's coming to the national, guys, because I will find this camera.
Now Eric is gonna have to sleep on somebody's floor because it's too late to get a hotel now.
We got a couple of spots open at our place.
There you go. So the point that
The
I was
challenge
making
is
before
on.
the point that I was making before we tortured Bougie Eric in another state was that and using Andy as an example and here Victor in a second as well is that the Hobby Palooza thing only came about because Andy invited me on, which led to us having a very entertaining exchange with Mike. Because Mike and Andy are obviously good buddies. But then Andy, knowing full well, knew that bringing me on was going to bring nothing but entertainment. And I'm wondering of what on earth was Carlos going to say? What's going to happen next? And then obviously Tag was after us.
Right.
And Lord knows, I love me some luxury coasters. Let me tell y'all. Ugh! Luxury coasters. Anyway, so yeah. So I can, but you can still do that. That's a thing where you can still have folks on, have fun with it. And I've had Mike on the channel before. It's one of those things where, like, if the situation is right, why not? So Victor was saying here, you do it right, Carlos. I don't want to be associated with any clique. I want to be cool with everyone, which is fair. And Victor's another guy who likes old floating head, old Jay Lee, and I'm still gonna make fun of him, and I can still like Victor, and we can chat, and it's all good. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and as long as everybody understands that, I think it's cool.
I think everybody loves Victor. He's just one of those guys that you meet him once. He's so precious.
Well played, sir. Well played. Carlos is what a cat would be as a human. I've gotten that. I've gotten that one. I thought we were taking the expo to Eric in his rolling cart in Manila. Maybe. Eric's throwing shade at the Thrift Ford gods now. He's going to be smote. True. Chicago doesn't have enough hotel rooms. Well, you got to remember, it's not the whole city of Chicago. It's Rosemont. It's a very specific part. Can you get a hotel in Chicago? Absolutely. You're nowhere near the vicinity, but yes,
Right.
you can get a hotel. Yes.
I'll come to Chicago if I can bring my gun.
We're not
I
in
thought that was
Chicago.
required. I didn't think you were allowed to go there without a gun.
Believe me, the part
You won't
that-
need a gun. You'll have a big ass, heavy VHS camcorder.
Yeah.
That's enough.
with a boom mic.
Yeah, I mean, let's go take thousands of dollars in cash and put it in my pocket and go to one of the most crime-ridden cities in the country. Yeah, sign me up.
Wait, Eric, are you saying you have thousands of dollars in cash?
I have to save up,
So folks, if
and
you hit the like
getting
button,
harder and harder since you three idiots keep taking all my money.
if y'all hit the like button, then Eric won't have thousands of dollars in cash,
That's right.
and he will be safe from the muggers because he'll be poor.
Is Victor still hanging around? Because I have a fun little question that I noticed
Ask away.
when I was doing my ComC reveal the other day. And this is something right up his alley, and I've never heard anybody mention before. So I don't know if this is a first or if I'm just now realizing it. But this guy has essentially 2 rookie cards, and both of them are in the set registry checklist for the Hall of Famers.
Are you talking about Andre Dawson?
Or
No,
Dale
I'm
Murphy?
not.
Oh, it's a 7.
I'm talking about Mr. John Scott down there.
Oh, John Scott. Okay.
So he's on this one, and he is on this one. 2 different teams, 2 different years.
Well, is he? Yeah. Well, Dale Murphy's got 2 as well, like that.
Oop. But he's not even a Hall of Famer. So is he the only guy that has 2 rookies on the Hall of Fame checklist that isn't even a Hall of Famer? And why in the
Yeah,
hell are they
probably
different
so.
years? Come
Yeah,
on,
Dale
Victor.
Dale Murphy's got 2 years where he's 1 year on the outfield.
You really want to play that game, Bubbles? That's really what you want to do.
Yeah, but these are both outfielders. That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Victor is the funniest son of a bitch in the entire world, whether he knows it or not.
I thought I'm Steve Archer was. Like, make up your goddamn mind.
I know nothing about Jason Roberts.
That's freaking hysterical, and I hope he wrote that on purpose and didn't make a mistake. It's still funny, but that's hysterical.
I think Jason
awesome.
Roberts is correct. Bobbles, explain Jason
I don't
Roberts.
know anything about Jason Roberts.
We gotta have the pump slab.
But you did appreciate when Luke loaded up on all those Jason Robertsons and all those Future Watch. And by the way, the Seismic Gold Auto. That was
I
strong.
had just cut the stream on. I was sitting here doing some work. I had just cut it on my phone, and I heard y'all talking. And then he was like, "And here's a Future Watch," and then just kept. And I was like, "Okay, now let me get involved in this. I love it. The pump's going on. I hadn't even said anything in the chat, and I loved seeing it spread. Somebody has been watching my channel."
Yeah. The reality is, just to give you a little behind the scenes, Luke showed that to me beforehand. He goes, "Yeah, I got the submission in." And we were joking about the Jason Robertson thing. He goes, "I got the submission in with a bunch of them." And I go, "Show me." And then when we look at it, and I go, "Keep that nearby. It'll be funny. Keep it nearby." So I was waiting. When the moment was right, and I sensed it, it was like it was time. Yep. And I like this one. Save it. I mean, poor soul Eric by liking the video. For every like you make, Eric will do one less dumb thing a day. He really likes bugs, but he knows he shouldn't be eating them. True. All true.
So I got a question. If I hit the dislike and then go back and hit the like again, does he pay twice?
No matter what. So Scott, I don't want to ruin this for everybody. Effectively, no matter what you do, I will charge Eric. There's almost no form of engagement. You could literally in the comments section just spam the word like, and I would charge him for all of those. You could just write the word like. I don't care.
I'll be going to the expo this year and be like, yo, can I get some like common base cards, please? For like,
oh, it's cute. It's cute that you
cents.
think you're going to make it to the expo. You may as well start walking now because that's the only mode of transportation you'll be able to afford.
I'll be picking base cards up off the floor that people just throw because they didn't get the hit they wanted in the box.
Well, I'm going because I was promised that you get a Gretzky just for going in your hotel room. So
Damn
True.
right. Facts.
that's all. That's why I'm going.
You get your welcome bag, and in the welcome bag at the expo is a Gretzky rookie in it.
Indeed. Yep. Got it there. Perfect. Nice. That's why I said it's like Bobbles, really. This is what you need.
I was just
Mm-hmm.
teasing. He doesn't have to go into deep detail, but I was sitting here going through the ComC order the other day, and I was like, damn,
That
that
is
guy
pretty
looks the same.
cool. Yeah, that's. And he's on two different teams, huh?
Yeah, but the point of it is that it would have been like if Jerry Kuzmin had somehow been on the Thurman Munson in 1970. It's like, why? Reasons. Like, sure, yeah, all right, he's on there. Great, sounds good. Yeah, there you go. There's a way of phrasing it. Thank you, Bobby. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, we'll see. I think the other point that I was going to make just about that was that the National is also kind of a good example of that too. Everybody's got kind of a different way of going about these things. There's going to be clusters of people. There's going to be different events and stuff, and it's the same general idea. Like I laugh about it because it's like I said, my plan is to go there, and I've laid the groundwork so that I can. But I know that I'm going to probably be on the show floor a little bit. I'll be honest, I don't really care about going on the show floor too much. I'll go there and do that because certainly while I'm there, I'm going to do that. Am I going to go to some of the stuff there? Yeah, but I'm probably not going to go to a lot of the big gatherings. It's probably going to be more along the lines of like, we joked about it with Rick and everything, but at some point we may just go to dinner. Like, all right, Rick, you want to go to dinner one of these nights? Let's go have dinner with some folks and have some drinks and hang out. And yeah, it's probably not going to be me going to like the YouTube creator thing. I don't really like big groups. It's not what I'm into. So it's like,
Yeah.
It's going to be a little closer.
That's not legit. They're usually pretty fun just to hang out with people you know, you're not on the show floor getting banged into and everything else.
Speaking about going out to dinner, Bobby, can you please rent out or make reservations for the dinner in November now?
They don't run into a problem?
So we don't run into problems. And could you please, maybe about 3 months ahead of time, give me some clear directions on how to get there? Thank you.
I tell you
wow,
what,
he's full of demands and requests. Jesus.
Victor does give the best man hugs out there. I got to give it to him. That's
well, the problem is, Big Scott. This is what I'm referring to here. This is exactly the problem. I am not into hugs. I don't do hugs. This is a way to get tased. This is a real good way to get tased.
You better work on your Heisman Trophy stance if Victor's around.
It's like at this point, it's like, what happened? It's like, why is Victor on the ground bleeding? He made a critical mistake. You want a fist bump? You got it. You want a bro hug? I make no promises. Cloud pick, we can talk. Like I said, I like my space. I like my distance. Like, yeah, like here's the thing. There's a lot of folks here. That's why I said about the community people being too emo. Y'all are too emo and touchy-feely for me. Like, get the fuck away. Get out.
You know the worst part?
And I've never been called emo.
No. Do I have to play your video again? Do I have to play your video again?
I looked back at it. I was like, dude, I look like somebody like shot my dog. I look, I didn't feel that upset. I was just like, I just need to talk about this, but
Just saying, you know.
I did lose some sleep.
No, like I said, when the only reason I agreed to go to the National is that I had some very specific terms. I said it's like no one makes direct eye contact. I want at least a 3-foot berth at all times. That's why I say like during the COVID period they said 6 feet. Oh, man, how about 6 feet? How about 600 feet? And let's keep that forever. Let's never end that, ever.
I do like the keeping my 6 feet.
I know, like get this guy's talking about bro hugs. No, get away from me, man.
And
You can
I'm
have a
big
fist bump
dude,
from a
but
distance.
My
Get out
6
of here.
feet starts a little further away than some other people do. So.
There you go. Bob Lewis says gatherings are tough. I always run out of Sharpies for all our autographs. Understandable. I get
I'll bring
it.
some extras. I'll bring some extras for you, Bob. Don't
You
worry.
should, yeah. Victor
Eric
gives a
just
mean hug.
committed. See, he's already agreed.
That's what I'm
He
saying.
knows I will find the camera.
Well, look, if Eric comes to the National, that'll be great because then when Victor goes around trying to do like a bro hug, I'll just throw Eric at him. and then by the time he figures out what happened, I'm out of there.
Yeah.
Look, someone's got to be sacrificed. Well, somebody's got to be sacrificed, and Eric is expendable. We've
I'm
already
not
established.
taking your bullet.
Carlos is running, going, "I will find you. Just stay alive."
No, he wouldn't. He would never say that. He'd drop dead, is what he'd say.
Yeah, it's like y'all are expendable, is what I'm trying to get at.
Is anybody planning to go early to catch like a ball game? That's the part I was looking at here, and
Well, my understanding was the White Sox, I think, are the only ones who are like in the vicinity during the time. That was my understanding.
yeah,
I would have
White
loved to
Sox
go
are
to
playing-
Wrigley, but apparently the Cubs, I don't think, are around.
So they're playing there on the 23rd against the Cardinals, but that's like 3 days before the show, unfortunately.
The Cubs or the White Sox?
The Cubs.
Oh, the
the
Cubs,
Cubs
yeah.
are at Wrigley on the
Yeah.
23rd. They're playing the White Sox on the 26th. So I was the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's the
Wrigley
White
if there's
Sox.
any
I
games
feel like
at
it's the
Wrigley.
White Sox. Yeah, I feel like the White Sox is the play.
Isn't the White Sox Stadium the one in the bad neighborhood?
It's Chicago. They're all bad neighborhoods.
I was going to say
Yeah.
they build large stadiums in cheap rated property, and none of them are very good.
That's like saying which suburb of Boston doesn't speak in a weird accent.
Some speak.
Chowda. Chowda.
Yeah, some of them, actually do sound like the Kennedys, and it's disgusting.
Mm. Dude, you really think I'm ready for the stamp? That's who's coming, Bob. There you go. Carlisle says here, I'm a
Bob
software
really put
developer.
together.
I like
That's
Carlisle's
pretty
comment here.
funny.
I like software developer. We've been social distance since the 80s. At least you understand. Good. That's right, man. That's right. Yes, Eric. Yes, it is. 1975 would be seen as John Scott's rookie card. He's the only player showing 2 different Hall of Fame rookie cards. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
I just like the guy that says he rocks latex. Answer that for you, Bobbles.
That's what I'm saying.
I just happened to notice it, and I was throwing it out there because I don't think I've heard anybody talking about it. And I was sitting here going through my comm sealer, and I was like, "Well, this is weird. I'm pretty sure that's the same guy."
It is true. It is true. Yeah, we'll see. We'll play it by ear as we get there. But yeah, I think I would be up for a baseball game because I definitely want to go to one while I'm there. Like I said, for me, honestly, the national show floor is the least interesting part to me, and a lot of the bigger gatherings, honestly, are not interesting to me
And
either.
can I ask? So you say that, and I think we talked a little bit after my show that night.
Yeah.
So, and I thought about, is it more?
Was it about
because
my moratorium on bro hugs and the violence that
No,
will ensue?
is it more because of how many people are on the floor and how crowded it is, or is it you just not going to find what you're looking for because that's where you're kind of at in your hobby now?
No, it's more along the lines of I've been to enough big shows over the years that I don't give a crap. Like I don't like card shows don't excite me anymore. Like they just don't.
Really? Okay.
I enjoy going, like I'm at the point where I don't even want to go through boxes anymore. Like I just don't. I love the convenience of going on to like eBay or whatever and like just finding whatever the hell I want. Okay, I'll order that. Boom, send it to me. Like I don't even like going through half the stuff. When I go to the expo, I will still go and buy stuff as well. Like it's gonna be the same concept, but at the same time, I'm like, I spend so little time actually looking through stuff. I like skim quickly. That's why I say like I know I'm not really going to look that deeply into it. I'm not going to seek out every nook and cranny to find stuff and whatever because most of the stuff that I need, it's available. I can,
Right.
in all honesty, I can get it. And oftentimes I'll get it cheaper than I'll get it there. So it's like, you're offering me basically nothing other than, hey, it's the National. Okay, fine. I think I will be there for a bit to hang out a bit. I'll be there for a bit to check it out, of course, to see it. And I'll be there for a bit probably to record some video for the channel. Like I would love to have a little vlog where I'm kind of walking around a little bit and check it out. But honestly, I'm thinking more like from videos and content, even more than like cards. I will buy some cards while I'm there. I'm not going to go all that way and not get anything. But
Right.
the floor itself and the card show aspect of it, honestly, I don't give a crap. That's the reason why, like, as years went by, like I became less and less interested in the National. In all honesty, I'm still lukewarm on the National itself even now. So it's like, but the stuff around it and the stuff that potentially can be done, I'm treating it like a vacation because it's too expensive to be considered a card show trip. It's a vacation.
That's
So
what
I'm
it is
there
for me
and I
every
want to
year.
do stuff while I'm
Right.
there that makes sense to me. The card show can be part of that,
Right.
but it's part of the itinerary. It's not the itinerary.
I just last year was a little disappointed because of the pricing there.
Yeah.
And then some of the car shows after that pricing kind of went on. And it, like Bob will say, you go to a smaller show, a little bit more, where it's smaller group, guys trying to get rid of stuff, and they're a little bit more reasonable to work with.
Well, that's the thing. I think if you were, like the advantage the Expos had over in the past is that you can find certain things that are a little bit more obscure. So I think that's kind of the key with that. But of the stuff most of the stuff I'm collecting now, like the 53 Bowman color set, you don't think I can find singles in 53 Bowman color?
Right.
Like, I can go on eBay and buy the whole damn set right now in singles. Like if money's no object, I can just go hit buy it now and just buy the whole damn thing.
That's one of those things that people go, oh, these are hard. They're not hard to get if you got the money to get it. So,
Yeah, that's not an issue. That's a different conversation. There will be but I think what I'm going to do instead of like the big gatherings, it's going to be reaching out to certain folks that I know that I want to at least chat with a little bit, and arrange that ahead of time. If they're
Right.
all right, I'll meet you wherever. We'll meet up for drinks or we'll meet up for dinner or whatever it's going to be, and I think that's how I'll approach it. Because I'm in one of the hotels that's nearby, so it's easy for me to be like maneuver around a little bit. But I think I'll have to kind of work it out in advance to be like, look, I'll meet you here, there, or whatever. But in the bigger things, you know what? I'll send my cardboard standee. Eric, send the cardboard cutout. They can all take pictures with it.
You betcha. I'll get right on that.
You should. It's about time you do something. Carry your weight around here. Just
Speaking
leave
of
the
not
going
doing
on.
something. Excuse me. Bob Lewis has been following me on Instagram for an hour, and he's not liked anything yet.
It's because they're not likable.
And I think that's
Wait a minute. He's
bullshit.
not thirsty. He's not going to go back to your
All right?
old stuff.
I
You got to
think it's
post something
complete
new.
bullshit. And you shouldn't like ask to follow somebody and get their hopes up, and then not like anything in all their posts.
So, like I said, Scott, I know a thing or two about emo needy people.
So I think Bob Lewis is
Well, you know,
is a big
Bob watches Keeping Up.
Anyway,
with the
what I was saying is that just leave out going there and not buying anything to me. Comic convention shows are fun to go to. More crazy people watching. Facts. A national with Bob Lewis, the same zip code, is a whole new kind of experience. An experience so memorable it's worth journaling about. No doubt. Are you going to journal about your experience with Bob Lewis?
not only
Moving on. Anyway, Carlos, you can shake hands with the guys at Backyard Breaks. I would honestly, compared to Bro Hug Victor over there, I would be happy to shake hands with the Backyard Breaks guys.
They weren't there in Atlantic City. I was looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah.
They were there.
Don't forget
Were they
meeting
there?
Jeff Wilson. Yes. Hobby
Oh.
Goat Jeff Wilson. Yes.
I missed
Of course. Come on, we can hang out with Hobby Goat Jeff Wilson, Eric.
I already do that in Toronto.
Did he like it? Did he like your Instagram post? You're trash. You suck. The thumbs up button
He
broke on
doesn't
my
even
phone.
follow me, the bastard.
This is ridiculous. Unacceptable. The thumbs up button is broke on my phone. Bob, come on, man. Come on.
I don't believe him.
Awful. Just awful.
I don't
The,
think
Funniest thing last year about Jeff Wilson was those back pages having a video of him at trade night with a bunch of 12-year-olds going, how ironic this is. Just walking through. kind of all made sense at that point.
There you go. Bob Jackson likes some of your posts. Maybe you can convince the other Bob to like some of your posts. Be careful. Tread lightly, Bougie Eric. Remember, the Bobs, they relate to each other. They talk. You play this wrong?
Rick, at least he spelled Jeff Wilson right. He's better than I am.
Well, that's the other problem that I have. Like, look, here's the thing. Joe, and I said it a million times. Jeff Wilson's a businessman. He runs a business, whatever. Yeah. He doesn't know shit. And here's the thing. I don't expect him to. Why do I care? But a lot of people get worked up about his stuff. Who cares?
Yeah, he's the one guy that doesn't upset because he doesn't have the fact I'm trying to make money.
Yeah, like that's literally his only job is to sell the stupid market movers tool. That's all this is. Exactly. And it's in your face. It's just a commercial for the stupid tool. But then a lot of people like think they're cute. It's like, and it's the same problem as the click thing. It's like, all right, look, learn to spell the fucking name. It's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. It just tells me you're stupid.
Oh, I'm stupid.
That's yes. Only for IG and apparently only for people I follow for less than 90 minutes. Facts, Bob. Facts.
Yeah, Bob's just being mean. He's just.
Which one? There's two Bobs.
Both. But Bob Lewis is being mean because he's a Hall of Famer and I'm not. And he just treats me, looks down at me and treats me bad.
Look, you get excited when Chair follows you. Chair follows you. Bob Lewis's chair follows you. Then
that's legit.
Bob Lewis's chair doesn't follow me. I just have stupid Bob Lewis. He doesn't even like any of my posts.
By the way, you do know, Big Scott, that I brought Chair into the greater Bob Lewis universe.
Yeah, the whole Chair.
Yeah, like sometimes I got to remind people that a lot of this lore that has developed over time. It's like I've developed some of this lore.
I don't know. I know I was watching one night when you were talking about it. I don't know if because it was a while back.
Yeah, it was during an Insert Revolution podcast live stream, and Bob Lewis took off, and in the chat I was like, "Oh, Chair's taking over. This is much better."
Yeah,
it's like, "Oh, this is great." And then when Bob came back, I said, "No, we want to hear more about the insights from Chair. That was the best part."
That podcast, I love that podcast. I wish they need to get a little bit more traction. That'd be great.
It's a very acquired taste.
Yeah, I can understand that. But
and I've told the guys, it's like, you realize when you just ramble on about when one person just goes on a 25-minute monologue, it's not exactly a conversation.
And it's also about a personal thing, but nobody else will know what they're talking.
Yeah, it's like a very niche thing.
I cut it on one night, and they were talking about something about deviled eggs and farting in their wife/girlfriend's the facial vicinity or something like that. And I'm like,
I would love
what are they talking about?
Bubbles,
right
I would
now?
love to tell you that is like, oh, you randomly came upon a weird moment. No, you could hit on like a weird moment on almost every episode. Like there's a bunch of them. But and like I said, and this is not Tales Out of School. I'm just and I've said it to them before. It's like, guys, sometimes you've literally got a panel show. I've got a panel show. You've got a panel show. But the key here, and we're going to take different approaches. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. But I go, the problem is when you do a panel show, it works better if everybody talks within a reasonable period of time. If I just said, "Hey, Bobbles, could you just talk about your day for the next half hour while we all stare at you?" Might work great for you, but it'd be kind of awkward for the rest of us. It's like, I'm just saying, from time to time, it's good to be like, "Hey, Eric, say something."
Yep.
See, nothing. Great show, guys. I got to wake up early. Have a good night, Victor. Take it easy. That was profound by you, Eric. I really like that. I thought that was some of your best work.
It's not my first day here. I knew what was coming.
Oh, you should. I've always got my ways. Anyway. All right, cool. If you guys in the chat got anything else, so we'll start winding her down here shortly. Big Scott, if there's anything else that you want to ask, now is a good time. Now we can give you all the secrets for the remainder of this episode. You can ask your questions, and we will reveal the secrets of the crown. Think carefully.
Man, I feel like I'm on the spot.
You are, because no, this is a big opportunity. This is almost like Bougie Eric meeting Bob Lewis. That's like a transcendent moment.
No, because you answered one thing that the one question that I had. I'm really looking forward coming up to the expo because I like shows and I like going to different parts of the different countries to see it, just to see the different how people collect because the shows are different in different
They are.
places.
Yep, they are.
So, is it the Mets year? I hope so, but they're too old at pitching for me.
I like Bob Jackson's question. It is the pertinent question because now it is on the East Coast. It's officially Saturday. So that means later on this evening, the Royal Rumble will be happening.
So
This
are
is-
they? So
Be excited, Eric. This is good stuff.
is what's her face, Rhea Ripley or whatever, gonna be in the men's side of it?
I doubt it.
Have you heard?
I very much doubt it.
That was the China gimmick. Let China have her win gimmick.
Well, they've already done it multiple times. Beth Phoenix was in the men's
Yeah,
rumble a couple
I know.
times.
Yeah, Beth Phoenix did it too, but still, when you think of that, you think of China and WWE.
The thing is, they don't have enough women to do that. Like, you do need her in the women's rumble. Like, you actually need her because you don't have that many credible people. Otherwise, you don't have too many credible people that would be potentially winning.
Yeah.
You actually need her in the match.
Well, this is neat talking to you because it almost looks like in their female division they're going backwards to the way it was when they were looking at models and trying to make them into wrestlers days.
Well,
instead
Eric's
of,
getting excited now. That was the era. That was the era. He's paying close attention. Just saying. We could get Kelly back, Eric. Settle down. This could be
I
very
don't know
exciting.
who that is, but I
She has 2 first names. Just roll with it.
I don't remember. I don't know.
Still
who
looks
that is.
good, man. She looks the same as she did.
All I know is that if Stacy Keebler ever called me and asked me to come wherever she is, I would do that.
Here's a fun fact. I hung out.
There's 100 jokes that I would immediately come to mind, and like almost all of them would get me thrown off. All right, please go ahead, Scott.
I hung out with her one night in Richmond. Just fun fact, back in the day, party days. Richmond, WWE was at the Coliseum, and I was at a bar.
I see. There you go. Well played. So for the answer to this question, Bob, unfortunately, I got to go chalk on this. I think WWE is not creative. I feel like it'll be like Cody Rhodes. It'll be like Cody Rhodes in the men's Rumble. And then in the women's one, there's not too many. What's her name? Naomi.
Do you think because she's her coming back,
Probably.
kind of putting it in
Yeah.
Mercedes Moné Money's face?
Probably. No, like honestly, like WWE's, like I said, WWE's not creative. Like it's like, what's the most obvious thing you could do that is like really lazy? That one.
Well, who I thought should have won the Money in the Bank a while back because I think he's great on the mic. It would have been fun watching. Would have been Kevin Owens, because I just think he's one of the. If you saw him in ROH as a bad guy, he's one of the greatest bad guys ever.
Well, the problem is I still think he's a bad guy. Even right now, what he's supposedly doing, I'm sitting there like, look, there's one thing about, and I won't bore everybody with the whole thing. I peripherally pay attention to the storylines. I don't enjoy the show, but I have the streaming thing, so I can kind of fast forward through. So now I'm skimming a little bit just to be like, oh, for the love of God, I don't even want to watch the majority of this. Please move quickly through this. I will say, though, the whole bloodline thing with Sami Zayn and all that, that's fine. Like, it's decent. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. It's decent. But it doesn't make any sense because the joke is supposed to be that Kevin Owens is like, trying to appeal to Sami Zayn to get him. Kevin Owens has literally betrayed him at every single turn, every single time. Kevin Owens is like literally the worst best friend of all time. Sami Zayn should be literally spit in his face, have no qualms about it with the amount of times he's been betrayed. There's no conflict here.
If you know about their history at all, too, like in the Indies, they were the best matches in the Indies were them two against each other.
Yeah, but they're trying to play the best friend angle. I'm like, he's literally betrayed him every single time.
When he was El Generico, that was some of the greatest matches ever.
Yeah. So Bob Jackson here referencing Bougie Eric's proclivities here. Eric lived them underwear matches. Love them too. Facts. It's all about the brown panties matches for old Eric there.
The brown panties.
Maybe for you. I said bra and panties.
I'm getting
I don't know
older. I'm getting older. Sometimes they're brown.
Moving on. Eric, IAG DM sent. So that's I assume you were looking at. I feel like you guys started speaking a different language, Bob. A lot of times when I listen to you, I assume
Yeah,
you are.
sorry.
I assume you are.
I knew so once we went on. Well, somebody asked the question.
Bob Jackson. Bob Jackson actually knows a little bit about wrestling, so he can ask the question.
Yeah. I watch a little bit of WWE, but they lost me years ago, and then now with the selling, not selling soap opera they got going on there.
Yeah. Well, apparently Vince has made his way back into the office, so nothing bad could possibly happen. Everything will be great.
Did I hear that he sold the thing to some Saudi Arabian oil sheik?
So that was the story that was out there. It didn't actually happen. It was a rumor that was out there that a lot of people ran with. Now, would he do it? Probably. If the money was right and if they allowed him, because there's a possibility if the Saudis bought it, they don't actually pay attention. So when it comes to they could buy it and be like, "Hey Vince, run it for us." Oh, sweet. I get to sell it to you, make money, and still be in charge.
That's what it
Deal.
was like. They said he would be out, but they wanted to keep Triple H and some other people as the running it.
I can almost guarantee you, if Vince sold it to the Saudis, Triple H would be the one out. He'd be like, "You're gone."
I wonder who could have possibly spread that rumor.
Right now, there's a lot of palace intrigue inside of that family. Like the most interesting storyline in WWE has nothing to do with the television product. The most interesting storyline, I'm like, all right, which one of y'all are betraying each other? I want to know. This is what I'm interested in.
Well, they're also getting sued by their shareholders right now too. So
Yeah. Well, all of this has hurt the share price because the shareholders don't like uncertainty. Uncertainty's bad,
Right.
and that's with any company, any publicly traded. So that's kind of a thing. So Scott, you had a chance. We had the Rumble question. You sure you don't have anything? Do anything before we log off? No. No profound life-changing question. You don't want to know the meaning of life?
no, you said me. I'm emo now. So
You are emo. Yes,
I'm gonna
no
go
question.
out tomorrow,
No doubt.
and get some Black Ash Shadow and listen to The Cure all day.
I just assumed you were doing that. Is that different from before? Are you getting different eyeshadow? Like, what are we doing?
The waterproof.
Oh,
He's getting
okay.
fancier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bougie Eric's
it's the
rubbed off
weekend.
on him.
That I'm-
Oh, okay. Because otherwise I was like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to wake up and be an asshole. That's totally different from what I usually do. Big difference. Whoa. Eric over there is going to, accost the chocolate stick. Big difference. That never happens.
I do want to say thanks for having me on, though. It was nice being on this side.
Of course. Wouldn't surprise me the slightest if Steph is leaking. Probably.
Supposedly she wants to start her own. I knew it as soon as she left. She wants to start her own one. So
Yeah. I like this one. This was a good one.
yeah, I saw that.
There we go. I like that I'm getting the I like that Bob Lewis is sharing the text exchange. You sure there's nothing you want to admit there, Bougier? Are you sure? But do you love your fans and do it all for them, Eric?
I thought our conversations were private.
There is literally nothing in life that you do that is going to be private that I won't be able to get my access to.
I don't think that's fair.
That's a shame. That sucks for you. You should have read your contract more carefully, sir. I just like this phrasing here from Bob Jackson. Hoops and homers. Good evening.
That was a good one. I like.
Is Eric passing notes in class? Always. All right, folks. A pleasure chatting with you all. Thank you, Big Scott. Thank you, Bobbles, joining us always. Eric, you're here. Another Friday evening live stream in the books. On the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And for those on the West Coast, you got a couple hours left. So, finish your drink, enjoy it, and we will catch you in the next one. Those of you who are on the channel regularly, there will be a pickup video coming up in the morning. And then more videos to come because apparently I make videos and a lot of them. And there'll probably be more.
And I just wanted to let everyone know that I only disappointed my mother 7 times this week. We kept track and counted.
That's an average of 1 per day. That's actually really good for you.
She was kind of proud of me this week.
I really like this for you. I feel like this was an excellent week for you then. You're trending in the right direction, Bougier.
Thank you.
And then next week, Lord knows.
Oh,
But this week turned out all right.
there's
not bad.
there's no telling.
Yeah, no promises, but based on what Brad said earlier, it sounds to me like I may be hitting a card show on Sunday. And there might be a PSA reveal coming up shortly thereafter. We'll see about that one.
How long was your PSA going?
About a month.
I went through poor Triple Crown, and our stuff's been held hostage.
Ah, Scott, you got to use the influencer powers. Did you tell you got? I go in and I'm like, Carlos. Oh, sorry.
I feel bad for Triple Crown. It was bad thing. PSA did.
No, look, it's the reality is stuff like that is going to happen. It does happen, like it's a real thing, but it's tricky because it's not across the board because Brad does a ton of submissions. From the expo they did 20,000 cards.
Good God.
And the majority of that stuff, the stuff I got was in the expo. It was in the system December the 1st. It was basically back to them. Literally, he's already had it for like over a week. We were just waiting for some of the other segments. Like there were a couple of different segments. So there was a bulk one, and then also an economy. So instead of just sending out pieces, he put the two pieces together. So then when he's coming over, he's going to actually give me the whole package. And there's actually a vintage piece, and the vintage piece is the slowest one. But I had that done as a separate component. So I said, keep it separated. That's fine. So that one's going to take longer because they've got less graders for the vintage side. So if you're doing vintage, it's slow.
I gotta go. Yeah.
Do you? Good evening, Miss Wade. Thank you for joining in. Good job, Eric. You can now count to 7. Thank you, Miss Wade. Mention my name at PSA. 30% discount. Not Matt Turner owes me. I got him off sugar. Nice, Bob. Nice.
You can get
You're a hero.
get the owner of PSA off sugar, but you can't hit a like button on one of my posts.
Your posts suck.
That's beside the point.
Stop sucking. Stop sucking and like your posts. It's an easy fix. Why do I have to do everything around here? Scott, why do I have to fix everything? This is getting really annoying, man.
I don't want to say anything because then I'll be, I'm the emo guy. We can cry together later.
No, you're gonna have to because Lord knows I will denounce you emo fools the next time, and don't think I won't. I will do it, and I will take great pleasure in it. It'll be fantastic. All right, y'all, you got a little bonus content there at the end. Have yourself a good weekend. Take it easy. We'll catch you the next one.